There we go. There we go, folks.
I
Yes.
didn't know there was a dress code. It's
See, the thing is that I have a hat
It's
on,
turned
but I
us.
have no sleeves, so
me too.
The
mildly
awesome cult
weird.
of now we've got Cornholio.
Walk this way.
Love it. Yes. So yeah, the
Roderick.
cult, the cult of awesome is we wear beanies. That's what we do. Headgear. So hedgehog action. Everybody who watches a stream that Sean is on gets distracted because I mean, as appealing as Origins is with Point Dread, it still just does not hold a candle to classics because that is.
I really wish they'd re-release that.
We all wish they would re-release that and Snake Mountain.
Well,
Like,
I mean, they
Super
could do one for Masterverse in the same kind of scale.
right?
So
It would be. Why
and,
not? We need it.
It might have to be like a made to order kind of thing, like Eternia, but
I'd rather have that than the Snake Lair. I was actually hoping that would have been one of the choices, on the fan
like a
vote.
Masterverse scale Grayskull. That would have been nice, and I think that probably would have been a lot easier to sell to fans, especially for a lot of people who missed the ride entirely on classics that never knew
So
that kind of scale.
I didn't know it existed at all until it was
like
pretty much over,
just about done. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like I came in right as Snake Mountain was able to pre-order, and there was no freaking reason for me to get Snake Mountain.
This is
that's a Halo helmet.
Viper helmet.
Oh no, okay, that's a Viper helmet. Yeah, now I see it.
Oh man, that
Sorry,
looks good.
That looks really good.
Did you
and I got this done today. Finally.
Oh, it's finally finished. Looking snazzy. Got to have some joke
on the vest. This is my Ice Viper's vest.
Oh, very nice.
Damn.
There we go. Now it's zoomed in. Did you see Toy Habits announced earlier that we're going to be looking at possibly a Snowcat?
Yeah. So that'll work because that'll fit in that nice Dio somewhere. I'll find a place for it.
I don't have room for a bear, but I can fit a 1/12 scale Snowcat in there somewhere.
Still make room for Joe.
I'm just
not
sure.
At some point, I might actually break down on that bear and get one just to put it in the Dio.
Have the bear.
You're going to need one in the Dio.
As like just a regular bear, just to be in the Dio.
Just to be in the background somewhere, standing all giant. It's proper scale for that. They get to be
exactly. I can have it mauling some Cobra Trooper somewhere in the background.
That would be glorious. Have it ripping a snow serpent in half because it thought it was a wolf. So, I don't know necessarily that I should have went ahead and put this up here. But oh well. Terrence may have some other demons to work out here. There's this great show on Fridays called Toy Therapy. You might need an extended visit, but
yeah, that's the full fold-out couch session, not just a chair in front of the computer.
Yeah,
that's true. We might have to keep the computers off for that one. Everybody loves the bear. Absolutely. Everybody loves this bear.
Mm-hmm.
Just going for realism. I get it. Everybody's getting into it. And like I said, they do. They literally snatch kids up at the festival. It's all part of the atmosphere and all. Like all kids are safely released, I hope, at the end.
Nope.
Nope.
The one that you posted the video of, Oz, where was that one located at?
Oh, that was actually in Switzerland?
Switzerland, yeah.
Iceland.
They usually have a big one over there.
Yeah.
My buddy Jeff from Skunkworks Studios, there used to be one somewhere in in Illinois somewhere.
Yeah, because it's finally caught attention over here. Yeah. People are starting to celebrate it, especially with people with that more Norse or Nordic roots. They tend to celebrate. Krampus Festival.
Oh.
We're going to start our own. We're going to go around kidnapping kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want any part of this.
I just want to beat him with
for the record.
I already have
Thanos,
two. I'm
you're
good
the
to
driver.
go. No more kids. No more kids.
You know,
for me.
I'm
good.
surprised, Thanos, that you didn't do like traditional pagan Yule for December. I'm just saying.
I've got Hanukkah and Christmas coming up. I'm good. I'm actually
That's a lot right there.
But
I'm
you
making
do
a
know what the
little
traditional
gold
pagan
coin.
Yule ceremonies were, right?
No, not familiar.
Basically that week
Put it nicely, Aaron.
prior to New Year's is a lot of shall we say orgies.
Oh, well.
Fornication.
Yeah, I'm good.
Lots of fornication.
I blew my load, so to speak, on Naughty November.
There you go. Oh, zing!
There's a
So
lot of stuff going on tonight
you
in
can
this chat. We
continue
got
it into December
putting
if
lips
you
on
wanted to.
wangs and holding wangs and blowing loads. And...
Lots of lips on wang. Okay, it was in Schladming, Austria.
Austria.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and share it into the Clubhouse chat. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, it's phenomenal.
We got a new person, and I'm sorry that that's what they came in on.
We have
maybe
new
that's
people
their
watching
thing.
the
You
show.
never
Holy
know.
crap, our audience is growing. I didn't know the audience grew. No idea what this
We
channel's about.
apologize
Just
ahead of
came up in
time.
my suggested list.
Just covering the bases.
Yeah.
I
This
apologize
show
for
is
nothing
like
that is
Forrest
covered
Gump's
in this
box of
show.
chocolates. You never know what she's going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
You will be entertained in the least somehow.
Snake Eyes' sword has
Or
a
offended.
problem that we're gonna have to get some cream for.
Ooh,
It's about
that's
as
a
limp
bad
as
one.
He-Man's.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good.
Jeez,
I
that
didn't
is
know it
rough.
came with a
What's even
scimitar.
worse is that the sheath is just as bad.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
Jeez.
So that's
well,
never...
there's no hope for correction there.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That ain't happening at all.
No,
Gonna need some heat treat on that for sure. Well, now we've had the limp sword on the channel tonight. We've talked about, getting lips on wangs, that vampires suck wangs better than anything. We've been all over the place tonight. We've had bondage gear and chains. Well, oh yeah, and it devolved quick tonight. I
am looking forward to
I missed part of this because I had to go, spend some time with the wife. But yeah, I come back and train is definitely off the tracks, rolling down the hill.
Well, you weren't here to keep us straight, Aaron. It's your fault. You keep the train
Aaron
on the track
can't even keep his sword straight right now. All right.
Yeah, exactly. My sword is all bendy.
Marento had a bendy sword in the 90s, so I mean that counts. He knows the pain.
So, okay.
I would like to know what he usually watches if this was a suggested show for him.
Probably some other toy or Legions related content in some way, shape, or form. I do know that my channel has hit algorithms for suggestions for people, and that still probably tickles me more than anything else, that the algorithm picks me up and suggests me to people. Part of it's due to people who subscribe to me, watch this and watch that. So then, if they watch other similar stuff, they end up getting suggested this. But I appreciate newcomers of all kinds. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you have fun. Hope you stick around and subscribe.
And we will go on for hours. So hopefully you don't have anything special going on tonight.
That's true. I mean,
jump in and come back too.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, you got
this
something
is
to do.
Irritating me right now because this backpack does not fit in this peg very well. It is.
You can get a little lube, put it in there, and it'll go right
no,
in.
it's loose. That's the problem. It's
no, you don't want to.
Yeah,
you don't want to live it up.
That's gonna be problematic.
That kind of goes along with those hookers falling out of the sky.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Awesome. That's gonna disappoint. Not surprising, but it happens. Get some sticky tack in that tomorrow.
So Aaron, you stood strong on the second sale? No orders?
Oh, yeah. No.
Good enough, man. Good enough.
I got enough.
I'm proud of you.
I mean,
I'm proud of you,
literally,
young
I
man.
mean, I have this box, or like literal box right here. Then I have my Wave 3 AWOX over there, my Headless Horseman, all of the 40th anniversary D&D, plus the Joes that I haven't opened.
It's
The
quite a
other
lot.
Joes that were like from 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that I didn't finish opening.
Did you order the 40th from somewhere, or did you pick them up locally at the store?
I ordered them from Target. I paid $31.05 for the Wave 2.
Oh, wow.
That's the
That's
3 of them.
Nice.
Total shipped to my house. I was like, yep. Because there's 2 that were $8 and then one was 13. I was like, I'll finish
Speaking
off
of something
that
funny, I was
collection.
at Walmart today, right? And I'm walking through the toy aisle because you have to check it out because it's mandatory, you know. And in the DC multiverse section is a McFarlane Batmobile and a McFarlane Batboat from the '66 collection, which is a Target exclusive.
Okay.
Weird.
So
Well,
either
you
the
know how
barcode
Walmart is. You
matches
can return
something
stuff
that
without a
Target has.
receipt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they usually still have to scan it to get a price.
Well,
So that
They
barcode
do.
that
It
UPC must match
registers.
something else that's exclusive to McFarlane at Walmart. It's the only thing I can figure.
You should have picked it up and took it
I
over
didn't have
to a
my
price
phone to
scanner
scan
and
it
scanned
at
it.
the time. Yeah, I didn't
Oh
have
yeah,
my
that's
phone to
right.
scan
They
it, or
don't
I would
have the
done
ones
it.
in the aisle anymore. You got to use
Nope.
your phone for everything now.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, it's so lame. Batman 66 is such a joy for me. Love it. I hear you, man.
Yep.
Like they've got some great stuff.
Yeah, I got to get the Batboat for that set, and then I'm good because I got all the Mattel figures, the Mattel Batmobile, and then I got the McFarlane Bat Cycle. So I just need the Batboat and then the 2 play sets, and I'm good. 3 play sets now, right? 3.
Yeah, there's
Right.
the cave, the mansion, and the villain's lair.
Yep.
Villain's Lair.
Interesting.
And those are all still
Which
pretty
is-
relatively
no.
priced well on the aftermarket.
I think you can still get them at like Amazon. I
Yeah,
haven't seen
you
them in
can.
the store in a while. But
Yep.
Rento's bringing up the fact that speaking of Batmobiles, how badly has the 89 Batmobile aged? Like it's not even futuristic no more 34 years later.
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
I mean, here's the thing though, right? The Batmobile was never really like a futuristic car. Like you go back to the original Batmobile comics, which like, you know, some fins on it made it look, and then of course he had it tweaked up with some extra addeds, but nothing that
If
was
you
like
go back to the
out
Wayback Machine of the Batmobile, it was actually just a car with a bat symbol or bat head painted on
that
the
symbol.
hood. So
That was it. That's what I'm saying. Like it was nothing. Now the Batmobile that we got from Tim Burton, and then later when they more translated it to the animated series, like that more longer look to it that, you know, from the Burton movie, all the stuff from the animated series was based off of like those old Art Deco City of the Future looks to it. But it was not like anything of it at that time was even futuristic because, again, so much of that stuff was from what a 1930s World Fair version of a City of the Future would have looked like, which by the time we had that in the 90s, it was definitely not even close to what the future looked like. We still don't have dirigible patrol police blimps going around. You know, it doesn't happen. You know, we just don't have those. Although I always thought it would be cool.
Well, wasn't the Jetsons supposed to be set in like 1999 or something like that?
2020. What was it? 2020 something.
Like
no, you're right. It was definitely
just
earlier.
popped up. Like, wasn't it? Like,
What's that?
George Jetson's birthday just rolled around. Like, there would still be years before the show took place, but his birthday just passed. I think
it was the last year or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that Damon just puts Norm Brayfogel's name right out there makes me so happy because he was who was drawing Batman when the '89 movie hit, and I was really getting into Batman comics. So like his Batman is one of my favorites. So very cool.
Well, and then we got picked up Sabak for $6.99 at Ross.
I almost did that. I had it in my hands and I put it down. I was like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. No.
Aaron has reached his level of I've had enough this year.
When Aaron's not buying clearance, you know it's not
right. He's hit
it's
that
bad.
level.
Yeah.
Ooh, that trap jaw. Yeah. This thing has definitely grown on me since the images that we saw at, SDCC. Like, he's gotten a lot better since that first initial look.
Well, I just am surprised that we get a sword with him.
That's another great feature too.
So I was
almost looks like a Conan sword.
Cool. It was articulated jaw.
Saying cyberpunk without LEDs. I'll tell you what was really cyberpunk. By the time we got the Batmobile from Batman Forever, then we went like definitely off the edge, futuristic cyberpunk. Not quite 89, but by the time we hit Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, then we were futuristic looking Batman stuff. That was also the Joel Schumacher age, and we don't like to talk about that unless
we do not discuss that.
I will bring up on occasion, of course, how great it was to hear Arnie say "chill out," because corny one.
Yeah, and sing Snow Miser.
And I love that the head you can change out the
jaw piece, so he looks more. It is nice. Oh, look! Stop eating yourself! Stop eating yourself! Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little concerning. I mean, he can smack himself in the face with his jaw.
Hell of an underbite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's procedures to fix that nowadays.
Right.
Well, apparently Trapjaw doesn't really care.
You're right. Right. So here we go. Please tell me your favorite Joker is Jack Nicholson, please. No, Mark Hamill.
I can't tell you that. Mine's Cesar Romero.
Right. There you go. Another excellent one. Man was so hardcore, he painted over a stash without shaving it.
That's right.
I do like the new packaging. It's nice.
Terrence,
new packaging for Masterverse. I like it quite a bit better.
It's funny. At first, I was not a fan, but
yeah,
it's cool.
But the back, see, it's got the contents in it, so you kind of have an idea of what's there.
That's something I haven't seen yet. I like that. Okay,
packaging. Huh. Have to check that out.
I mean, you don't get as much of a window box, but I like.
Do you really need a window box when that big? I mean, big enough.
When you're talking about the kind of artwork that they put on their boxes, who needs the window, right?
Yeah.
Terrence, my brother, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
I'm not used to seeing all of you. Usually, you got this big mound of figures in front of you.
Well,
I
did get a big mail delivery today, so I mean, I am surrounded by boxes here.
Well,
but that wouldn't be me if it wasn't me, So honestly, I've never seen a box from BBTS quite the size of this.
It was so big they didn't even use the red BBTS tape, or is it?
I don't even think they put my address on it anymore. I just think they put my name in it. Just finds its way to me.
But they know where it goes.
They just drop shipped it to you. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that.
Chartered a plane, drop shipped it right in your front yard.
Since we have the request here, I will do it. Get to the chopper.
But I also got my Mondo Prince Adam today. So
very nice. That thing is looking sweeter and sweeter. The Mondo, Mondo always pleases. There's never a Mondo that doesn't look good. And that General Hawk's nice. How'd you guys feel, for those of you that are Joe fans, how'd you feel about the new look at the retro carded Duke and Scarlet?
They look great.
Duke looks really good.
I thought they were really good.
Yeah. And I like
that Duke is probably about the best head sculpt.
Yeah, that's going to put a damper in Mezco's Duke, I think.
I was only going to get one, but now I'm going to have to get two. Because I'm going to have one for the wall and one to open.
It's basic physics.
That was disappointing.
Is it?
Not physics at all, but
it's not disappointing for Hasbro, but it's disappointing for my wallet.
well,
those don't come out till what next?
with Hasbro's release schedule, they'll be here next week.
True, right?
Yeah, they'll be here next week, and then they'll slam everybody's. You know, they'll tell you they're coming out in July, and then they'll hit in February.
Hasbro is the only company I know right now worse than Mattel as far as it's not coming out until next year, and then it's here this week.
I know. I keep worrying about the Vamp. I have one of those.
I'm mildly worried
I haven't canceled yet, and I'm like, man, please don't ship.
Sean, what is your next Mondo coming up? Because you're still getting one here and there, right?
Yeah, the Deluxe Skeletor. Whenever that one hits,
that's gonna be so sweet.
So there's that, and then I also did the pre-order one for the regular version of him too, because with the Deluxe, I wanted to do the battle armor and the Terror Claws somehow. So I figured at least I can do one. The regular version will be the battle armor with the Terror Claws, and then the Deluxe will be the caped version.
You know, I gotta say that's one of the things that I did like about the Deluxe was they managed to put like every kind of version of Skeletor into one figure, and they didn't have to give him the Venice Beach muscle top at all.
Oh, I hate that part, man. Oh my god!
Hold that up again, there, Terrence. There she is, that gorgeous, gorgeous woman. I love Alithia.
Yep. So she's the horseman of famine, like when you were asking earlier.
Yeah,
I'm just glad I was able to get her directly from the Horseman when they did that restock sale.
Oh, you lucky.
Yeah, I paid extra for mine.
All right. So, guys, I need to go grab some
for
coffee.
We
went live earlier tonight.
Aerothere anyway, so.
Me too.
I'll be right back. Sean, you're in charge. And hey, for once, he can actually control and do stuff.
Who? Who can?
Sean can. Because he's one of the original Toy Frenzy partners on the channel.
You're leaving us
with
Sean.
We're screwed.
You guys are here with cool Uncle Sean. At worst, you will all be stripped naked running through the woods.
At worst, we're just going to talk more about like.
I'm not sure that's not a ringing endorsement. I'm just saying.
Hey, that's why they pay me minimum wage. What can I tell you?
Ah, nice. Okay. And we get a reuse of Gung Ho's gun. All right. And apparently, Hawk needs 2 sidearms, not just one. Interesting. Apparently, he needs lots of guns.
Well, they all do. But I remember, like, when I was a kid, that made him kind of badass. He just had the handgun, and you're like, holy crap, he's going into battle with that? That's it? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, man, he made John Wayne look like a wuss, just from that perspective.
That's not bad. Not bad. I don't know. That like is okay. There's some do coolly. All right.
Classified is the line that I have tried to have blinders on when I see it.
Yeah, just do that because it's a painful hole right now.
Well, the thing is, like, I was dumb enough that I actually bought the first couple weeks twice because I was like, okay, I'll buy them, and then I'm like, no, I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. And then after a certain point, I got like Zartan. And then I'm like, well, now I want Major Blood. And then I went back and I got Cobra Commander and this and that. And it's like, ugh. So.
The slippery slope.
I got rid of them again. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. But the one I always wanted was Storm Shadow. And now with the retro card stuff going on, I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not doing this a third time.
You can just get one or two that you like.
Yeah.
You don't have to go all
That's
in.
what I
retro
was
cards are kind of the
thinking,
easy
but
way to
then
go because they're
If
really
if I do the retro card, it makes it a little more limited at least.
yeah, because there's
So
only
then
8.
it's like, and I'm just going to keep it on card, and I don't typically do that with anything, but I just like how they look on card.
There's 8 right now. There'll be probably 16 by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Of next
So
year.
yeah, like I'd get Zartan again because I always like Zartan,
Yeah.
Storm Shadow, probably Duke. I did see that Duke today, the photo,
Yeah,
and
it looks
when
great.
I saw that, I'm like, my God, that is like my childhood. The same way I like
Those
the
cards are
classics
so
when they
amazing.
came out. But yeah,
Oh goodness. Okay, come on. Stand up. Stand up. There you go. Not sure. I like it. It's not bad though.
Who'd you open up, General Hawk?
Yeah. Yeah, the helmet fits a little wonky, but if you put his goggles on, just like you did with Dusty, the hat tightens up and it's not wonky. So that's
I
good.
saw Terrence had a big box. What are you opening up? A Mondo?
That's my I took advantage of the Mythic sale on BBTS. So 17 figures there.
Oh, jeez.
Did you just say 17 figures?
17, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do a
have
countdown if you
I
like.
do.
Terrence, you and I are apparently in a contest that I didn't know about.
It's an addiction. I don't know what to do about it, but
No, I don't. Although I do, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 8 AWOCs sitting over there.
I guess there's worse things to be addicted to, right?
mm-hmm.
Is there though? Is there though?
Well, it's like last night when somebody asked Cobb what addiction was more expensive, and he's like,
Yeah,
"Well, I did spend a lot on drinking, but
It threw him for a loop. It was interesting when he, I was waiting for him to kind of say, "Oh no, the alcohol was probably this one." Hello.
what's up?"
that's one of the children I'm putting into my Krampus sack.
I don't know. You're gonna have to get a pretty heavy sack for that guy. He's as tall as you are, almost.
I won't be
So-
accused of actually kidnapping this one.
Here's Agent Helix.
What's
She
that?
looks cool,
Got
I don't know
Agent
who she
Helix
is.
in.
but she looks cool.
Oh yeah, no, the figure's cool. Well, hopefully she won't be as bad as Lawrence's, where he snapped a shoulder out. So the peg stayed in the shoulder, and he
He didn't even
ripped
do
the
anything
arm
to
off,
it either.
basically.
It just like popped. It was like, oh,
you got to be gentle with him.
Yeah.
The female. That's my only thing about the classified stuff. The female figures, they are not built the same way that they should be.
well,
They
that's the same with Belliver's. Belliver's
thicker.
figures, the females are not built remotely as durable as the male figures were.
Yeah. And it looks like I have the cross-legged issue too, but luckily I have a set of Scarlet's legs in the garage. That's whose legs she has. Yeah,
What's the matter
pigeon
with him?
toad.
Oh, pigeon toad.
Yeah. And this is one of the ones where you can just pop the pins out. So really, in this case, I can just pull out the pull it off at the thigh. But yeah, no,
There's
she's
the century.
pigeon toad.
Are they the same color as the pants already?
No, they're different. They're gold, but I can paint it up. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal. I'll probably fix it with heat, but
Nice.
it definitely looks like those knees have had some tension on them. So I don't know
She's
what
been
they
wearing a
did.
chastity belt for a while. Kept those things right next to each other. Sorry, Terrence. I forgot your kid was standing there.
Say again?
I said, I'm sorry. I forgot your son was standing there.
Oh, that's okay. We always say
It's
it's
okay.
worse than mother's car.
Okay.
Oh, that's frightening. Oh, nice. The head back. Ooh, little heads are always good.
Who doesn't like more head?
I think that'll straighten itself out, but it's definitely a tension issue. I wonder if I superheat that leg, it'll
We're up
go.
to 12 now.
I'll heat and freeze to see
12
if that
centuries.
doesn't fix it before I snap off the thigh.
Is that Legion sale still going?
It's like,
Do what?
I was just wondering if the Legion sale's still going.
It was
Legion
as of
sale?
this morning.
Yeah, I think it's still going. Trust
kind
me,
of
I've
prices are on those figures right now.
I think like builders
is,
are
yep.
like 35 and then 45 and then
So it's like when they do the builders figure sale prices,
Yeah.
basically.
yeah. Trust me, I was very tempted to break down and get a couple more centuries to paint, but I decided not to.
I'm proud of you, Aaron. I'm proud of you.
You know what? I realize I'm space is a premium, and at some point I have to say, this is what I want and only what I want. Just buying it to buy it is not working.
What's up, Mr. Wonderful?
Hey, Travis.
You were the proud winner of an empty box.
Well, at least this backpack fits.
When I was a kid, that was the best toy you could get, was an empty box that big.
That is the toy.
I'd have
we had to
Castle
buy-
Grayskull or a G.I. Joe fort made out of that in like 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had to get a new washer or a new dryer. And my autistic son, my youngest one, he has taken it over. It is now his garage play box, and I can't throw it out. So
We
It's
did
in the
same
Toy Hall of
thing.
Fame.
it's the fort.
Box.
It's the fort.
When I was like 8 or 9 years old, I went through a huge Ghostbusters phase that never actually ended. But I ended up going around the house one day when my parents left me home by myself, and I just started cobbling together stuff that I found randomly, and I made a proton pack using an old book bag and stuff. And then we did get like a washer or dryer, and I found the box for the one. I brought it into my bedroom and I cut parts out so that I had like a lever door, and that was my containment system. And my parents came home and they're like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "I'm gonna catch some ghosts." My parents just let me do it because they're like, "Look, at least he's doing that, and we know where he is."
That's right.
After that.
And you're being creative. You don't want to stifle that. So
Yeah.
What's the worst that
No,
could really
I
happen? Let's be
absolutely.
honest.
And then like a year later, I got the proton pack from the toys, and that was like my Ralphie's
like a Jenga
Christmas
tower over
thing.
here.
That was fun. Oh,
I've been getting into dangerous stuff with these guys.
The 5K,
Yeah.
Oh,
the
Yeah.
Warhammer stuff.
those are a bad
It's a
rabbit hole to go down
Warcraft.
too.
Yeah. But I got this one a while back, so I had to get his dad, right? Like,
Yeah. You had to get the pair, right? Both
I
colors,
gotta
right?
get the bear.
Gotta get the pair.
Pair.
Not any good if you don't have the pair, right?
Well, I figured, I got father and son. They can have endless adventures.
They're gonna have. Are we gonna have the adventures of the Warcraft father and son on Thanos at some point?
It's going to be like the Goofy movie, right? They're going to go on a road
There you
trip,
go.
find Sasquatch.
There you go.
finally, the son tells the dad that he's annoying him and he's
Yeah.
embarrassing
Helping you
him
out
in
with
front of
your
all the other
content.
warriors. Why would you do that, Dad? And,
There you go.
Don't hug me here, Dad. What are you doing?
yeah. We're in the middle of a fight. You want a hug? What the hell's wrong with you?
They're pretty nice figures, though. Like, they're posable. They look really cool. They're sharp as hell, though.
Any issue? Did you have to heat them up?
I haven't had any issues. Brick said when he got this one, the leg came right off, like in the package. I was a little worried, but I haven't had any issue with either of them.
I think Bricks had a defect because the couple of memory toys and other 5K toy figures that I bought, I've never had a single problem with at all. Never heated them up, nothing, man.
I just got the Leon Kennedy from Lim Toys through 5K, and it's awesome. Love
That's
it.
a great looking figure.
Yeah, I took advantage of Big Bad Toy Store's their Black Friday sale, and I got another Cobra Officer so I can do another paint. But I got a weapons pack from who, Ed. I had a bent gun. 3 things wrong in that pack. I had a bent gun. Every single one of the blast effects, all of the spokes on them are bent.
I've had quite a few. I got the 3 new weapons packs at PowerCon, and probably there's three blast effects with pegs on there in each one, right? And I think probably at least one out of every pack, and one had 2 that were, so it looked like the blast effect was not coming out straight.
Yeah, and then I didn't get one of the guns. I got double of one of the guns, but not all of the guns that are supposed to be in the pack.
The only guns I really liked out of all the new weapons packs were those shotguns with the shells.
I just got it for the long range sniper rifle.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. I could have.
It's the only reason I got it, and because I bought like 4 different sniper rifles.
Yeah,
and I don't like them.
Which
and the last one I got literally looks like it's scaled for a 1/6 figure.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of those rifles. They make them way too big.
It's like 2.5 inches taller than the figure. I'm like, no, this is not working.
What packs were you guys talking about?
The Valaverse weapons packs.
Oh, okay.
That's why I really want to get that new blowback, the sniper version, because that sniper rifle looks amazing. That's the only thing I want is a sniper rifle out of it. So.
Yeah, it's a big expense just to get a sniper rifle, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try finding it on eBay after it releases, and see if
I'm sure there'll be somebody that parts it.
Yeah,
I'm to that point, but yeah, no, that's the only reason I bought that pack was for that long range sniper rifle, and I was just like, this is what happens when I go against my my conscience.
So Moranto T33 says if they
Jason the Wheeled Warriors. I remember the vehicles and the parts that came off, and you could trade them out, and it was an interesting.
Who brought that up? Who's got the wrench?
No, it's Sean.
Oh.
Sean's.
What did I do?
Oh.
Yeah,
I forgot Sean was sitting there. He's so quiet.
It was an interesting design.
I'm feeling under the weather, and on top of that, it's been a long week. So, but yeah, I noticed that. So I never collected the line, but I remember I knew some people that did when I was a kid. And I was like taking a look.
My cousin
at
collected it, and he liked playing with it. It was just one of those lines that we hung out. That's what we'd do. We'd play toys, and I played with it. He had mask stuff. He had Jason the Wheeled Warriors. I think a lot of his stuff was cars.
There was a cartoon, right? Jason the Wheeled Warriors.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't actually remember the toy
I don't
line,
remember
but I do
anything
remember
about the toys.
cartoon.
I think it only lasted about a year, which is why the toy line kind of came and went.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like a lot of 80s properties.
Oh yeah, there's some that just had like in Humanoids, they just had one like mini series.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sectars did too. They had like a couple episodes, and that was it.
It's like 5 or 6, something like that.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be having a new cartoon.
Visionaries didn't have that many either, did they?
No, they didn't.
I'm sorry,
I think they had.
I didn't. Sectars is having a new one for their toy line.
Yeah, Nacelle's supposed to have their whole Nacelle verse, and like one of the things that talked about was Sectars was going to be one of the animated series.
RoboForce, I know that apparently the Rock's $7 production company's involved with that now. So we can expect one of those robots to probably sound like Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah. The problem is Nacelle's already put their toys out, and they're not going to have their Nacelle verse for another year, and it's going to be like if they're lucky within a year.
Yeah, it's I Supernaturals too. That was one that although it was the touching on the Visionaries kind of style, but it was something different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Supernaturals better than the Visionaries.
Can you imagine doing that today? Make it like with a translucent animal if it comes out, or a translucent demon, or just imagine the possibilities given today versus back then.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it'd actually be kind of interesting to see how they could do that with like a translucent body and the like whatever hologram inside.
And Oz is hiding again in the dark with his light,
they got-
his phone reflecting off his glasses.
You could actually
Not serial
do, like,
killerish at all, folks.
Nope.
do
Right.
Visionaries with a mini projector now out of some of those things. They got
Exactly,
such
they
small
could.
projectors, man.
Yeah, but that would be a lot of space inside that chest cavity that's going to have to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So I've been listening a bit here and there what was going on. I had to send out an email real quick, so now I'm jumping in. One of the things about doing something like Visionaries and Supernaturals is, and just from what I've heard within the industry, one of the reasons nobody's really tried to bring that back, it's really, really expensive to do like those holographic images.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why nobody's touching it. Like, even by today's standards, like, because it's such an obscure thing, it was a lot more common back in the 80s. And even though it was kind of like expensive to do at the time, there was like a presence for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but back then, I mean, you could get like trading cards and everything. Everything had a
Cereal boxes.
Yeah,
Yes,
get
I tell
cereal
you how
boxes,
many
yeah.
comic books in the 90s had those kind of lenticular covers too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. You know, you had that was that really big variant cover thing that Marvel was running across some of their biggest books through the 90s.
Yeah.
Was doing that kind of stuff, and it was always great. But yeah, I mean, it was. I would love to see somebody take up the mantle and start doing something like that again, because Supernaturals to this day, I thought it was so cool. Like these little, like I never had any of the bigger ones. I had the smaller ones, and just those things were freaking rad. And then there was that bigger one that was like a skeleton that I always thought was like related to Skeletor. For some reason like that, I always just thought that, but of course it wasn't a thing.
No, who was originally doing the Supernaturals? I can't remember the company that was doing it.
I think it was like Tonka or something like
was
that.
Was it Tonka? Okay, so that
I think it was.
If it was Tonka, then it got bought by Hasbro, right?
It was like Tonka or Remco, one of those two.
I think Hasbro is sitting on both properties, Visionaries, and like they have the rights to both of those.
Hasbro should do a line of just all the properties they're sitting on and like do a wave. Like,
yeah,
this is this is this.
Like one mask figure, one Centurion, one.
Well, I'm glad they're doing TriStar, so at least we'll, hopefully he sells well, and we'll get.
It would be nice to see some of that.
Yeah.
Get a couple.
But that is like Marvel, like, right? Like it wasn't.
Marvel.
Marvel created it. They made it in order to license it out to make toys.
Well, the same thing with ROM, Space Knight, right?
Well, that was a different story. ROM was actually licensed to Marvel for the comic, so it was kind of the reverse.
However, it's funny because, again, the property has ended up both in the hands of Hasbro at this point. Yeah.
But for some reason, they still can't use him, right? Like Marvel still can't. Yeah,
he's in that legal limbo, kind of like Miracle Man was for Marvel Comics.
Yeah.
For the longest time.
So he's Marteno is asking if Supernatural skeleton figure kind of orange in hue. If I remember correctly, he was purple. And it's one of the reasons why, again, I still thought he was like related to Skeletor in some way, but I could be wrong because we are talking like 30, 40 years ago now. Yeah, although I did just look him up kind of recently for an episode of Toy Frenzy, so I may have a picture somewhere. Of course, if I back out to go look at it, I back out of the stream, but
It can wait.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, don't.
Not like you're not coming back.
Yeah, exactly. I can always just come back.
But I'm always harping for like Black Star and
Yeah.
Hasbro sitting on Galoob. Same with Golden Girl. I would love to see both those properties, and
Right?
they're just like
Black Star
lost
would
in
sell so
But
fast.
Thanos, they did a Golden Girls. Oh wait, hang on, wrong Golden Girls. Never mind.
Wrong
Golden
Golden
Girls,
Girls. A couple
not
people
Golden
have done
Girls.
Golden Girls.
I know. I'm just messing.
Although you put the Golden
Are
Girls
you
in
saying
like battle
Rose isn't a
armor
good
and stuff,
enough
I'd
figure for
probably
you,
buy it.
Thanos? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, look, if Hasbro wants to release a B. Arthur figure in a Marine Corps uniform, I'm buying it. I'm
There you
just saying.
No, what they need to do is they need to do a B. Arthur with Deadpool 2-pack.
That would be awesome.
They
I
should
would buy
do
that.
If they do, well, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but I don't know.
You've got to think
They could do an
room planning, man, I can tell.
Airheads line, and sell a naked B. Arthur figure. So, how many of you guys have seen that movie and got that reference? I'm hoping
Airheads?
just about everybody.
Back in the day, I barely remember it though.
Yeah. I
All
haven't
right.
seen it in forever, but I definitely saw it several times.
So
Okay.
back in my more gaming days when we were doing PAX East, it was the first year that we were doing PAX East, and I rode up with my buddy Davey, another friend of ours named David, and his friend Ryan. We rode up in a car and we left like some ungodly hour in the morning. We left. We started driving up to Boston. And a couple of our friends that we were sharing the room with, I believe it was our friend Justin and Jeremiah, they left well after we did. And like they called us up and there was like, was there anything like, oh, what was it? We needed batteries for a controller because somehow a bunch of gamers forgot batteries for controllers.
That was fantastic. I said.
And so like they were like, well, is there anything else we need to get? So we started giving them a list of demands, and one of the demands was a naked picture of B. Arthur. Did you not? They went online and found one and printed it off and brought it. Like we needed the poster for the periodic table of mixology.
Wow.
And like I remember that, and then a naked picture of B. Arthur, and sure enough, he printed one off and brought it.
Oh, good gravy.
That was one of their demands to the cops when they were holding the hostages.
Yep. Naked picture of B. Arthur.
Okay, so hang on. There was something up a little bit further. Somebody's talking about Pirates of Dark Water.
Oh,
Yep,
There
Rick
you go.
Jones brought up Pirates of Dark Water. Like, I would
Okay,
love to see a return to
Now
this.
imagine, just for one, a Mythic Legions Pirates of Dark Water.
Hey, man, we were talking about it a little bit
I'm on
earlier.
it.
I know you were in the chat, Aaron, so you probably heard some of it, man. Like, I'm kind of hoping we get some pirates.
I was
If anything, we're going to get a lot of pirate customs out of this Jacob Marley figure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
More than toys for Pirates of Dark Water, I just want them to make an animated series to finish it off.
I want them to
really
finish
like
it,
that.
right?
Did you see the April Fool's joke this year, Thanos? That someone put up that was like a Pirates of Dark Water, like it was showing up on Netflix as a new series.
Oh, that's just rude.
I
It's
was
a good
just
one.
like,
but damn.
I saw it and I was like, oh yeah. I looked at the date and I was like, okay, never mind.
They
Don't
call
get my
that
hopes up.
International Liars Day, and I just don't look at the internet for most of that day.
Stay off the internet.
Trust nothing you find on the interwebs.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That brings up an interesting topic. What was one thing that really fooled you on April Fool's Day online? What was like one of these, like we've all learned, you just don't trust anything you see posted on that day. But what was something that fooled you on April Fool's Day that was posted online?
I
Scott
can't remember
Nylick
who-
told me that Motu is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he announced that way before April. It was just going to happen in April.
Yeah, but it said it was going to happen in April, so you know.
And it never did. So
He
very
is ahead of the
valid.
time because he's a professional. He's you know, he is
A
the
professional
masters.
what is the
His
question.
character is a time traveler. He might just get confused on when things happen.
That's right.
Right date, wrong year.
See, that's the part, though, right? It's his character, which he is fully embraced and lived in his ego.
He's the guru.
Chris got the iCade. Okay, he's gonna have to tell me what that was. I don't remember that joke.
I don't remember it either, but it's Apple, so it's good. It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the thing is that it has to be convincing enough because of whatever environmental factor for you really to get to it. If it's something like the Pirates of Dark Water thing, I honestly, if I hadn't realized that it was April Fool's before looking at that, I would have been like, "Wait, hang on, let me go check my Netflix." What? So it would have gotten me had I not checked my date.
Okay, so essentially just a shell for your iPad that was an arcade cabinet. And it's something that's pretty cool, yeah.
You could definitely believe that's coming though with everything else that Apple puts out for.
Exactly.
Well, they've done similar. Like people build arcade cabinets around like monitors now, and basically the cabinet is a computer, and then you just play arcade games on it. It's really good.
Yeah. I saw a arcade one-up of NFL Blitz at Ross for like $50, but I was like, man.
What about you, Sean? What was a good one that hit you?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. Like when I first got into the groups, I'm sure there was something with classics, like, there's a sale or something, and they had Fisto for sale or something like that. And I'd go on and be like, oh, son of a, because I forgot what day it was or whatever. But I can't think of too much because usually the day before, there's always the people. Just a reminder, tomorrow's April 1st. Don't take anything seriously. It's like, okay, I have that reminder, but
yeah.
I literally avoid the internet on April Fools. Like I just
there's no
it's gonna
point
be all
though.
nonsense, and I don't want to deal with it.
I definitely remember.
You got to participate in it, Thanos, though, because I mean, you could always put up like no more pictures ever again.
That's
there
it.
you go.
One year at work, when I was doing a supply job, I had my boss page to my office, and I just stacked like all the boxes on top of me, and I was just laying there going, that was pretty good. She had a good sense of humor, though, so it wasn't too bad.
So, being that Marento's birthday is 1st of April, his mom caught him out a couple of times, but the best he remembers giving us an egg made from sugar for breakfast.
I see that as an absolute win. I'm just
saying. Like sugary cereal in egg form, but at the same point in time,
you're already getting enough sugar as a kid anyway. I mean, let's be honest. If you were a kid and you didn't get sugar, somebody didn't like you. Let's be honest.
I also wonder though if your mom had that backfire on her, because anytime I give my kids sugar, I regret it 10 minutes later. So, I mean, it doesn't sound lame. It sounds like she literally was like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to try this. And like 10 minutes later, you and everybody else are just like losing your minds. And she's like, what have I done?
Maybe she was hoping that they'd do that, 30-minute boost and then just crash for several hours.
Exactly.
That could be. Yeah.
And every time I try to tell my 13-year-old that sugar is bad for him and it'll make him hyper, he pulls out every statistic and health code thing that anyone's ever put out saying
it's truly not. It's actually truly scientifically.
I agree with Chris. That's probably what we should do. Just switch our channels on April 1st.
Everybody should watch shows. All right, so who's going to step up to the plate and pull a freaking full 8-hour Ostradamus clubhouse?
That's not me. Maybe Ed. Ed is the only other one that I never
can handle it.
Power streams.
I'll do it, but I'm going to do it on a Wednesday. Really?
There you go.
Just to really kill everybody for work on a hump day.
There you go. It's no longer the end of the week thing. It's a Wednesday thing.
It's a Monday.
Here it is. So
Oh,
snorted the egg and went crazy. Take an egg bump.
See?
One of my buddies snorted a full line of cayenne pepper one time.
Oh,
My God.
that didn't sound like it was a well thought out plan.
When I was in
It was
8th grade,
It was for money, like, but
Yeah, well, I got sprayed in the face with pepper spray for money. It's called police officer. Everything that you do to somebody else gets what you get to do in police academy.
yeah.
I've had it done to me for free.
You
so
get
it's
to
not
have it
fair.
done to you. So I got tased, I got pepper sprayed, and I got pepper fogged.
I've had that
Now,
all
I can
done for
tell
free.
you, two
I've
of
had
those
that all
things
done for free too.
suck.
I've never been tased.
None of them are fun.
When I was in 8th grade, I snorted a line of crushed up salt and vinegar potato chips.
Oof. Oof.
Do you remember the cinnamon challenge?
Yes.
The
Did you ever do it?
tablespoon of cinnamon? Yeah.
I've
I
seen
tried
people
it.
do it, but I've never done it.
All right. So earlier tonight we were talking about Blizzard. I watched all 3 of the CEO guys, like the higher ups at Blizzard Entertainment. Hold on, Thanos. It's a little bit different on, or Aaron here, but different on the phone. There we go.
Oh, that's a new one. That's nice. I like
The
that.
Trouble
podcast.
Bubble Python Patrol. Lawrence approved.
Yeah, and the Rockets stay in.
They're a little
Absolutely.
snug.
Except
I don't
for
know.
the
The
one
one
just
just
knocked
fell
out.
off on the other side.
Yeah, well, I hit it with my finger,
Okay.
so that's on me. But they stay in a little bit better.
User
I say
error.
that,
That's
and then
good.
it flies out. It's better than the other design. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
It's a little tighter. They may have fixed the tolerances. It'll still have to be glued, but that's just me.
Some people go a step further than pissing their pants and lose their bowels.
Yep.
Yep.
Not fun.
They make you go to the bathroom before you get tased.
There's nothing worse than when you're in the basic training and you have to go to the gas chamber, right, Oz? And you get told to take off your mask, and then you have to put it back on, and people are like ralphing inside of their mask.
Everybody's throwing up.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Good times. Good times. The fun.
It's all fun and games, right?
Yeah, it's all fun and games till the crying starts.
Crying's not what you're worried about at that point. It's keeping the spaghetti you had from lunch out of your nose.
Yep.
So, speaking of things squirting out of their noses and crap,
Oh no.
so and weird things doing for money. One night, I was sitting at a diner. It's called Nautilus Diner here. It's up in like our Timonium Lutherville area. It's actually a really nice diner. And you know how diners have like that crazy menu that's just got like everything on it? Well, they have lobster. Now, I've never seen anybody ever order lobster from a diner.
Lobster and a greasy spoon. Oh yeah, that's
Kind of like
a
gas station
recipe.
sushi. You just say no, Oz.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
It's a
So
recipe for disaster.
It's like 3 a.m. This drunk guy rolls in. He orders the lobster, right? And he's really drunk. And he said straight, like, I want somebody, because they bring out the butter and it's not like in a little bowl. It's in stemmed glassware. And he's
Okay.
like, I want somebody to drink this butter for $20. I said, you know what? Sure, why not? That's a free meal tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I went over,
Butter's easy.
grabbed
Give
it.
me that. Yeah, that's you're saying that's a challenge.
I
Ooh, I like
grabbed that and I drank it. But
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what? It was a big piece of glassware for melted butter.
Mm.
And I drank it, and it was coming up and out my nose, and everything smelled like butter for days.
See, you
That
laugh
was
too hard
not
drinking
fun.
it. That's what it is.
Not fun. It sounded like a lot better of an idea before I was trying to chug butter, and it just
So what you're saying
wasn't.
is you underestimated the size of the glassware.
I definitely did. I would have sipped it a little slower and not just tried to chug it all at once.
But in your
Well,
mind,
I
you're
mean,
going,
it
if I
was-
get this
it
down
wasn't
fast, the
stemware,
faster the
so-
better, right?
Drink it like a shot, right? Like
No, if
That
it,
was
it's in stemware, you should have done fancy pinky.
well, if I was running with the Toy Frenzy crowd at the time and Skelly with his fancy library with his Starbucks, drinking with his pinky up. Now, mind you, we've determined that Skelly doesn't actually go to a library that has a Starbucks. He's actually just going into a Barnes and Noble, and he ends up stealing the books. Brings them back a week later. It's just going to be a running gag from now on. But it was great. It was phenomenal.
So, by the way, I have people texting me, asking me, where am I streaming from? Because obviously it's not my old residence. And so that's why I held up a sign that said kitchen table, because of the fact that, like, I can't answer text while I'm on my phone doing this. So, I didn't want to get knocked out of the stream. So kitchen table. I'm streaming from the kitchen table.
Kitchen table. There it is. The kitchen table, folks.
Or maybe it's like a game of password, or $1 million question or whatever it was.
Right.
$1 Million Pyramid? Is that what that was? That one game called? Show was called?
The secret password is kitchen table.
Yeah.
I did get this week too for Buzz.
Ooh.
What's that?
That is a motorcycle that comes with the sawed-off version of Wolverine, who I now put Grunt's head on. Because that Wolverine head skeleton.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that motorcycle. How much?
It's 31.
Did you already have
Amazon.
that, or
the bike with the Wolverine was $31.99, I think, on Amazon.
okay, that's not bad.
Well,
Because that's like an older figure, isn't it?
yeah, it's a little bit older.
Yeah, the one with the Punisher is really nice too. I like that motorcycle.
Yeah. So,
but that one goes.
I got
for like
it for him because I just don't feel like doing another, wrecking cycle. I've done 2 now. At some point, I have to go like, I don't want to do more. Got to move on to the next thing. Customizing anyway.
Yeah, I do dig the. I do dig that motorcycle. That's a really good looking one.
I did get a bunch of stuff to do a Dreadnoks house, but this.
That's a really tiny door.
It says it was 112, but I think
it's
112th
1/12 dollhouse scale. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Dollhouse
actually, I think it's
112.
It's 112 Chinese
112, but it's
scale.
not a
Have you ever gotten a
universal
Chinese
measurement.
jacket and it's like half the size that it should be?
Right.
Extra large is actually like medium for Americans because apparently we're big old fat.
Ordered
people.
a 5 extra large jacket, and I think it was just an extra large when it finally showed up.
Yeah, I ordered that 1/12 kitchen table set. It works, but it's definitely barely 1/12 scale.
Yeah. I tried to go to Hobby Lobby the other day, Aaron, but unfortunately the Hobby Lobby had closed, and I was like, you know what? I need it because I just want to try it.
You have to not go there on Sundays.
That's right. Can't go on Sundays.
They're
I'm not too worried about it. It's not in a big hurry. This is the project. I got metal roofing for the house. It's just going to be like half the house with like a window on each side, and then the front patio and porch. And I've kind of got it worked out in my head where I want to do it, but it's for my Dreadnoks display.
So next week, Skelly will actually be in DC.
What is that?
What is that? Is that your gelt?
Yeah, it's my Hanukkah gelt.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Very nice. I haven't knew what it was called. What's up?
It's the chocolate coins you spend the trickle to gamble for.
But Skelly will be here visiting us in DC. So going to be making the trip down. Going to be an early start Saturday, making the trip down to go see him in DC because that's just a little south from here. I say a little south. It's like maybe an hour or so, 45 minutes.
Yeah,
depends on the traffic, really. You get stuck on 695 and it's a pain. And we're going to be checking out Toy Shop in DC. We were thinking about bringing him up to go to Attorney of Dreams, but with the time frame that he's working with of free time that he's going to have available, it'd be really tough to hit Attorney of Dreams and then make it back to the airport in time for him to make his flight. It's just a game that you don't want to play. So
Who are you going with? You keep saying we. Is it you and
Ziggy.
Ziggy? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be heading down to meet him and hit that up. And that's going to be really cool. You know, I've been doing a show with a guy for over a year, and we'll finally actually get to meet in person.
That's awesome.
So, got Aaron also has a swamp lair going, and that's awesome.
All right, here's Eric. Apparently, this is an effect
Yeah, the
piece that
effect
comes
comes
off,
off.
so
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of cool. It does. I do like the head sculpt with the smarmy kind of eyebrow lift.
He's
That's
got that,
cool.
that shit-eating grin.
Exactly. That definitely the arrogance that he was in
That
the
cartoon
cartoon.
was
That's for sure.
absolutely brilliant.
There was somebody at Legion's Con who had all the figures on like a table. I think it might have been Motu Joe, but they were all like dry brushed, and they looked so incredible. Like they just did, you know, they looked like the animated figures, but they looked like updated almost and more modern, almost like they could almost be like a kind of like a mythic. Obviously not the same articulation or anything like that, but it was a really good looking set of figures.
Well, like with those classic cartoon ones too, they fit in pretty well with Origins as well. And I know Brick's done
they
it.
do okay with Masterverse too, as far as scale, because they're teenagers. So you're looking at.
Yeah, like I think it was Brick. Brick does it a lot, where he takes that more barbarian style He-Man.
Yeah.
And he'll put the little one on his shoulders, like he's a like he's his kid.
You got to finish that, otherwise
funny.
it's going to seem like something that Thanos Copper is going to put into a photo.
I'll leave the little kids out of it. God, I have such a bad rap.
I don't know. That Masterverse Prince Adam has that face that makes him look like he's about 14. So I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, when you get a bad rap, Thanos, you just embrace it and just
Yeah.
take it to the next level of bad.
It kind of did that.
I don't know. I think you could go farther.
I'm sure it could. Honestly, though, there's a few pictures I've done that I'm like, how am I not kicked off of Instagram yet?
Yeah.
And then the one that they took down wasn't even that bad. Like, it got
That's
put
because
right back
some
up,
Karens
but-
saw the one they took down. That's why. That
Yeah,
guy-
exactly.
Speaking of, though, if I get banned off YouTube, how does that work with me watching YouTube?
Just create a
Well, I
second
think you can
account.
still watch. I just don't think you can post content.
Okay, I might get kicked off YouTube this week, so
Oh,
I'm gonna do a retrospective of Naughty November. So we'll see how that goes.
you can. There's an effect you can blur out stuff.
Yeah.
I know, but then I have to like take time to edit the video. Like,
Well, what's more? What do you feel would be more important, taking the time to edit the video, or possibly not being able to continue to post?
Just argue with them. Say, hey, if they can show naked statues of the Greek heroes and the Greek gods.
well, I mean,
that can
it is
show
art.
it.
They're sculptures. It's
Yeah.
not to like sexually gratify anybody. Like, I would hope. I mean, I've heard
God.
differently from people, but
Some people.
yeah. So I'm gonna chance it, see how it goes, and then if I have to, I'll take it down. It shouldn't, like, if they ask me to take it down, I'll take it down, not argue. Like,
They may flag you.
I'm gonna age restrict it for sure, and I'm gonna put a disclaimer in the beginning. But
Yeah, put like a TW, trigger warning kind of thing.
yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh. There we go. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. But
All right,
good
Sean.
later. Thanks
Good
for
night,
having
Sean.
me for a
How you
little
doing,
bit.
Sean?
Good to see you guys.
Hey, Sean.
All right, brother. We love you. What you got coming up before you head out?
Nothing other than off world on Friday, which will be, I don't know. We'll be making that up as we go. we don't really have like a topic as far as I know. But yeah, Friday night, it's the three of us holding Curtis by the tail and seeing where he takes us most times. So yeah, 9:00. But yeah. So yeah. So thanks a lot. I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
All right, brother. See ya.
Later, Sean.
Good night.
Okay, that makes sense now. Trying to figure out how this effect works, and it's very weird. Well, I mean, it's got this thing that plugs into the hat, and then of course he comes with two sets of hair.
Okay.
One end goes on like his finger, and it's like he's pulling it out of his hat.
Pulling it out of his.
It's exactly what I was thinking, Oz.
Yep. It's a similar mind frame.
I was working on an effect for an upcoming shot.
Yeah. Let's get that full screen there for everybody to see.
I am not a very good sculptor.
It's not bad.
Is that supposed to be spinning?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
that looks
spinning.
good, dude. Yeah,
Okay.
you could definitely.
I mean,
read
it's
that.
just about the same as
What about actually attaching it to a fidget spinner and then
that'd be kinda
before I
neat.
take the shot, spinning it, but I can't find my fidget spinner.
There's a whole
So.
house, and you still manage to
Oh, that would be really cool. You could probably pick one up at like a dollar
You'll
store
probably
for
find
$1.
one at a Five Below.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of stuff they would have. Or
Yeah,
Dollar Tree.
I
Well,
have
if it
one
was
somewhere
5 years
around
ago, you could find one anywhere you went.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you should see if maybe you could adapt it to like, the Hurricane or Flying Fist He-Man.
Oh, there you go.
You might be able to attach it to that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna stick it with some tack. Should be good.
Yeah, you stick it right to the outside of his shield with tack. It's big enough it would cover the actual shield and then spin it.
I'll try
Dawn
that.
loves the color.
Or you can make smaller ones and make it like Evil Lynn's doing a burlesque act.
Little tassels.
Some tassels.
I mean, I'm just putting that out there as a suggestion.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm down for it. There we go. Love clear plastics. I don't care. Just like them. So Prince, you bought Marley just for the boots, right? The Jacob Marley just for the boots. Clear
If
boots.
he had been completely translucent, he would have made it home. But
All I got to
being
say
that it was
is
only a 10th translucence,
that fade to the translucent in that figure is incredible.
it is.
It really is.
But that's not enough to make me want to buy it though.
I don't know, that one picture of him with the elongated jaw, like
Yeah.
that sold me right there.
Yeah, he's like so
Ooh.
ghoulish
Mhm.
looking in it. It's really cool.
I'm gonna have to warm him up before I start playing with that knee. I just saw the stress on it. I was like, oh no, we're not going there.
That sounds dirty.
Some knee stress? Yeah, it's not a good thing.
All those Dungeons and Dragons figures I warmed up beforehand.
Yeah,
every
they
single
need a
person
nice
had
long
problems with
warm
those.
bath before you really play with them.
Yeah.
Play with them.
It's funny because like I'd seen a lot of videos at first about it, and then it was like very shortly after that I stopped seeing people having issues.
Because nobody was buying them anymore.
Right.
Exactly.
It's either that or everybody was being super cautious like I was. Because after seeing those videos, I was like, nope, you're just going to go right in the hot water.
Some of them.
I mean, they didn't make a big difference.
difference.
They didn't make a big change between 1 and 2 because I'm still feeling the wimbly joints.
Yeah. Well, they were probably already designed and ready to go, right?
Oh, they were. I mean, most of this stuff is 6 months to a year out.
But we're probably never getting that Tiamat, which is a bummer.
No. Because
That's okay. Eventually we'll get a mythic dragon that might put Tiamat to shame.
But I
somebody
want
will do it.
Tiamat.
I wouldn't be surprised to see NECA do it. That sounds like something NECA might do.
That would be cool.
That dragon that they had for Dragonlance was pretty cool, but man, was it too thin and too
I found this when I was at Ross. They have this Robo something. What is it? Robo Force something, and it was a dragon. It was red. It was like it moves and it does, put batteries in it, but it actually had a decent sculpt on it. I was shocked. But it was like $30. I was like, nah, I don't need it for $30.
Has anyone heard anything about the NECA Dungeons and Dragons continuing beyond this dwarf they have coming?
It's all done. They canceled the line already.
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, that's really about it. What we got is what we're getting, sadly. It was really good too, but I think, well, because Hasbro owns the D&D license, and I think they're tightening it down. They didn't see the sales they wanted to see from what they were putting out, but I think part of that might have just been price point and availability at first, and then when it was finally available for most people, places were not putting, like, there were straight clearance prices, like by the time people were finally finding them.
They put that vintage D&D line out at the same time, thinking that the movie would capitalize on it, and most people that knew the movie had no idea about the cartoon, which was the whole point of the original line.
Well, honestly, I didn't really see any of the movie figures move. There was a couple of them that I thought about getting for accessories, but nobody was buying the toys off the movie.
No, there's still a whole.
I got the Beholder from the movie.
Well, the creatures, yes, the creatures were selling, but not the actual figures based off the characters in the movie.
I mean, when I almost got that owlbear for $14.99, it was tempting, but I was like, no.
Mine will be in tomorrow. When it was on sale on Amazon, I ordered it. It should be in tomorrow.
But Thanos, think about it. You could do some dated humor by taking that Hugh Grant figure and going back into his past history and controversies.
True.
Good.
True.
What was the lady's name? Jackie Brown or something like that, or the woman that he got caught with? But was it a woman?
I have no idea. It was a woman. Yeah. It was a rough-looking prostitute.
I think it was Eddie Murphy that got caught with the transvestite. I think
it was Eddie Murphy that got caught. I was just taking her home.
Yeah. Ray, what are you doing taking her home? Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I'm going to back off of this version. I'll be back on the computer in a bit.
So I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was confused because I asked about the NECA D&D, and then you guys were talking about the cartoon D&D.
NECA. I thought you said the Hasbro.
Because I know we have the dwarf that's coming, because I know I have that on pre-order, but it was weird because they were doing 2 figures at a time, and then when they did the dwarf, it was just a singular figure. So I didn't know if that was it, and we haven't heard anything. At least I'm not.
Well, if you're looking at the original LJN line, that's pretty close to the end of it.
They got to do the
like a wizard.
They've got one wizard and I think one other figure, so maybe they're trying to work out a deal to get other things. So maybe we'll see them do the rest of that kind of.
They had the barbarian. They had like the blue one leg pants, right? And then the wizard.
Yeah, there's not much left.
Wizard. I know there was a couple others though. I'll be right back. Since we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, I actually picked up something D&D related this week.
Okay.
Okay. So no, that maybe they'll do the Tiamat.
Yeah.
I have.
It's hard to tell with NECA because NECA does not follow any kind of normal toy release process.
They kind of do whatever with their release schedule.
They do try to stay relevant. So, like, they see how well the RoboCop was going, so now they're releasing more RoboCop and Turtles.
Okay. I was trying to figure out why I got 2 capes, and now I realize it because this one's slightly translucent at the bottom. It goes from purple to translucent. Got it. Okay. And one's
you have
got
the Presto
off. No, this is Sheila.
No, I know, but do you have the Presto?
Yeah.
I have a really tough time keeping his hat on top of his head. It keeps popping
I don't
off.
have a problem with keeping the hat on the head. Now the effect piece isn't staying on for nothing.
Yeah, no, you got to wait till Oz comes back so you can blow that up big screen because I got to see that bad boy.
Oh, very nice.
Is that
it's
like
not
a Chimera?
really articulated very
stanchion
well?
Or
it was a loot crate Demogorgon. I've been seeing it on Instagram for a while. I found one used for $20, so I picked it up. But like the legs don't
Interesting.
move; it's just the tail and the arms.
Who's
The-
do we? Is it? Does it have? Who's the manufacturer on it? Do you
I don't
know?
know. I don't know. It was a loot crate thing, so I guess it came in like one of their boxes or something. But I don't know who that is or any of that stuff.
Who knows? Could be
Loot
anybody
Crate,
at
don't
that
they-
point.
The bags of shit for people, it's like a membership thing where you get
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's cool looking.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I'll show him off again when Oz gets back.
Yeah.
I have all those AWOCs over there just looking at me.
Is this the
You
new
know, I
Wave
bought-
3?
Yeah, Wave 3, but I bought 2 sets. So
Why?
I've got 8. But I bought them because
Oh,
you
for
know,
the
I was
game.
anticipating the game.
Yeah.
And
Is the
now
game
I'm
happening though?
Right now
It's
it's
in
on
limbo.
hiatus.
It's in limbo, which usually will tell you. I mean, here's the thing with for Wave 5 and forward, it's going to be kickstarted again. So if we're back to Kickstarter, that just tells me that, you know, there's some other factors that are coming into play. So
I think the line blew up really fast, and then they
and it may just be that there's a lot of figures
just
out
got
there.
way too much into the design and stuff and not putting anything new out.
But
Yeah.
the other thing too is the later wave, the waves that we've seen that are being promoted, like look like they're going into a direction where they're going to need more tooling too.
For
Like
sure.
they're talking about doing
And
more
that's what it
reptilian
is.
type
And
stuff.
That's the thing, right?
That's where that money's coming from for the Kickstarter. That way, you know, it's a little different with the independent companies. We're gonna have those companies where we have to do the, you know, Kickstarters, you know, pretty routinely. It's no different
thing
than
is,
the,
no,
Thanos. You're on mute.
The
It's
thing
no
is with the
different than a lot of
AWOCs,
the
the AWOC is
like,
going to be
comics
quality
and the
stuff.
other
So.
people that are doing, you know,
Absolutely.
Kickstarters every month. So it's, you know, it is what it is.
I was gonna
It
say it's
just
not that
means
much
that-
different than pre-ordering though, like the Kickstarter.
No,
like, I'm
it's
just gonna
not.
treat it as like I'm gonna pre-order
Realistically,
this
yeah, it's not.
I mean, the
It's
only
not a
difference between a pre-order and a Kickstarter is Kickstarter's not guaranteed. You hope your pre-order's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Well, sort of.
That's what I was saying about
you hope.
Sparrow, right? With Jason, you don't have to worry. If you do a Kickstarter with Sparrow, you're going to get it, right? I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
you gotta hope it funds is the other issue too.
Yeah,
but I
it
think
will.
it will.
Right.
I don't see it not.
Well,
I don't
and
think
here's
we're
the
gonna
other
see
thing
any
is that when you're doing that well and you're a small company, you know, sometimes you're going to have some growing pains. So
yeah, no. When I spoke to Adam and Derek when I was at Legion Con, they were telling me like, you know, that response has been great, you know, but sometimes people, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people get involved in these pre-orders or these Kickstarters, and they forget they're dealing with a company that's like, you know, 5 employees. You know what I mean? Like, and what it takes to get stuff manufactured, and you know, they're working out of a garage for the most part. You know what I mean? Like trying to ship everything out.
exactly,
It's not easy.
Right.
no, it's not, and that's what, you know, it's one of those things. That's why I'm not worried about it. You know, if the game happens, great. At some point later, I'll get it. If it doesn't, but now I've got.
it's just like we've
4
talked
that
on
I'll-
here before about Legions having like an actual warehouse or a store or something, right?
Yeah,
They only have a certain amount of people and
Yeah.
a certain amount of space to hold those figures there.
I wonder if anyone suggested putting the game on the Kickstarter.
I
Like,
don't know.
Well, part of the
Mine-
game thing is that it's not actually owned by Sparrow because that's
Yeah.
under Jeremy and his brothers.
oh, that's right. That's right. I
Authority
forgot.
Figures
so-
Studios, yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
which does complicate it, but I'm sure they could just do it as a Kickstarter and see
could.
how it works.
I mean, because
That
we
might
could
be a
bundle
better
it
way to
together
try
like
to
an all-in
fund
or
it.
something. You know.
The problem is that I think the problem with the game, the biggest problem with the game is that when it released, it was what, $80, right, Aaron, for the all-in for the game?
Yeah, but you got an
Right.
an extra figure,
exclusive
with it, though,
figure,
too.
right?
So
But
it's $50
still.
for the game.
All right, $50 for the game. A lot of people are thinking board game and they're thinking the $15 Monopoly.
Yeah.
too, right. That's the problem. It's not that it's a bad price.
No.
It's just a mindset
Yeah, exactly.
that people have.
It's the value to what you're getting, kind of.
Right.
And putting that in
Yep.
perspective, like I was at Target, you know, when they were doing during Black Friday or whatever, and I happened to go in the book section to see if there was anything good book wise or whatnot. And, you know, they have the section that's like the D&D books and stuff like that, but they have a new Marvel role-playing game, which I feel like they come out with about every 5 years. And it was a hardcover Marvel role-playing game, and they wanted, I think it was $99.99 or $89.99. And it's just a book.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's a good. I'm sure it's got great images and everything else, but
well,
it's
the
still
D&D
a book.
starter book that I bought to kind of introduce my son to D&D, I think that starter kit was like $30, and I'm like, really? And it's not even a full, like, it's
Right.
really not even a full adventure.
How much was the starter book, Aaron?
It was like $30.
Oof.
Yeah, you can get the starter kit for about $20 to $30 on you know, almost anywhere in retail. Pretty much the little red box, you know,
Yeah.
starter kit. But at
Yeah.
least there, you know that you're buying something that has longevity. It's been around for decades. You buy
You can even buy older versions of the rules too.
I still have the Marvel Power Card game from the
Oh, yeah.
90s.
Overpower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still have 2 decks.
You guys
Literally
remember that
broke.
very
We used to play the
very
TSR version
short-lived-
back in the grade school.
the very short-lived Star Wars trading card game that came out in the 90s?
Yeah,
Like it was basically the starter
have that
box,
too.
and there was like 5 packs of cards, and that was it.
That's
have
the
the
problem
box.
with those games that are trying to copy the Dungeons and Dragons style,
or
right?
just Pokemon or
Right.
any of the stuff. The card games,
they
you
come and
know,
go so
there's only
fast.
2 that really did it: Pokemon and Magic the Gathering, and beyond that is
Yep.
there's the rest are just kind of there.
Yeah. So we got a question from Marento, and let me know if I'm pronouncing this right. Marento, asking, nobody here is talking about GTA 6. So I mean, a couple of
Grand
us.
Theft Auto is one of those games that it's kind of for me. I
I played
I always-
5 online a lot. Like me and my roommate and my buddy who lives a couple houses down. Like we played the hell out of online for a while. But
Yeah. I remember I used to enjoy the ridiculousness of Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2. Grand Theft Auto 3 took some getting used to with the whole change of camera angle behind over the shoulder kind of look. But I had fun in the open world city, being able to run around and do things. Then you had like the games like True Crime LA and New York, where they were literally mapping the city and putting it in there. And then eventually like GTA caught up with that, with actually making like really, really well scaled cities. I remember one of the craziest midnights I ever worked was GTA 5 for sure.
Oh, I can imagine.
Oh man, yeah. And oh, I love telling the story because my boss hated me so much for it. So we were doing when we used to do our midnight launches, right? We used a number system that I had learned from the store manager before me and the store manager that he worked at before him, where he'd literally put a number on your receipt and a number on your bag. They were matching numbers. So like you were ticket number 6, you got a matching number on the receipt, matching number on the bag with your game in it. The bag went in a box behind the counter because we can't hand it to you till midnight. We're just getting through this pre-sale process. So basically we've sold you the copy of the game, but you can't take it home until after midnight because then we break street date, right? So then at midnight, all we're doing is we call the number. You come up, you grab your game, you walk out the door, and you go home. Fast, quick, easy. Well, our higher ups at GameStop had decided they wanted to modify this system. Now, mind you, not every store did that system. It was one that was like my store was just kind of known for doing because it made midnight so very quick, easy, and efficient. And they were like, we're going to do a group number system where you're going to run through like numbers 1 through 25, like your first 25 customers, they're going to be in like group number 1. And then you're going to call those people in at midnight, and then they're going to come get their game, and then they're going to go. And then you're going to do group number 2. And I'm like, why are you adding in an extra step? That sounds really, really dumb.
Does everyone get a window seat with this?
Right? Exactly. Like, what the fuck? So I'm just like, no, I'm going to do my group number system. He's like, no, or I was like, I'm going to do my number system. Y'all can do that group number system. Because see, the other thing is when we worked at midnight, store managers had to be there for the midnight. And then we also had to come in the next morning early and open early.
Sounds kind of like your streaming setup now.
So, yeah, well, I mean, hey, I had training, right?
Yeah,
Anyway,
exactly.
I was just like, that whole idea is just not going to work for me. He was like, no, you're going to do the group number system. I was like, I'm going to do my number system, and I'm going to be done while the rest of you all are on group number 2. So I had over 250 people in and out my door in less than 25 minutes. All had their game, all heading home, installing GTA 5 on their consoles, getting ready to play their game. And you know what was really funny about that? He wanted me to call when I was done. I was like, so it's not even 12:30. My store is completely empty. Everybody's gone home. All of their games. Here's my sales numbers. Here's my rollover rate. Here's my subscription numbers. All this other crap that I had to give him because he demanded to know all this information. I had all of that done. I was like, I'm staying open until 1 a.m. in case there were any stragglers that didn't pick up their game, which we had a 100% pickup rate that night for the people who were there. If anybody wants to come in after midnight and pick up a copy of the game, they're more than welcome to. So we stayed open until like 1, and nobody else came in. I went home, got a good night's sleep, came back in, opened up early the next day. He was so pissed off because I was all done and everything, and I called my night exactly how it would go. And it's like, the
that
reason
was
y'all...
some corporate guy's dream, though, that if we could have everybody do this group number, then we'll be able to track which groups buy what and what hours we get this much money and this many subscriptions.
Some of that is what I like to call corporate groupthink.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's, if any of them actually came in and saw how efficient that my system was that we had been using, that several stores had used. And the funny part is he knew how efficient my midnights were.
For management, efficiency is only a key word. It's a token word. It doesn't mean anything in real life.
Nothing should actually be efficient, because
the thing is that a lot of the times it's to some guy with an MBA who never actually did your job and has no fucking clue how to do it.
Yep. He never came up with
it. There was a reason I started as a tech in the mental health field. One, I knew what the job was. I can say that I've done it, and I moved up from there. So when I get to that management position and I'm over these people, I have a little more credibility than somebody that just walks in the door and goes, "Hi, I'm so and so," and they at least worked with me and knew me. Now, did that cause other issues? Hell yes, it did.
Wow.
Nothing like going from, you're hanging out with me and showing me all your stupid shit, to being your boss. Not a good idea.
Now your boss, where it's a different thing. Unfortunately for me, like when I did hire my friends, most of them they were willing to work the hell out of themselves because they wanted to make sure that I did everything good. So they had that respect for them. But you do get the people that try to take advantage and think, I'm working with my buddy, I ain't got to do shit. And when that happens, it's like, well, look, guess what? This isn't just that. This is a business, and you can't fuck with my business. You can't fuck with my paycheck.
Yeah. One of my good friends would come in drunk when I worked at the game store. Like one day he literally was like sleeping on the back racks, and I just worked the whole shift with him, just like sleeping on the back racks. But I wasn't his boss, I was just his coworker. I was like, whatever.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that, on a very slow summer night, there a certain somebody that was my boss, well, not even my boss, like my equal at the time, because we both weren't store managers at all, but they took a nap in the back of the store where there was no camera.
Let's make me big real quick. I wanted to show this off.
Okay, let me play with you a little.
That'll make him big.
I love that.
Damn, that head's awesome.
That is wicked.
That's cool.
So, Liam, this is an actual Demogorgon.
Yeah.
That's an actual Demogorgon from D&D, not like the thing you see in Stranger Things.
Right.
From the actual creatures. So, are we going to wait until after the new year to kind of get the role-playing Saturday night streams going? How do you guys feel about that? When would be a good day? Because I know, like right now, the holidays, things get a little hectic.
I think
I
we
just
start
I
after
just
the
work
first.
here. I go with the flow, so whatever.
Look, if I make you all feel like this is work, I apologize. That's not the point.
I make no
it's,
command decisions here. I'm
It's
just
almost
telling
the
you.
new year anyway, so like,
Kayla wants to play some D&D.
Right? Well, you're on board. Like, that's the whole idea of us going to do that.
We only have
are
what?
going to
One,
run.
two.
Miss
There's only
Kayla,
4
did you get
Saturdays.
your
One-
She
One's
might like
Christmas
the idea
Eve,
of the
one's
Dungeons
Christmas
more
Eve.
than the Dragons, though. Maybe.
So, okay, what do we think about, like, because guys, I'm going to plan on doing a New Year's stream where we're going to bring in the New Year across all time zones again because I'm freaking stupid like that.
I will not be available on New Year's because my dog will just be freaking out the whole time. So like,
I
I'll
don't
watch,
blame you.
I literally
and I
just
got
saw
to
you.
work in the morning too.
I certainly do not blame you for that. You handle your business the best you can. And I understand if other people can't make it either because they're doing stuff with their families, everything. For sure. But I was gonna say, like, that might be a fun night to get involved in the game. But I don't know. Thanos isn't gonna be here, as he's gonna be one of the core campaign members being here every week like he is. I don't know that we can
We
start at
talking
that
about
night
the
then.
end of the month?
Well, like either end of the month or going, beginning after the new year.
Yeah. That's fine.
I would just start
No.
it after the New Year. We'll have the New Year's.
After the new year, that'll work.
Yeah, probably. That way we'll have time to set everything up and do. Everybody can make their choices and.
That being said, I've never played any kind of like D&D. Like I've played video RPGs, but never like a
That's it, you're
tabletop
fired.
game of any kind.
You're fired. Pack your shit and get out of here.
Jeez, tell us how you really feel, Ed.
I was trying to make him feel like he was at work, like Oz said.
Oh man,
I appreciate
you.
you, Ed.
Work.
Thank
Just
you.
tell me to stay 2 hours extra every fucking Friday.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Sounds like being a
Thanos,
moderator
we
for
can't
lag.
ask you to stay extra. You stay the whole time, even for the after hours talks.
Yeah, so he'll have to. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Thanos, you stay here. The rest of us are leaving.
That's right.
Now it sounds like work. Like, or call me like 45 times on my day off.
Well, I mean, I message everybody.
It could
all
be
throughout
worse.
the
You could
week.
get these random Facebook. He'll send if mine. I get these random Facebook things from mine. Yeah, it's like, really? Why are you sending me these Facebook ads? What the? Really?
So
Which
Thanos
is worse because it's
and
family that I'm working for. So yeah, it's like, really?
Thanos
You
and
give me this
Pain,
shit?
as you guys now are newly embracing and getting into Facebook here, how y'all feel about it? Well, I know you've had yours for a while, but you just completely ignored it. I mean, that's pretty much how I do most of the time, unless it's like some cabal related stuff. I'm mostly not on Facebook.
I've logged in one time since you told me you were going to request me as a friend to accept the friendship and have not logged back in. That's
Good job, buddy.
That's how I am on
The
Facebook.
only
And that
reason
was
I
like a
have it
week
for me is for
after.
the cabal stuff. So it's not like I'm gonna be going into 20 million groups.
See, I think this is a common thread that most of us have shared. We've never been able to get with a good group of people to run a campaign. Like every time I find a decent group of people, something happens and nobody can meet to do the campaign anymore. So
That sounds like the majority of my teen years.
Right?
Did we figure out who's going to be the dungeon master yet?
Well, I know.
I mean,
Kayla,
Thanos wants to be. I know that because he likes all the bondage. But
well, that's why the
anything.
whole reason he's buying multiple Marleys for bondage vests and chains.
Right.
I only got one.
Sure.
Kayla did bring up that Johnny is a DM. Lucha
Oh,
Johnny
yeah, that's right.
DM.
Johnny, that's right.
And I know I've spoken to Jesse as he is that because I want to make sure that like somebody would be able to commit to like a once a monthly game. So either one, I'm sure Johnny would probably be able to. He might be able to do it more because I know Jesse gets a lot on his plate. So I mean, getting this group of people around to do this in fun and being able to make it so that people who are in the chat and maybe not able to go live with us can join in, like making it interactive for the chat as well is going to be like kind of an important factor. Because I want people to really be able to embrace this and have fun with it and make it a very community-driven event.
It wouldn't be much fun to watch us play D&D anyway if they're just sitting there watching, right? That just wouldn't be.
I mean, it took a while for the guys to critical role to make it more
I just made a
entertaining,
head cannon.
I love it. I'm slapping my knee right now.
I'm bored.
Oh, thanks.
I think your hat might be too tight.
Actually, it's a little warm, so you know.
There you go. You can take it
Honestly.
off. It was strictly just a joke.
Got to follow that dress code of that damn slave driving boss of ours.
Yeah.
Well, see, I had said that I was going to start wearing my Santa hat, and I hadn't gotten mine, so I'm glad Terrence is at least wearing his. But for our Christmas stream, I will be fully suited up.
Yeah.
Going to be some Ozzy claws happening. I've actually, like, tomorrow I'm going to have a lot of work where I'm just sitting here trying to go through and make new intro videos and stuff like that. Something I haven't sat down and really done for a while, but want to get something going. Like, I made that really cool intro video last year for Toy Frenzy. But I know it gets like a copyright thing, so we're not going to use that one. Oh, I don't even have it.
What is it about if it gets a copyright? Is the music?
Yeah, because it's copyrighted music, but it's okay for use. However, because it's copyrighted, like you can't monetize the video. So like anything that has a copyright on it, like when you have the ability to be monetized, you can't monetize that video. So
what is this music for?
Oh, well, okay. Like you guys know how I do my my intro video, right?
Yeah.
That's owned by somebody. It's copyrighted. It's not like, you know, I'm going to get a
It shows
strike
up
or a
in
ding.
your, you've got it listed in your deal, in your
right
description.
It's okay for use. Like I can use it. That's never a problem. But it's not something that I could ever monetize. Like every video with my intro on it, I can't monetize that video ever. So this was what I made last year for Toy Frenzy for the holidays. Now that I found it, I need to upload it here real quick. But I'll play it for you guys because I thought it was fun. It was a lot of cool. It was a lot of cool because I can English real gooder now.
You know what? You have a better grasp of it than I did last night. I was. My brain was not braining.
I thought you had a good stream last night. I mean, I missed the end of it, but
I enjoyed it.
My brain was struggling for quite a bit of that last night. I was just like, why is this my brain? I'm not working. What is going on?
Sometimes StreamYard be playing games like that. I was trying to place your voice for a while. Now I realize you're Garfield's human feeder. Oh, so I'm John?
Dave.
Okay.
Oh, John,
apparently.
right, John.
Dave, that's it. No, it is Dave.
John.
No, Dave was from the Chipmunks. John was Garfield.
John
Dave Seville.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. This was the Toy Frenzy holiday intro video.
Hello.
Magic trick. Kayla's here.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to put her in the middle somewhere because we don't have enough. We don't have the 9.
Somehow we don't have 9 people on live stream with us tonight.
I know, shocking. I'm gonna grab my mic because it's actually right there. So I'm here. I'll BRB, but I'm here.
Well, it's good to have you on board.
Speaking of that, before I forget, I will not be here next Saturday. Thanos just reminded me.
Oh, okay.
I will be in the middle of the woods in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
He'll be hiding a
You're coming
body,
down there.
so just so anybody knows, it'll
Don't
be a
say
solid
it while we're
roll.
live. Jeez.
He didn't say which woods.
Do you know how many woods are in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Right. I think we're
Good
gonna
luck trying to
be,
find us, Kappas.
I can't remember where the hell we're going to be.
So now Ed's
What?
going to tell everybody. You guys
Remember,
make it really
I told
hard
you I was
get
going to be about an hour north of Gettysburg. Remember?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you weren't going to be too far.
Yeah.
That's why you were going to check out the.
Yeah, because it's the yearly trip I go with my three best friends to a trip.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
I think Terrence was saying he had this problem, Nolan, but I didn't have an issue with mine.
Divine armor.
The Build-A-Figure from Dragonor. Wasn't that you that was saying?
Yeah, I had one of the legs just did not want to. I think if I remember correctly, it might have been the left leg. Did not. It just really. I mean, I got it on finally, but it's still kind of like if you mess with it, it just comes right off.
Have either of you guys tried contacting Formo?
I haven't. I mean, I guess I could. I think I didn't want to wait another year.
Yeah.
But
while they still have the parts.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait another year.
Well, I figured they'll probably come out. I mean, it looks like, I mean, again, I like the figures. Don't get me wrong. It just looks like, but we're getting a lot of repaints. So I feel like you can just kind of take a repaint figure. I'm looking forward to Wave 2. I think I got excited about Wave 1.5 until I realized it was mostly repaints.
Yeah, it's all repaint.
And then, but I am looking forward
That's
to
the idea
Wave
of the
2. That's the one that has the
1.5, right?
witch and like the kind of American Indian sort of looking character.
Yeah. Then the plant guy, the caveman.
Oh yeah, absolutely, the caveman. I like that it comes with like 3 different heads that you can kind of like army build with it.
Yeah. I'm wondering how they're going to do that because it's like has 3 heads. But I wonder if I'll probably just end up buying the whole wave and then buying a couple extra cavemen.
But the other thing too is like I kind of hope, I know they're working towards it, but I kind of feel like if the line is called Dragonor, it should probably have some dragons.
They've shown off 3
They
dragons.
keep showing them.
The dragons are coming.
Yeah.
And by the way, they are coming, and Motu is going to be starting to show up in retail this fall.
Out of my retail. They've completely abandoned Masters.
Adult Collector says it's happening. It
Right. I was going to say, hey, it was starting with the cartoon wave as of November 1st. We were supposed to start seeing the cartoon line in stores, as well as the fan favorites. But the rest of the vintage line is all Mattel Creations exclusive. And yeah,
I don't think I'll see any of those at my local store though, because I don't have any Masterburst now. Like we don't have anything, and like there's whole lines of toys that we just don't get. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not even seeing Fisto or Naked Stratos or Sorceress.
We don't have any of those anymore.
No leeches or snouts.
Yeah.
I found a bunch at Random Treasures. They got a bunch of those.
The two Walmarts nearest me, they don't have any Motu at all, except one of them did have one Moss Man, but he wasn't even on the boy toy aisle. He was kind of randomly on an end cap. So and then if I go further in, there's a few that have nice big toy sections, so that's where I found it. But yeah, you're still getting Snout Spouts, Leech, Naked Stratos,
right?
Buzz Off. You make an army with the number of Stratoses and Buzz Off.
Well, I mean, at least they have like their own. Like you could make an army of Vendrinans and Avions, I guess, if you really wanted to.
Oh. Baby girl had to come see me. was trying to figure out what she was doing.
Oh. So
Well,
when Ed gets back, we
Maybe.
can run with this question here. Fat Red Food wants to know what cryptids he's looking for. I'm thinking Bigfoot. Oh,
If you get
he's back.
closer to the Jersey border, you might be able to find things like the Jersey Devil, the Pine Barrens.
Yeah, we're not going to the Pine Barrens. We're actually going to be like almost central Pennsylvania.
Right.
What cryptids
All
are
right.
you looking for
So-
in Pennsylvania?
That's where Johnny lives. In the
There you
middle
go.
of Bumfuck,
You found it.
Pennsylvania, as he likes to say.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Johnny lives more towards Pittsburgh, so he lives in the western part of Bumfuck, Pennsylvania.
I thought he lived in Eastern.
I thought he said
I was
Pittsburgh.
checking
Maybe he
it.
said Philly. I can't remember.
No, it's
You
not near anything big.
He lives where they filmed Groundhog Day.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
you know what? Honestly, he's that close. He and I are gonna have to meet up and do some hunting at some point, maybe. Actually, maybe we should get Johnny to come along with Corey, Make Shape Create, and Mr. Home Arcade and Lee's Customs and I when we all do our great Eternia Dreams Gettysburg trip.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You've met Mr. Home Arcade in the real world?
Yes,
Yes,
that
yeah.
is his voice.
Okay, because I think I'd asked a while back and I didn't hear the answer. So I was just curious if that was how he sounds in real life or if it's a put-on voice.
Sounds the same.
I try to reiterate what you get on his channel is what you get.
Okay.
Yeah, I met him at Maryland
Sounds like
Toy
a 50-year
Expo
chain
this past
smoker in person.
So Morento is asking about rewind to watch the festive intro. Genuinely love that. It's if you go back, you can watch the Toy Frenzy holiday episodes from last year, and you can definitely catch it there as much as you want. We played that intro a lot last year. And you're from Liverpool, and you have a real cryptid, like he exists, and he's a boogeyman. Name is Purple Aki. Enjoy the rabbit hole. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. If you're from Liverpool, I'm going to assume you sound like a Beatle. So I want to know John, Paul, George, or Ringo.
Hopefully that cryptid he just sent you after isn't like, two girls in a cup or, bathed in my milk, right?
Right?
It could be. You never know. Wouldn't be
All
the
right, so
first
he's a
time
ring-
somebody
he's a
sent
drummer.
us down a rabbit hole.
Oh,
Hey,
pay
that's
attention
well.
to-
Well,
Or
the
showed
only,
us the rabbit hole.
the only
you
cryptid
know?
I'm going to find in December in the Pennsylvania woods, Fat Red Foo, is Sasquatch. So that's the one I'll be hunting after.
So he sounds like
Snowflake or
Wacko Warner.
There
No?
we go. So go. Look at all that. Oh, somebody's got that seahorse. Seahorses forever.
Not anymore. She don't.
Nope. Seahorse, bro.
Seahorse
The
down.
seahorse went somewhere else. Seahorse ran away.
Seahorse went bye-bye. Well,
Okay.
I'm stupid and put the smallest thing on
At the bottom.
bottom.
Well,
That's my own damn
that's a
fault.
proper stacking technique for Walmart.
But I also have
Oh
this
my
whole
God.
bag.
Are you,
So-
are you
Once
making-
again, haven't been home.
Oh, wait a
Oh.
minute. Is this Stranger Things
hello,
little
cat.
people?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
nice.
dig it. I dig it. Like the
I wanna get
background
off the set of
alone.
those.
I got
Yeah.
3 of the sets. So I got this one. I got this one.
Oh, nice.
And turn because
Aw.
of course.
See, those are kind of
Demogorgon
you
is cool.
almost want to keep in the packaging
Like the
because of the way it's done.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why do they keep doing this? So I have to keep it in the packaging.
I haven't
And
seen
this
that one yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's nice too. I like that. Now, Kayla, since you were doing some Legos with your Rivendell set, have you looked at getting
Mhm.
the upside down Lego set where it's like the buyer's house, but it's
Yeah.
built so that it's the upside down
It's-
and it's everything upside down and then it's the house on top?
It's really cool. And actually, one of my clients has it. They have a few Lego sets. and that's where I like stream whenever I'm there. And I'm always looking at it, and I'm like, I really like it. But I told myself, I'm like, if I'm gonna get another big set, which that one isn't that big, but if I'm gonna get another big set, then I definitely probably want to do Harry Potter. I just don't know what. Like the Diagon Alley one is really cool, but it's just way too big. But also, the new Avengers
I
Tower
never
is really
thought I'd hear
fucking
you say
cool.
something was too big.
Also, now I can be in the middle.
Yes, now we can fix it. Here we go.
But it's fucking 3 feet tall, and the only place I could put it would be like half behind my TV because my TV is like in the corner and like
Right.
hanging off the wall, so it'd be kind of behind the TV. And I'm like, that's not cool if you can't see it. So I don't
Yep.
know. I haven't figured it out because I do
You
want
try
like
floating shelves.
There you go.
I do actually have some shelves, but like the only other space that can go is already like my like curated wall I have, which is like part jewelry hanging, part boobs and butts and penises. Including those things
there
I
we go,
got last
folks.
week. I hung those up. Like I have a jewelry rack that's in the shape of boobs. And then there's also a lot of ferns there, which half my room is ferns. So
Between how many ferns?
yes, between a lot of ferns.
2 ferns.
But yeah,
Shout out Gina Marie here, new to the chat, real quick, saying that there was a few in Wally tonight, but it was old stuff. Okay, well, keeping us posted on the Wally finance. Continue, Kayla.
Yeah, so I do want something to kind of represent each of like the big fandoms. So like I want something for Harry Potter, I want something for either Captain America / Marvel. Yeah, and then kind of go from there, but I don't know. I just don't know if I can have anything as big as the Rivendell again because I literally
Right.
don't have the space until I would move and no longer have roommates and can expand my space beyond my room.
Sure.
Yeah.
Aaron said there's always space.
Yeah, not
No.
really.
There is
Final
not always
frontier, I've
space.
heard.
Ed, that's not what I said.
We've solved
Space is the final
everybody's
frontier.
problems.
That's
We're gonna
right, we
start
have.
renting out
Also, is this
collection space.
Is this what you got me, Pains? I messaged you back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So cool. I've been wanting it for so long. I don't know if it must have been someone else who messaged me because I'm in several Secret Santas, and they're like, do you want to update your list? I'm like, I have nothing to add from last year. Like, I love everything I put on it from last year. So, thank you. Yeah, I meant to message the group and be like, do we still want to do it? There's 5 of us, but I forgot.
It sounds
So,
about
thank
right.
you. So, thank you.
Just getting that.
Now I gotta
Oh
figure out
shit,
who I
it's
got.
Larry.
Damn it, Larry! When did you show up?
Didn't
Right
they
after the
flip?
Michigan game finally finished, it was the longest game ever.
Did they choke?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But it was a boring ass fucking game because Iowa is so boring. But I don't care.
Nice.
Strut Moogs.
Yes. What's great about these is I can unbox them and then rebox them. You can have mint on card, mint gift card, mint and card.
Collector friendly packaging.
Yeah.
Nothing
Well,
better.
we were
love
talking
that.
earlier tonight about a new ghost that the Ghostbusters can go after. As a matter of fact, I have some
Marley.
plasma series that would scale well. Yes, the Jacob Marley.
I know. I guess I have to get it now
And
just for the shame.
I was
That was
say,
how
are
they
you
go.
going down
BDSM.
the same route Thanos did? Get the
Oh, no.
chain harness. I was say, are you?
Is the harness separate?
As it comes off.
Yes.
But like, you don't buy it separate. It comes
No.
with it, obviously. It's
No, you got to
$60.
buy the
Oof.
figure. But it's only $60 for a harness and all these chains.
I'd rather get an actual harness.
But look. For
I
60
know,
bucks?
it's
Oh, it wouldn't be
it's
that
pretty
good.
fucking
Well,
cool. Are those feet translucent? Translucent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God
They
damn
certainly
it.
are. So is
Mother
the bottom of the coat.
Yeah.
Look.
If he had been more
The bottom
translucent,
of the what?
And Lawrence, what were your thoughts? The bottom of his
I
coat,
really
too.
liked it. Now I didn't buy it because I'm waiting to find out how much my car is going to cost. So
What do you have to get done on your car? Everything.
rear differential or the coupler. So far, it's looking at about $2,400.
Oof.
So,
ugh,
and it's only Christmas time. Oh, and living in Michigan, you pay your
Right.
tabs for your birthday. And since my birthday is 4 days after Christmas, I get to take that one too. It's usually nice and dry. They don't use lube or nothing,
Another
so it's
Capricorn.
nice.
Oh God, you're a Capricorn too. Have we discussed this before?
I have not.
My
Capricorn
birthday is
saying
exactly. Yeah, my birthday is exactly 2 weeks after Christmas. So whatever day Christmas falls on, my birthday falls on. So this year
Monday.
it was a Monday, which
That would be the day of the best live stream by one person for 3+ hours.
I wonder who.
who is
Also,
that?
I didn't realize his head moved. His head is very loose. And his arms move. That's cool. It's very smooth.
Girl,
Gotta
I
love
didn't
that
say
strut and
anything.
move.
I didn't say anything. I just mentioned that I can't really do anything until this car is fixed and I know how much it costs. Luckily, my ex and I have a
True.
good relationship, so she pretty much took care of Christmas, so we're good.
That's good.
Did you
Good,
find out
good.
what's wrong with your car
That's
yet,
good.
Larry?
It's either the rear differential or the coupler that leads to the rear differential. He said if it was the rear differential, which he doesn't think that's what it is, that would be like $1,200 their cost. And then he said that the coupler, he got sticker shock that's like $2,000, and he thinks that's what it is. But he's like, he goes, I'm not going to charge you for anything that, he goes, I think it's the coupler. I'll put the coupler on. If it's still making the noise, then I'll take it off, put the old one on, and put the rear differential on. So either way, it's just like the worst.
Oh yeah, perfect timing, right?
Always.
Yeah.
Always the
Perfect
worst time of year
timing.
for anything.
It's like Christmas. Hell, hey, you need this too.
October to December just seems to pull all of the unexpected expenses to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's why
they're
I've never
attracted to this time of the year.
I understand that when they talk about not just HasLabs but crowd funds, that it all depends on the timing and everything. But why would you ever have one ending in November, December? It makes no sense.
Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah,
If you wanted to
just
fail,
looking
yeah,
at the time
that's
and
a good
going, all right,
time.
you know what? I mean, if I was going to do a crowd fund, I would want it to end right as taxes are finishing, because people have a little bit of extra money. So
Right. So, Kayla, did you want to hold up the strut and moogs again? Dawn here has said awesome ghost.
I put them back in. Hold on.
She
This one
is
is not going to
a
move.
Ghostbusters fan as well.
That one's just kind of stuck there. Yeah, the head and the arms move, which is cool.
I did
not realize
Fiducci,
that.
Tony Taylor toys, Phantasm toys, just always knocking it out of the park.
I will. I didn't get the. I just realized he has a big old hole.
Whoa! So Strut and Moogs has a boom boom hole for tail.
Yeah, I didn't get the the like really big Scolari Brothers that they just came out with, just to like
Yeah,
I need to like limit.
they were a little
But I
too
think I ended
much,
up
I thought.
yeah, which I mean, luckily he does PayPal, so you can do like PayPal Pay Later, which is nice. Um, but I did get the like mini ones because I didn't get those yet. So I was like, that makes up for it. I should be getting them soon, actually. I think I just got the shipping notification. I'm opening my Sylvie because I don't know if I want to open the Stranger Things ones now.
All right,
Well,
so
at
you guys
least
have
not
been
the
on.
one. The way it's packaged.
So you guys have been on for 4+ hours. What have you guys discussed? I
A
literally was
range of
watching the football game.
topics.
I didn't want to. I
Not a
wasn't
problem.
going to watch anything.
So, of course, earlier tonight we had discussed quite heavily Jacob Marley, going over what those future parts usage might be with upcoming figures. Speculation of a lot of pirate customs now that we're getting this Victorian area clothing on a figure obscura. So, like, pirate customs for the future in Mythics, as well as just, different things surrounding that, of course, very heavy in the front part about that. Then we strayed to talking about Thanos maybe getting kicked off of YouTube next week as he does a retrospective of the
No Shame November is what we should
Nice
call
knowing
it.
all of you.
Wait,
Call
you're,
it No
you're
Shame
doing
November. There
that?
you go.
Yeah, it
Oh
should be
god.
out this week, so we'll see how it goes.
YouTube is never gonna monetize
There
you.
was a whole lot of licking a wang and holding a wang.
Let me see. I think I'm still at 51
there was a lot of
followers or subscribers, so I don't think it really matters.
I mean, you never know.
So, did anyone discuss, and I know this isn't a big topic here, the fact that Super 7 has reached an agreement with Hasbro to do the O-rings?
We haven't.
No, we
announced
haven't
the
discussed it, but
O-rings.
it's you know what?
Everyone make
It
their
was
best
coming.
O face.
I've known about it for a while. I couldn't say anything, but I knew about it for a while.
Well, I
Aren't you
mean,
cool?
it was kind of obvious that it was coming.
They
when they
played their
announced
hand when they
the
showed it with the mothership, showing that they were going to do the O-ring Vipers.
yeah.
They already
Yeah.
played the hand. It was just a matter of time
So-
before it leaked out.
Yeah, but I think they had to come to an agreement with Hasbro on what
Yeah.
they can and cannot do. Like, I don't think they're allowed to touch anything that Hasbro has done in the past, like those, like they can't. I don't believe that they can recreate like Duke Gung Ho in that form. That's going to be kept for.
I mean, can they do
Hasbro.
like the cartoon version, like they're
Well,
doing?
Yeah,
with
that's what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
is
so
cartoon.
they're going to do the Deke and Sumbo, and then touch on the cartoon or comic book stuff.
Yeah.
Probably stuff that like we never got, which that's what I wanted from the O-rings. I don't
Yeah.
want to buy another Gung Ho that I already have the original to. I mean, it's great that people can get it that don't have those or don't have like figures like that, but for me, it's like I don't want to continue to buy. Well, I'm not going to, but I don't want to continue to see
I think
another
the price
Cobra
point
Commander.
will determine how well they do, though.
I agree with you, and he said that he's going to try and keep it to 20. And he did say 20.
That speaks volumes. If he's going to keep it at 20, that tells you that you've been overpaying for reaction figures. But
That's exactly what I said. I think when I was talking to Tony,
because
about
there's
it.
a significant difference in the tooling between a reaction figure and the tooling between a O-ring figure. You're going to have
No, we won't.
significantly more tooling.
No fact, man. There's no Hooded Cobra Commander coming.
That's not coming out, not from them.
Yeah,
That's the same problem though that Hasbro's had with the Joe figures. They can't go back in price now. They've already created themselves a hole where they got to keep going higher. They can't go
You
back
know,
in price.
Gotta keep going in that hole.
Mm-hmm.
But I
What she
talked
said.
about that before.
Oh, sorry.
I just real quick, I
just
got a
realized this is
random.
for the Build-A-Figure.
Yeah.
I was like, the fuck is this for?
Yeah, it's the Build-A-Figure. It's the
I
washer.
got a very, very random request from Mike Litt. Mike Litt.
There you
Now
go.
I get it. I gotta love it when I get
There you
surprise
go.
stuff like that.
Took you a while.
I got played by Mo, like Mo. Is there Amanda hug and kiss in here? Is there an alcoholic?
We need, here's what we need, Lawrence, for the O-ring. You need the old man, the Vindel Viper. And the
Yes.
Vindel Viper.
And you know what?
Right?
You
When
know,
are we
if
going to
what-
get our
That's the
janitor?
kind of crap you'll get. I promise it's coming.
No, and you know what? That's exactly what they need to do. And
Yeah.
you know, like if you watch the full force, when you listen to Pat when he's on there, this is what he's been saying he wants out of the O-rings. He wants characters that have never been done before or
Yeah.
different paint schemes. And I think that's what you need. But I still do believe, and I've been saying this for quite some time, I think that you know, you have a lot of these O-ring Kickstarters, and then you also have like Delta 17, is it? Ken's.
Yeah.
It's the same people buying the figures over and over and over.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's only a select amount of people that still want the O-ring. And I discuss. I mean, I don't know why we fight about it. I don't know why it matters. I mean,
I think if they actually are doing them like the cartoon, that'll bring in
Yeah.
its own group.
They'll
of
have
people.
their fans. 'Cause
Yeah.
They already got people buying the reactions. I'm not a big fan of the reactions. I don't own a reaction. I probably won't ever buy one.
It's like Damn It Larry always says, Joe collectors are
them
Joe
cheaper.
collectors. They're not figure
Yeah.
collectors.
and they, you know, most of them don't know any different. You know, like when it comes to toys, like they don't understand like what's going on in the toy world. So they just see, you know, G.I. Joe that they haven't had. They have some extra money. They're adults or whatever. They want to get their kids into it. They don't know what's going on with Marvel Legends, stuff with like Valaverse or, you know, Four Horsemen, Boss Fight Studios. They don't know any shit like that.
Yeah.
Poor Largo.
Make sure.
Largo.
It's very important advice here. Right on par with the channel too, because it involves food and
Yeah,
possibly a Gabe. Always check your O-ring after spicy burrito consumption for sure. May even
Or
find
Thai
anal
food.
seepage. The Thai food.
But
especially.
Hey, we haven't had any Olestra in a long time, so I don't think that's an issue.
But yeah, I think there's so much, and I think we're gonna see. Like, I think Hasbro. I know people don't like to hear this because this means that you're a shill, but you know, $1 billion company is a $1 billion company because they try to make as few mistakes as possible. But
Yeah.
allowing someone else,
Right,
to take all the risk is smart.
Yep.
And
That's
I mean,
that's
you
how
say
you
what
make
ever
money.
want.
Especially when they already have the license. They've already given that company the license.
know.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's something
Right.
new they're doing. Hasbro's
Nope.
got G.I. Joe
Well, yeah.
pimped out to 10 different companies now.
Yeah, and the fact is that, I mean, classified is just, it's making money now. Whether or not Hasbro thought it
Yes.
was going to originally, it's making money. It is by far their
Yeah,
best
but
property.
the reality is
picked up a
toys.
lot of
As
traction.
much as we talk about toys for Hasbro, it is not the toys that makes Hasbro the money.
No, well, I
Not
mean,
the
I
action
mean,
figure.
It is a
No.
drop.
yeah,
It is
I mean,
a drop of that
I mean,
rather
yes,
proverbial.
there are toys, but a lot of them are the kid toys, the board games. Like that's why I hate when they get into this collecting. Like when people start talking about the collectors. Yeah, Hasbro obviously sees that it's a niche, or else they wouldn't have Hasbro
Yeah.
Pulse. They wouldn't do PulseCon. But again,
Nope.
when it comes down to it, you look at the kid toys, the baby toys, board
Mhm.
games, Magic the Gathering, like that's Dungeons and Dragons. That's where they're still going to make their money.
Yep.
So again, and to me, that means like that's why I say you should really push this to a 13 and over. At the same time, I understand why Hasbro won't, because then it takes them out of being a kid's toy.
Well, it takes them out of the box stores too, is what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
Hasbro doesn't
Yeah,
want to
but-
be out of
you
that
know,
aisle.
Yeah, but everyone says that, but McFarlane is in them. So
Yeah.
I,
And so is, I mean, and now even Super 7 is in
was gonna say
Walmart.
NECA
Yeah,
Super
but
7 used to be
Walmart,
exclusive
Best
online
Buy.
sales.
Hasbro probably has their own set of policies that they have to
Yeah.
follow or abide by
Yeah.
to
There's
be in that
guidelines.
age group, right? Because they don't want to get sued by any stretch of the mean, right? So McFarlane, he's like, yeah, whatever. But Hasbro's like, no, we've been down that road before. I don't want to get sued.
Yeah,
Did
but
you happen to see?
realistically, Marlin doesn't include accessories with his toys. Let's
Well,
be honest.
usually, unless they're separate hands, and that's about it.
Yeah, and they'll give you finger guns.
Yep.
Did you happen to see that Todd McFarlane was saying in a talk this week that he's in pursuits that he would love to pick up the Marvel Legends license?
I did see that.
Well, because he's already doing DC, right? Why not own them?
Well,
you know,
that was basically what he said.
competition?
He's like, why shouldn't I be able to do my characters by my own design, things that I've done at Marvel in the past, and so he's
The only
saying
good thing
McFarlane by
about that would
McFarlane.
be able to have that all on the same scale, but
But McFarlane doesn't even know what scale he wants to do.
Well, that was the second part, right? That was my that was the caveat I was going to
It's kind of like the Warhammer figures that they. You notice he's done it everywhere now. Now the Warhammer figures are at $30.
Yep.
He did a $10 price increase on the people that buy his toys. There's still some that are at 20, but the ones that
for the
people
most
are
part,
going to
he has
want.
finally raised his price.
beautiful card holder.
What?
What more do you want?
The ones that
Take
people
that
are going
back
to
out
want are
of
going
the
to hit
box.
that $30 price point, and they're going to stay there. And he's going to be
Oh,
one of
I
the
know.
most expensive for quality.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. That's how you go to clearance.
Let me see it light up.
I don't know where the screwdrivers are here, and I don't know where the batteries are. So sorry.
It doesn't
Not my
Put your phone
home.
on.
Didn't include batteries. Fucking
What?
It doesn't include.
Don't you have toys
I-
that don't fit?
It
Look, there was a
doesn't
very
go
popular
on.
movie
Yeah.
called Batteries Not Included back
Included,
in the 80s.
yeah. There you go.
Did you guys
Except
see
that
that
involved
light-up
little alien
display?
toys that
Which
I'm looking at it right now. The light up 1/12 scale DX display base. It's on Big Bad Toy Store.
No.
you want to
It
shoot me a
looks
link,
cool.
or actually, you should be able to share screen. You could share screen.
I'll just link it in the private chat.
Okay.
I
So
don't know how to do anything on here. So
Did anyone
Caleb
else pre-order
Morento-
the skateboarder?
was
Did
that
you order
Lawrence?
it, Lawrence?
Of course, I fucking pre-ordered.
I thought of you as soon as I saw that damn thing. I said, Lawrence
wanna
probably
know
ordered
why-
5 of these.
Yorkshire.
Why is there no face paint? Like, why is he just a blank face?
So you can paint your own face on there, like Hasbro selfie series.
There you go.
Selfie
The new
series
selfie series,
canceled.
draw
But now
yourself.
paint your own.
Oh wow.
it's now
Isn't
sculptured.
Yorkshire in the UK?
That display base is
Yes, it
fantastic.
is.
Okay. No.
He's saying he
I'm from
recognizes your accent.
California. Which is funny because when I was in New Zealand, people obviously knew I was American, but they specifically knew I was Californian. You want to know how?
did you say hella too many times?
No, I said like too many times.
Like,
Which I'm working on.
Like
No,
is not.
it's funny. I
That's
would-
not a
You know,
Once
California
in a
back in the
while-
80s
Say
when I
like
was a
other places.
teenager,
Dude,
talking like a valley girl was hot. Now it's just annoying.
I totally
Yeah.
get
Like
what you're talking
totally, and like I went shopping
Shopping?
and I got so many clothes from Gucci.
Ooh. Whoa.
Ooh.
What size does that
Yeah.
fit?
It's
It's
112.
112 scale.
I'm not sure
112.
exactly how.
Is it
some
really
toys-
112 though?
I'm not sure. I think it's 7-inch on the inside.
Okay, that'd be all right.
Doesn't it have dimensions on there? Nope.
right there.
all right.
No, just
So
under
it's
the 112 scale.
5.91 inches wide, 15 centimeters. So they tell us how wide it is.
I mean, girth is
I
what
mean-
matters.
All about that girth. So immediately when I see
Girth
this, I'm
is fine,
thinking
but I
Weapon
need
X.
a height there because if it's 4 inches, people are gonna look weird in it.
I mean,
I can't tell what that figure is they have in there. It's some alien.
It's an
looking thing.
import,
Yeah, I
which
can't
always
either.
run a little small.
Yeah.
your mom's an import.
It's
It
probably
looks, it
true
looks
1/12
like, if,
scale.
you know, yeah.
Go back a generation, you'll be accurate.
I mean,
You make one
that
off
could be a
color
very,
O-ring
very-
joke, and then Oz sends you a link. I don't know what that's about.
Hey, Largo.
I mentioned
Largo!
earlier, I said live, send me a message, I'll send you the link, and you never did. And I was like, he's still here. He's getting the link now.
I'm sorry. I was editing a
Getting the
video,
link.
and I can only divide my attention so much before my brain melts.
Okay,
But
I'll
I have
scroll
been
back up
kinda
so I can see
lurking.
go back up to see the description so I can type it in. Okay,
The link's in the
1/12.
private chat.
I know, but I don't want to open a thing on my I'm opening on my phone.
I'll send it to you.
Just go to BBTS. It's right on the front page.
Oh,
there
I
you
was looking
go.
at these yesterday. They're really cool. I just don't know if
I'm
they
digging
fit
it.
a lot of
We're
the
trying to
stuff
find
that
a
I
dimension
collect.
on there, but we can't find any
Yeah.
dimension.
Like
It seems
proper
they're
dimension.
using like a lot of import figs, which
Yeah.
are slightly smaller in their pictures
Yeah.
they use there.
So,
Well,
so
that's
this
what I'm
right-
thinking about.
This right here has blown every inboxer, like mint inbox collector. They're like, now I gotta have 3. I gotta have 3 for inbox, 1 to put in here to glow, and then 1 to play with.
Do I? Why do we need 3?
I just enjoy
display stands?
making mock collectors cry. So, no, not 3 display stands, 3 figures. 1 for inbox, 1
for
to
inbox.
take out of package and pose and display, and then a third to put in one of these. So you're still only buying one of these for each and every figure, apparently, that you
Yeah.
have to have. Because some people are, I guess, are that anal retentive.
Absurdities.
But I sit here and I look at this figure of her, whoever she is, in here, and I'm just like trying to think there is no way she would be the size of like a Marvel Legends. And
She's
Kayla's
skinny.
showing off some Syndulla booty. Hold on. That's
Maybe you
They got it. They got it right.
They got that
that-
peach.
Is that figure better than the series?
Character? Oh, now she's gone.
Yeah,
Honestly, it kind of
She's
does
gone. You
look
didn't look when I
better.
asked you.
'Cause they outlined her eyes
No,
a lot
I know
better.
who that is. You know who that is.
I found it on another website. It says 15 centimeter height.
This character.
Which is
15 centimeters. That's tiny. That's like
That's like
5.91
5.75
inches.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just under
15
6
centimeters.
inches, so.
Just under
okay.
6 inches.
Would be cool
But-
if it was a little bit
How
bigger.
big she is.
Yep, no. I need
Right.
it bigger.
Because, like I say, I look at this tank and I'm thinking, like, I want to put a Weapon X, like Weapon X, not the Age of Apocalypse Weapon X in here. But
Yeah. Just for general display, though, it looks like they're either in prison or cryo sleep. So it's like, I'm not
Well, it would
seeing
work
that as a
great in
great
like
display piece.
Well, it would work.
I
great
was
in
thinking
something
more for like
my
a lab
Mindbender's lair.
setup or
yeah,
like
it'd be
Oh,
great
yeah.
for like husband
Yeah.
alien in an area.
I could see
51
putting a
display.
xenomorph in there.
Yeah.
Except all my xenomorphs are too big.
the
All my
reactions
predators
xenomorphs, maybe.
Maybe.
The head's
Yeah, it
probably
would
too
work
wide.
for them. No, the head would be too big. You're right. Head would be way too big. Kayla
There's no
has to be
such
dying
thing.
right now.
There's no such thing. I just posted to Discord. I'm like, screen accurate peach.
It's the best sculpting Hasbro's ever done.
I
Jeez.
know.
Can't
Skinny
get the
in the
face
middle,
right,
but
but they
she's
certainly
got
got
much
that
fat.
ass.
Should I open this next?
Is it Daddy
What is
Goldblum?
that?
No. Somehow it got released like instantly. Also, I opened this. This was the exclusive I got from the con. It's supposed to glow in the dark
Aw.
blue, but I haven't seen it yet.
It's
It's the like made by
Coraline Wednesday
robot.
Adams.
Fucking hate Coraline. Coraline can suck my dick. Oh, whoa! That took the tab out.
Mike
Interesting.
Clit? It is Daddy Goldblum, isn't it?
What's in the box?
It's Daddy Goldblum. No, it's not. It's Mr. DNA.
Did you hear
And
it
we had
talk?
Yeah, we had Wang on here earlier. Now we've got Wong. Yeah, okay.
Dino DNA.
I guess I have to
That's
keep it
pretty
like
great.
this.
Noise.
That is pretty cool.
Noise.
And now we can make a baby dinosaur.
Are these open all the way? I don't want to like rip them. Oh, I see they bend here. Little bendy things. This is so cool. Yeah, I guess, except for if the batteries die, I kind of have to open it. It looks like I can just open it at the top, though. There we go. Dino DNA. That's pretty freaking cool.
I dig these little sets. I think they're a lot of fun.
A DNA strand like me is a blueprint for building a living thing.
There's been so many times I've walked by like the different packs of Jurassic World figures with the dinos and the people and the display. Like I've been like wanting them so bad, but I leave them alone. And then I like turn around killing myself later, like, but I don't have room for it. Especially now that I'm getting further and further, deeper and deeper into the mythic hole.
Into the hole.
Oh, it's even
The
worse when you make
mythic.
friends with somebody like Ed from Axion who introduces you to your childhood 12-inch Joes and says, "Yeah, make shelf space for those." 'Cause, you know,
I did no such thing. I warned you about that.
you're an
rabbit
enabler,
hole.
sir.
I
Enabler.
warned you about that rabbit hole, sir. You
I've
messaged
done
me
the
and
If
said,
you
same.
go
"Hey,
down certain holes, there's
what do
no
you think
coming
about this?" And I said, "Don't go there, Jim. It's a bad rabbit hole to go down."
It's true.
I have done the same for so many people,
So many
especially those
holes.
getting into Legions. I've
Ah,
opened up so many holes. And now we have Allison with us. Oh, we got
One drop of your blood
AWOC
contains
hole.
You got a new AWOC.
Ooh, nice.
He's got a
This is
nice
wave
little
3,
face.
the Gladiator
This
wave,
is
correct?
the horrid infantry.
Yeah,
Gosh, they are gorgeous.
he was supposed to go with the game.
Yeah.
What is the status on the game?
And he
Does anyone
comes with
know?
a second head.
Oh no.
It's in
Every time
hiatus
Game is
now.
on
2D
hiatus.
Head
just-
armor.
Ah,
So
That's pretty slick. I like that.
I do like the
Yeah.
red head better than
I do like the redhead for sure.
The red face. Everybody loves a redhead.
Yep,
redhead.
they're my kryptonite.
Allison, how you doing tonight?
I am well. How is everyone else?
Doing fantastic.
If I was any better, I'd be
In
twins.
and out.
Having dreams
Doing
about
any better, you'd be
translucent
what?
boobs and bondage harnesses?
Twins.
A typical night with this gang.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Lawrence, what'd you think about that Radnom picture today?
I missed so much shit in that thing, and then I see Oz like it populates that he tagged me in something, and I go and I look and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
So if anybody's ever seen the remix with Orlando Bloom for the orcs are marching on Isengard, I just pictured I pictured Lawrence skating in that video.
Aw.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
They're taking the
Jump
hobbits to Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
But technically we could call Lawrence he's one of the hobbits too, so
He would have
Best part is the
Yeah.
Viper Island T-shirt. That's the best part.
Yeah, that was where I was insulted.
They'll probably get a cease and desist for that T-shirt.
That's where I was insulted. Not to mention, it looks like I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
There's one sleeve that's like hanging out. Maybe that's my big arm that I like showing off.
Yeah. So Radnom said that to me, and he's like, I did something. I'm like, well, what'd you do? I want to see it. He says
I'm
it to
so
me. He goes,
excited
I'm
for
afraid
this.
to post it. I said, no, post it. Larry, you'll love it.
Seahorses forever.
It's so
Think
heavy.
about it, like that's kind of like, I'm sorry, we bust chops. It's what we do. Like you can't be afraid about somebody getting too offended.
What? Okay, it wasn't something I mean, it was offensive. But it's okay, actually, it was very. It's not
Only
like
because of the
I'm
way
scared.
wearing the
I'm
t-shirt.
scared
That
what
could be
your
called the
level
short
of
hobbit.
offensive is, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, like it would take a lot.
Remember, he's
No,
Like-
no. Like what you think is offensive.
All these fucking white supremacists.
he thinks Ohio's offensive. So let's go there
Height
first.
supremacy.
I'm with him on the Ohio thing. It's very offensive. It exists.
It is the worst fucking state, and it's not even close. All right.
Indianapolis was the worst.
You need
Not
to
even-
start a new show
dude,
there
that
and
New
call it
Jersey
The
was the
Reasons
worst.
Why Ohio Sucks.
Sucks.
Ohio
I
makes
guarantee
New
you.
Jersey.
Does
look
anyone
like
really
a-
need the
a
Dakotas?
true garden state?
Yeah, really.
Look, I'd
Who
much
lives in
rather
the
have the
Dakotas?
Dakotas
Hey, we have
than
Mount Rushmore in the
Maryland.
Dakotas, don't
You
we?
realize Cleveland somehow
South
found a
Maryland.
way to light their fucking lake on fire. My old service guy for our copiers. He's from Cleveland, and he goes, "I will never forget that my dad was like, let's go down and look at this." He took the whole family, and he's like, "You're probably never gonna see a lake on fire again." And he's like, "We watched the fucking lake on fire," and I was like, "Dad, how can a lake be on fire?" And he's like,
That's pretty fucking awesome that a lake can be on fire. I know it's really bad for the environment. Someone who studied this, but that's still really cool.
"Well, I mean,
God, this
Cleveland is bad.
stinks.
I mean, all of
Holy
Ohio is
shit,
bad."
this smells. God,
Do
why do I feel like toys are getting stinkier? We should have an episode about that.
McFarlane's
Are
always had
toys
toxic
getting?
fumes on his paint.
Oh, I think this is my first McFarlane.
Maybe.
There's
Yeah,
that's right.
McFarlane's
Smell
of
that
fresh
does
plastic
have an
white.
odd odor the most.
Oh God.
Like Canada.
Oh God. Okay, yeah, also Canada's the worst state. At least Canada has free healthcare. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
McFarlane
okay.
They
toys
just pay
remind
for it
me
on
of
their
like
toys.
when your grandma would put the pheromone down to chase the rats off. Like that's what it reminds me of. The smell of that
So
pheromone thing.
stinky. Like, how do you
Uh,
breathe?
Well hung banana hammocks, you were not wrong on the Oklahoma. I'm just telling you, as I am an Oklahoman, if you want to
You're an
live in the middle of
Oklahoman?
Dumbfuckistan, come live here.
Hey, at least
God,
Oklahoma
this
has
is
a whole
heavy.
Broadway
This
musical.
is
I just-
$30. This is heavy.
I just want to know right now, where are all of our Canadian friends trying to stand up for Canada?
Most of them don't
I
stand
don't
up for Canada anymore.
Well, you got Nolan.
Which way
I'm
do
pretty
I put
sure
it in?
Speaking Moistly
It's
is
worse.
from Canada,
Is it
mind you.
this
No.
way?
Yeah,
Listen,
I
I
think so.
I would take Canada as the 50th state over Ohio every fucking day. Even with them saying A after everything. Hey, where you
Can
from?
someone
A?
tell me which
From
way the
States
shield
A?
goes on? Is it this
That way.
way? Okay.
When I worked at
That
Samsung,
That's
the
the
depends
way.
on whether he's
time-
excited or
Putting
not.
it in the
Probably
hole.
When I worked at Samsung, the first time
I broke the
somebody
stand on my
came in and
It is
seahorse.
called,
massive.
they're like, "I'm calling a boot my phone," and I'm
Yeah, the
like, "What are
stand
you,
looks
James
cool.
Bond?"
Boot?
I was-
About?
I was not
The wings
appreciated.
kind of move. That's cool.
You said you
Let me
broke
go
your
back.
stand on that, Terrence?
Listen,
I did.
Yeah, the stand doesn't look very stable. How the fuck does this go
You got to
in?
heat out the boom boom hole before you stick it in there, Kayla.
Ah!
You always got to warm up
Too
the boom
late.
boom
Maybe
hole.
put on
There's
one
a
of Barry
big boom
White
boom
music.
hole.
Hey, you know what? For girthy things, even a big boom boom hole needs a little help.
Right?
Ah!
you know,
Yeah, the bottom part where the base
Well,
connects to
don't
the
force
pole
it. You're
snaps.
willing to
My
you're
room-
gonna break something.
so people
I'm not
may
gonna
rag
break
on
anything.
Canada, but they've given us some pretty good comedy shows in the past few years.
I'm not allowed to get
Letterkenny,
Canadian
Logan,
Including
actors.
Ryan Adams.
Kim's
Ryan
Convenience.
Reynolds.
Look. Before those,
Justin Bieber.
SCTV.
John
Everybody loving
Candy.
Justin these days.
Did
Eugene
Lawrence
Levy.
literally just say Justin Bieber? Ooh, you wiggle it in.
You're
I
the-
got
you're
it.
the one who went
Guys,
to Canada.
you just have to
Wiggle
wiggle it in.
Just a little bit.
It's
Wiggle it.
Generally, that's how that
Just
works,
a
Kayla.
little bit.
a little.
You gotta wiggle it just a little bit. There you go.
What is? This
The
is
Ace
called-
Okay,
is an East
here's
Coast-
another
Is
one.
this like
Hello, drop the
Pokemon
hit.
cards, but McFarlane?
Well, look, straight up. Ooh.
I
Aaron's
prefer
got
the
the
other head
Pokemon.
that didn't come on the body. I'm gonna have to do something with that because
Is that the
brown
same
and
lion
tan.
head as the other one that's in the head pack, Aaron?
Yeah.
The
Well,
tan?
it's a Treyu's head.
Yeah.
Hold on, Kayla. Here we go.
They could have put so much more on this. It's so boring.
I love that McFarlane is insistent that cards are coming back, even though nobody gives a fuck.
The fuck?
I would love
Somebody
to collect
does.
cards again. I'm not gonna lie. I really, really enjoyed
Kayla,
that.
They're paper. Don't collect it. It's paper.
Kayla, you can say that you could put more on that, but if that was Hasbro, you'd have it in 5 languages, and you'd be bitching, going, "Why the fuck is this in 4 other languages?"
It'll be no. It'll.
I wouldn't be
it'll
bitching
be
because
one
I would be
sentence
like,
in
"That's
5
great because that's
languages.
inclusive."
Oh, believe
It
me,
says
you'd be
nothing.
bitching. I
One
bitch.
I've
sentence in
I've
5
had
languages.
many a Mattel thing now. This isn't my first rodeo.
And the whole thing for
I don't know
the
if I should put the
multi-language on
wings
the
up.
card is it saves them money so that they don't have to like print new cards for every country
Yeah.
because all of the languages they have means they're importing it to a
I'm
country that
sorry.
legally
This
requires
is supposed to go in this hole?
But when you
There's
have a
no
file
way.
card
Yes.
that's supposed to explain
It
who a
fits. It
character is,
There's
you no
no
longer get an
way.
actual explanation.
does.
Yeah, but kids don't buy toys, so it's fine. Like it's just adult collectors who then have
Yeah.
something to complain
Yeah,
about
you know
on
what?
the internet.
There's
Go
no
into the
way.
G.I. Joe forums and you realize those people don't know shit about G.I. Joe, so they need a file card to know about the figures they want to talk about.
Yeah, but if they're on the G.I. Joe forum, they also need something to complain about. So it's like,
Lawrence,
Yeah.
Lawrence,
I mean,
Believe me,
it's,
they don't
Lawrence,
need
you're not,
that. all
Lawrence,
right?
you're
They
not
can
going to
find
win
something.
this.
hey Lawrence, when you drove down to Baltimore, did you have a booty
No
call
way.
with your friend?
No.
That's why you've been so grumpy lately.
Wait a minute, I wasn't grumpy before.
Not as grumpy
How
as
am I
you've
He
been
was
this
different?
past
born.
week.
He
I'm
was
fucking
born
grumpy because I
grumpy.
got to spend like over $2,000 to fix my car at fucking Christmas.
You're grumpy because you didn't get a booty call and your car broke down in Ohio. I get it.
Technically, it didn't break down in Ohio. It just broke in Ohio. It made it back
that
here.
would make me grumpy.
There's
I mean,
no way
one of
this
the
goes in this
unspoken rules of
hole.
going to Baltimore is you get Baltimore strange.
This is way
so
too big.
you
It
get crab
fits.
cakes. You get to go to the
No.
wherever you make out with the
I don't
Secret
think you
Service
understand. It's
dude
not
in
even
bushes by, like,
expanding.
Edgar Allan Poe's house.
You got to heat that hole
Try
up.
some
Wait, I missed
harsh
that. You get to make out
No,
with
it's like significantly too big. There's no way.
Yes, because that actually you can either choose to
Look
heat
at
the
that.
hole or you can heat the end of that thing to get it in there.
How do
You
I
gotta
heat it
stop
with
in
a
one of the 2 areas.
hairdryer?
Just spit on it.
Generally, try to
A little
stop
bit
in
of spit. It'll,
Yeah.
You just a little bit of spit and a big old.
You
spit
want to
and some
soften the
gumption
female end of anything usually. Just letting you know.
Blow on it a little bit.
warm it up.
With a hairdryer?
Yes,
you
that's
can
what
use
it
a hairdryer.
says.
Ideally.
Hair dryer.
Oh,
You could use
there might be-
hot tap water.
You could blow on it, you know.
Blow on it.
That would take too long.
Curling
Put it
iron?
underwater. So heat this
Give it a
end,
warm
not
bath. Get
this.
some scented candles.
Heat,
Correct.
heat the seahorse.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right
Right
back.
on
Yeah.
Kenny
I'll
G.
leave my mic on just in case anything crazy happens.
If we hear screaming,
Like I get it in the hole.
That's a
I'm just
hole in
gonna
one.
I'm just gonna yell, I got it in.
She's going to be doing like
We're gonna
Sally
need to
when she's
charge
sitting at the
extra for this
restaurant
stream
table
in a
eating
minute.
Yeah, we need
Yeah,
to
exactly.
you need to put the little button for extra donations in there.
Yeah.
Lawrence,
Not
I don't know
you
if I can give you
for
this
kids.
level of abuse when you come over and guest on my show.
my
I'm
mic
not
isn't
used to
checked.
being this abrasive. I'm taking notes.
You know, people don't have to be mean. I mean, they choose to be mean. They don't have
You
to.
should talk. You should say that to
What?
yourself.
Wait.
I am one of the kindest people on YouTube. I almost said that with a
By
straight
kind,
face.
he means honest. By kind, he
I
means
never
honest.
met
I'm not
Lawrence
gonna
in
say that
person, and the
that's
first
sexual.
text message I get from him when he gets to PowerCon is, "I hate this fucking city."
I didn't lie. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
You're very
Like I said,
kind-hearted,
very
Lawrence.
honest.
It's not that I think you're not kind. It's you're negative.
You're not
I mean,
malicious.
Thanos.
See, Lawrence is
I'm
also.
not negative. I'm just
You're not
objective.
negative.
I
Have
am
you met
objective.
Hot Meat Kettle?
Look, Lawrence can be in as foul mood as he wants because when he showed up here to Baltimore to meet me, I apparently sent him into the city to die. But fortunately,
Well,
he's from Detroit, so he knew how to handle himself.
Yeah, like I wasn't
There's a
worried.
whole section of Baltimore where that's the only reason you send somebody there is you never want to see them again.
No, walking home one night from a 7-Eleven and I got stopped by police in my own neighborhood asking me what I was doing there. Like, I
Excuse
live
me,
here,
sir,
and
you
they're
look-
looking at me like, "Ha, white boy. Yeah, sure you do. What are you buying here?"
Look, Saltine, let us know the truth. Where did you go? What did you buy?
Right.
Right.
Nothing's happening. How long do I have to
What the
do
hell's he
this
talking
for?
about?
As long as it takes.
My favorite interaction with the cop was I was walking home when I lived in a not
There's
so great
no way this
neighborhood,
fits. I swear to Dick, this
and there was
outside,
some dude
this
having a
inside
meth
part, there's
meltdown.
no way. There's no
You know what's
fucking
worse is
way.
the fact that
You know,
the
the fact
bike
that her camera
off.
is off makes the comments even worse.
Yeah, it's pretty
Way
I'm
worse.
loving this, by the way. I
I'm
want to do
waiting
whole
for a neighbor to
segments on the
break in
show.
and be like, "What's going on in here?"
Well, Thanos' Naughty November just got topped by Kayla's cameraless show. My imagination is just soaring.
There's a lot of water sports going on. That's what's happening.
See,
Oh my!
what we need to do now is take Kayla's voice of what she's saying, and then dub
gonna
it
make a
over
whole
some of Thanos's pictures that he puts up on Instagram.
There you go.
I've been telling her because at the end of their episodes they do their "That's What They Said's." I'm going to take some of those clips at some point.
Go for it. Well, we just did the massive.
Parents, we apologize.
Thanksgiving.
There are parents
Hey,
watching.
Parents is
Listen,
like,
No, I said
Terrence's
parents.
Terrence's
Listen, it's well
son
past 10
got
o'clock
hit
and I know
on
where my
by
children are.
some crack lady at PowerCon. So
Oh, Terrence, gotcha. Okay, it was Baltimore.
I
accident.
missed that story. What happened with Terrence?
Yeah, we need to hear the story about Terrence getting hit on by crackheads.
not him. That was his son, right, Oz?
What's that?
When we were outside the restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, that crackhead.
That was a scary moment. We
that
almost
one.
had a Krampus moment there, but fortunately there was enough dudes around that she thought twice.
Oh, she
That was a very
Lawrence
creepy,
is
creepy
attracted to
experience.
crackheads.
And for being as negative as I am, Silver K, what did I say to your son? That's why you don't do drugs.
London.
It was a very, very good G.I. Joe PSA moment. Right there.
Here we go, Oz.
Now you know.
I was waiting for like fucking Roadblock to show up and go, now kids, that's why you don't do drugs.
Hold on, trying to find you, brother. I got so many screens pop up.
That would actually be great for Halloween. Get a bunch of
does
people
look
dressed
good in
as G.I.
gold.
Joe characters, butting into people's stuff, giving PSAs.
And there's a new little cape thing
That was
that I haven't seen. I don't think it may
No,
be
that's
Kali,
the same one
but I
that
don't
comes on
remember.
Kali.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
What
Just
comes on
different color.
Kali?
The little
Your
cape.
mom comes on Collie.
The gold and the white look good together.
Yeah, they do
It
look good.
does.
I
It's a
agree.
nice contrast.
Pearlescent.
We love pearlescence.
It's good. These are all gonna get some type of wash or something. I can't handle just the straight up.
Aaron, are
Is
you
it-
supposed
I
to
mean,
be
the-
snippy right now?
Not all the
You can take him and
sculpting,
put
but
him in
there's
the
no
mud. That
highlighting
works
to
too,
it.
Aaron.
Do what?
Play with him in the mud. That
No. Remember, we have this agreement about me
no
never
way
going
to
outside.
I know you don't like the outdoors.
Outside. I'm not going outside.
Outside's bad. Outside's bad.
Hey, honey,
We got
did
some
you
people
get it in the
talking
hole
about-
yet?
No. This thing, I'm telling you, it's way too wide, and this inside
I've
part.
never heard you say such a thing.
I know. I know.
Give it that old
You're probably
college
going to need
try.
to use a hairdryer.
I
It's
swear
probably
to
gonna need
Dick,
more
it's
heat
just way too.
than the water is able to do.
I have it.
I think
have it in
Patrick's
hot
onto
water.
something. Pee on it, and pee's normally warmer, so maybe it will heat it up enough.
Gasoline
that-
there?
It's not pee on
She already admitted to water sports happening on, but if you guys want the camera to turn on, you got to sign up for the OF.
She didn't say there's water sports on it. She just said water sports were happening.
She said there's water sports happening. That's true.
Patrick says, "Flip the peg over." Every man's worst fucking words he wants to hear.
Oh no. There's just no way. Like, it's way too wide.
That's what she said.
Not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I am soaked and not in the way I want to be.
She's soaked. You know,
Maybe there's a
not
different
making
hole.
the conversation any better, Kayla. I'm just saying.
I swear to Dick, it's just too wide. Like,
Uh-huh.
and
It's
this
not.
isn't squishy.
So
No, it is.
Are you trying to install the right side?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
hair
Because every
dryer.
now and then a girl will say
There's,
wrong hole.
I'm
and you're like,
looking at it, and it's like this also isn't squishy enough to like, and
It's
these
not
aren't
supposed
moving.
to be. It's supposed to have tension.
Did you
on it.
buy
That's
the
why it's-
seahorse
Yeah.
dinner first? Maybe
No.
that's the problem.
Probably.
Exactly. Dinner.
And if dinner first doesn't work, there's the
I did
Cosby
it. I
method.
got it in the hole.
That's right.
Yay.
as a female, you should know no means no.
But you know, in seahorses,
So-
don't the males carry the eggs?
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they
I don't
do.
know enough about seahorses.
Seahorses,
There's
the males
no
carry.
way.
We just need to make sure the consent
God,
is
And then they're
happening
below
here.
it. Pretty cool.
Getting water.
I thought seahorses
Everything's
produced
getting wet.
asexually.
You know, when I talked about this seahorse on my show, I knew people were gonna love it. They wanted to use it for other things. I didn't think we get this much enjoyment out of it. And I even fucking bought the damn thing.
I am dripping.
Right? Like,
Sorry.
I didn't know it was a tough
yeah, you gotta
toy.
use
Now
both
I
hands
gotta
up
get
and down
two.
like that a couple times, okay?
I just
I think
want to. I
Kayla's
think I'm
come
gonna
out.
try
to-
shoving it on there.
She's pre-planning
Not on
for
the
it to
table,
be a
though.
murder weapon because you can see her like hacking
Oh
at it.
God.
That thing's sturdy enough to be a murder weapon.
Oh, I know. I
It's
know.
heavy.
So Largo, since I have you on, did you decide on a time for tomorrow?
I haven't heard back from Will, but probably
Okay.
in the AM would be good since we've got other stuff going on.
That's how I go, Lauren.
So,
Can we
Kayla,
all
I just
how
have
do
to put my
you why
whole.
guys are
I just have
so
to put my
excited?
whole body weight on it.
How come
There
we
you
didn't
go.
hear a big
You didn't
Now-
hear the
Later.
pop?
no?
No.
Oh, I heard it.
Oh, that was the best part.
I
Sometimes
heard
you
it.
just have to give a little extra elbow grease.
I just
there.
had to put my whole body into it.
Now, when you
go.
put
But
your
was
whole
it as
body
good for
Literally.
you
into
as it was for the seahorse? Inquiring minds want to know.
No,
it, do you need a
no,
cigarette?
because it was way too fucking difficult. Should not be this difficult.
Because I'm pretty sure I need
I
one
gotta
after
say-
all of that. I'm about to outside.
You should
Seahorse
get
looks
one.
gigantic.
This thing
next
is
to Kayla.
fucking 10 pounds.
Yep.
The seahorse looks bored. I'm just saying.
It's strange, but after all that, I feel the need for a cigarette. I don't know why.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm about to head outside, Jim. I'm right there with you. But I guarantee that that seahorse is now thinking, you know, tomorrow I'm going to paint the ceiling beige.
That seahorse is like, I'm not walking straight tomorrow.
Got you walking
That's
from
because
side
seahorses
to
don't have
side.
legs for it.
When you put your whole weight
They swim
into
in
it, did
circles,
you
that's
at
the
least yell,
problem.
oops, wrong hole? Or surprise so that it didn't feel so violated?
Yeah, the seahorse is apparently gonna need sessions with me. We'll have a conversation about that next week, right?
Seahorse.
Kayla?
Next Friday on Toy Therapy, McFarlane Seahorse.
Well,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
be
going to
on
be
next
Kayla,
Friday,
and we'll have the
so
McFarland seahorse. So we
ironically,
can do a couples therapy
You
session.
guys gonna have to talk this whole situation out. There's gonna be some
Maybe
couples
Moss
therapy
Man
going
can give
on.
the
Toy
seahorse a
therapy's
private
going
call.
into couples toy therapy now.
Yeah, there you go.
Boss Man's gonna
Show me
spill
on
the
this.
tea. That's
Show me
what's
on
gonna
this
happen.
Aquaman action figure where you were upset.
It'd be more like, who hurt you?
Todd McFarlane.
yeah, really.
Daddy Todd.
You know, I just had to warm
So-
it up
so,
real
uh,
good first, put my whole body behind it. It's fine.
Who were you planning to have mount the seahorse? Do you have an Aquaman figure or somebody else in mind? And
Sounds like a
will that
personal
be
question.
televised?
I have no idea.
You did all that, and you don't even know how you're going to
She
display
just
it.
wanted the big, pretty seahorsey.
I'm A, never home, and B, I'm in the middle of rearranging everything I have anyways, so we'll see. But it will have to go in my random shelf because I don't have like a DC shelf.
But let's start with the beginning of this, Kayla.
Something random.
How many figures do you own now, Kayla?
Too many.
And how long have you been collecting?
She has quickly. 3
3
months.
Like a year and a half, almost a year and a half. But like it was very slow. Like I only got a couple of things here and there, and I already had some stuff from cons.
Yeah, but how long have you been like? You only started like really getting into it like 3-4 months ago, right?
No. Like I would say, well, like a little over a year ago, I like pre-ordered stuff from, like I pre-ordered Bix. And someone else I pre-ordered. Oh, I pre-ordered the Cosmic Skeletor. Yeah. So like a year, like more like
So you're just
actually
kinda
pre-ordering and stuff.
Just
But,
kind
like,
of an eclectic mix of pop culture or a particular theme, or
it depends. Like I definitely have my fandoms that I like. Like I have a lot of Lord of the Rings. Actually don't have that many Harry Potter because there's just like not that much Harry Potter out there. But yeah, getting more Star Trek stuff, but more like OG Star Trek stuff. Nice. Star Wars, Motu, even though I haven't watched anything, but me and Johnny will be doing a rewatch of Revelation in January before Revolution comes out. So I will be watching Revelation. So excited for that. Yeah, so got a bunch of Motu stuff. Oh my god, I got a bunch of Turtles stuff, which I hadn't been into Turtles, and then I saw those glow in the dark and I was like, I need to have them. And then I saw the movie and I was like, I love this movie. I need to get more stuff. So got a bunch of Turtles stuff. Yeah, they came out with Stranger Things, and we just were doing a rewatch of Stranger Things, so I had to get those. Yeah, I get things because they're cool. Like I got the Seahorse because it's really cool. Big Jurassic Park fan, so I got that, especially Dino DNA. I've always loved saying Dino DNA.
You know, Kayla, if the starting lineup figures were anatomically correct, would you have purchased them?
I would have. I don't give a fuck about sports.
Anyone who's seen your Instagram knows that, so it's cool.
Yes, I love basketball, but I love baseball more. And I've actually got some starting lineup. Like I got old Jerry Rice, and there was actually like a Rockford. There was a Rockford. Yeah, I know.
You're like, I love baseball more. I got Jerry Rice.
No, I love the Niners. I've met him several times. But yeah, and then I got a Rockford Peach one. They made one, and there was like a $5 bin at this toy store, and I found it. I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah, I don't know if I would get any of the basketball ones as much as I love basketball. I'm just not as into it as I am football and baseball.
But now they're priced for your enthusiasm.
But now they're priced for my enthusiasm?
Yeah, because you're not that enthusiastic about it, and the prices are now super low.
They're like $13. I still think it's too expensive.
Oh, the basketball ones? Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't even cover the shoelaces.
If they didn't have diapers.
I wonder if somebody at Hasbro
I need to
lost
find one because I just need the upper body. I don't need the legs and the diaper.
Yeah, the diaper is bad. Diaper is a nah for me, dog. How the fuck does this come out? So I really need to find a screwdriver.
Ed, what were you saying? You wonder if someone lost their job for that?
Yeah, at Hasbro.
For the starting lineup?
I don't want to say hope so, but
you hope so.
It's just
he hopes so.
How you missed the mark on it so bad. Like I mean,
exactly. I mean that's just not knowing your actual market at all.
Yeah, and I have no problem bringing starting lineup back. But again, I mentioned before, you look at McFarlane, I think he's doing it the right way. People just want little statues of your favorite figures.
Yeah.
Well, the issue was
And they have
twofold.
that.
One, you put them at a $50 price point to start.
Oh, that was bad. Yes.
Why don't we just price it out of the market? Because you could go get a Mofex for 66 plus shipping.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a lot better.
You know, and I said numerous times on my stream, especially with basketball players, because they are the most selfish players. I mean, they're the most selfish athletes of all the athletes.
Selfish.
You know, like why do I want to buy a current athlete that I don't know what team he's going to be on in 6 months because he might demand a trade? Start with the Hall of Famers. Start with Michael Jackson. Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
Isaiah.
Michael Jackson. He's a Hall of Famer.
Michael Jackson on the Ravens.
He's an Hall of Famer of touching little boys is what he is.
Yeah, I need to buy a Michael Jackson doll from the 80s. Thanks for reminding me, Lawrence.
Does it come with 2 little boys too?
I think my sister still has her Michael Jackson doll with the diamond encrusted glove.
Yeah.
Nope, no thank you.
So I just need to clarify something from earlier because I got an interesting text. I did not get hit on by a crackhead. My 13-year-old son got hit on by a crackhead.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Lawrence said.
True
No,
story.
somebody texted me and they said, you didn't tell me about getting hit on by a crackhead. I'm like, no, it wasn't me. It was my 13-year-old son.
We had a nice little meet and greet dinner while we were all at PowerCon. It was Mega J, his brother Dex, Lawrence was there, met Andrew Davis, Terrence was there with Liam, myself, Ziggy, Carol was there, and who else came?
Emerald Knight.
Yeah, John was there. Emerald Knight was there. And then afterwards, we were all standing out back, hanging out for a minute. And hold it up again, Kayla.
Hold on, I forgot to put the back on.
Putting the transporter back on it.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
But-
I have RANs already. I just need to put batteries in it.
That's what's up.
Translucent and sparkly, and it lights up and it makes sound.
See, that's actually pretty cool.
Right? Like these are toyetic toy features that we need to see more of.
Right.
Playmates did a good job back in the day when they were making those. Their articulation was a little wonky, but they looked good.
Yeah, articulation.
It wasn't like uniform, you know, like the articulation on figures was not uniform at all. Some figures had like decent articulation. Other ones was like, why doesn't this one bend? Why doesn't this one do this?
Not all things are the same bendiness. Now I have Nurse Chapel.
Very nice.
This is gonna be fun.
But yeah, while we were all standing out back, we got approached by a crackhead who took a particular interest in young Liam, and the rest of us all stood on high guard. We don't know which way this is going down, but she's a crackhead, so you never know if she's stupid enough to try something when all these dudes are here ready to knock what
she was
teeth she had left in that skull out if she tried anything.
She was asking for money. She was probably a whole 95 pounds. She was very thin. And she went into the restaurant after we gave her a couple bucks. And I believe that she went out the front because there's no way. We were still out there for quite some time and she never came back out. There's no way she was in there that long. They didn't give her enough money to buy a meal there, that's for sure.
No, not at all. So it was just a very awkward situation to happen. And that's right on top of all the rats that I saw all over PowerCon. The rats.
And understand, this is Columbus, where Ohio State plays. Rats, crackhead.
Lawrence,
you don't get that in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
The Ohio State.
Yeah.
The
Ohio State, who has lost 3 in a row to Michigan.
Oh, okay. All right. With that, I am out, kids. Have fun.
All right, Aaron, my friend.
Later, Aaron.
Bye, Aaron.
Nice to
Miss
see you,
Karen will be
brother.
with me on
See you
Friday.
Friday.
So
Yeah.
Friday.
Oh, Kayla's on therapy chair Friday.
Yeah, which ironically, I have actual therapy earlier that day, so it's gonna be a day.
Bring your seahorse.
We want a full review. Who did better?
Okay, we'll do.
And we want the seahorse there because you guys need to talk your.
I think mine will be less
talk some of your
intensive,
issues
but-
out.
Emotional
We'll
support
talk
seahorse.
about her toy issues.
Emotional support here, seahorse.
The seahorse is the one that needs emotional support now.
I know it does. It's
Have a good one,
under a
guys.
trauma.
Been violated. It's got some serious trauma.
It's
All right, so I
literally
know
been
somebody was just
violated.
trying to join the stream. We've got some open space. If you're trying to join, go ahead and clearly you already have the link. Jump back on.
See, even
Who
Carol
is it?
agrees. I hate Ohio too. Columbus dishes out some bad vibes. Yes, it's called Ohio State.
Well, speaking of trauma, Lawrence, obviously you experienced some. In your collecting, I'm trying to segue into something more positive. I know you're into skating. Do you collect decks? Do you have a lot of skateboards that are like, cool, have some cool graphics on them? No?
No. So when I was younger, when I was, younger, 12, 13, 14, I took everyone's board that finished, and I slept in the basement, at my dad's house, and it wasn't finished, but there was
he's still in his dad's basement.
I
Yeah,
wish.
he is.
I wish. I hate mortgage payments. So I would hang
You
them up.
probably pay less than I do for rent.
I probably do. Oh, I know I do for a fact, to be honest. I pay less than most people's apartment. But the paneling was never put up, and the boards pretty much where the holes to put the trucks on pretty much lined up perfect. So I probably at one time had 50, 60 decks. Now I just got rid of them all, because they were all beat up. But I've kept a few of mine since I started again. The basement wall is lined up. I have 4 that are up in my living room. One is my buddy's board. The skate shop did a board for him, so I bought that. And then I have 3 other ones that all have to do with 3 of the early skate videos that influenced me. So but I don't collect, to me, graphics were always the most useless thing in a skateboard because
it's going to get torn up.
Yeah, they were going to be gone by the end of the day. Within an
you grind
hour.
2 rails, it's done.
Yeah.
It ain't got to be purdy. It's just got to roll.
Yeah, I've often said you buy a car and you don't buy it to destroy it, but skateboards are one of the few things you buy that you are planning on destroying. And it's usually destroyed within an hour. Graphics are gone.
Don't
But
mind me.
no, I don't collect that. Even though I did pre-order this little skateboarder that went up on Big Bad Toys.
I don't.
I was going to ask, what about skate-related toys? Are there, like the little fingerboards and stuff like that? Are you like those, or?
I know I never really got into that, and I look at them every time I go there. I have a couple, and again, they all go back to stuff that I had as a kid. But I've looked at all the tech deck stuff, and I'm like, I could build a whole skate park, and I could sit here for hours upon hours. I would never leave my fucking house. All right. Now
They've done some Mythic Legions skate decks,
rad.
which actually are really cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great figure.
Yeah, one of my friends messaged me that I saw at Comic-Con and then saw at a toy show, but she's not super duper into toys. She's more just collectibles, and she's like, "Hey, do you know anyone that'd be interested in Star Trek toys?" I'm like, "Me, me, I am." So I was like, anything OG Trek people, give me, even though the Sulu and Uhura, these 2 are from the movie, but I was it's Sulu and Uhura, so I have to get
I picked up the box set that Playmates did with the original Bridge crew, and then it was I got to get Janice Rand, and then I got to get Nurse Chapel because Those are so
the one
cool.
with
They just
actual
make a fun.
bridge.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Neat.
opened that, I don't know, maybe like a month ago or so on here. And I think I'm just going to keep it and then put other figures in it, because why the fuck not? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
It comes with the filter.
So
Exclusive 30th anniversary Playmates Skybox collector card. Well, I already fucked the card.
I will say one cool thing, like, Fat Red Pooh bringing up the fact of building a skate park dio. Justin Rosh recently did some work, and I forget what skate company it was, but it was really interesting. He did a stop motion video with Gundam. So it was like a clear red translucent Gundam and like one of the Xeon shoot, I can't think of the name of their little grunt soldier suits, but he did like I can't remember what the tie-in with the Gundam 2 like the skate park was, but he got to go there and like have them battle around the skate park as like an advertisement for him. Badass, absolutely badass. Love stop motion. Such a good, amazing thing. Zaku,
It is
thank
so
you.
fun to watch. Yeah, there's some guys who do some amazing stuff, and I'll catch those on Instagram sometimes where they have, Bruce Lee fighting a Ninja Turtle or who knows what.
Yeah.
Those are always a lot of fun.
Stump Puppet Pictures and Justin Rosh, they're the ones that have been
Can I
doing all the
fill this
stuff for
out?
Mattel lately for all of their stuff. And we've had him as a guest twice now, Justin and his wife, Shell, on Toy Frenzy. They're just amazing people to talk to. Absolutely incredible. And as a matter of fact, an upcoming episode of Toy Frenzy 2 weeks from now, we're just going to be talking about stop motion, but we're not calling that episode Toy Frenzy because it's something that's more toy adjacent. So that's going to be called The Frenzy instead. We're going to do like an episode like that once a month.
Nice.
But yeah, we're going to be going over stop motion. We're going to be talking about, of course, it's holiday appropriate, all the stop motion holiday specials. We're going to be talking
Rankin
Ray
Bass.
Harryhausen.
Also, the new Chicken Run is coming out, apparently.
Right? There's
You got to have
so
some
much.
serious patience
Chicken
to be able to
Run.
do that kind of stuff. In
Yeah.
little motion by motion. I don't have that kind of attention span.
No, it takes long. It's hard enough for me to set up like a shot to do my shitty pictures, let alone shot after shot after shot, and make them coincide together. I couldn't even imagine how much time that would take. And
I mean, he tells you straight out, like it takes weeks upon weeks to get like 2 minutes worth of footage because you're going like.
And listen, you can ask any ex-girlfriend. I am for instant gratification. So,
Yeah, no shit.
how would you know?
Edging is not a thing for you.
Couldn't even.
Why would anyone want to do that? Like, I'm sorry.
Couldn't wait to get that horseman out of the box, and then got disappointed by the glow. So
It does
apparently,
glow. Like if you. Oh, so here, quick. I'll show you where he's at right now. Where the light is, he will fucking glow after he sits there. So if I turn this light on here and let this thing sit, he will glow.
right. I'm going to be doing mine under UV supercharge and see how good he turns out.
This scare glow, if I turn everything off, he will fucking light up this room.
Oh yeah, him
Whatever
and that
to call it.
Undertaker, the Undertaker from the Masters of the WWE universe. Man, those guys light up my whole freaking room when the lights go off.
But he does glow better than the skeletons. You know what else glows amazingly? Is his chest piece. The whatever this dude's name is.
Digitito? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was worried he wasn't going to have as much glow to it, but his is real nice too. It's actually brighter than Scare Glow's, I thought, for just like that chest, but I think it might be because of the softer plastic.
Possibly.
I was gonna say, I found this multi-purpose flashlight on Amazon for like $10, and it has a UV light. And this on glow-in-the-dark plastic works awesome. It really gives it a good charge. It'll last a couple minutes if you're doing toy photography or whatever.
Once again,
That's what I'm getting. I'm getting one of those
have
for
a black
Christmas.
light in my room.
Larkin, I'm calling bullshit. You were up at 3:00 in the fucking morning, and you ran into an infomercial with that ex-Navy SEAL talking about that fucking flashlight, and you're like, I gotta order this. Don't tell me you bought it on fucking Amazon. We've all been there at 3:00 in the morning.
You leave my home shopping network addiction alone, mister.
Yeah, why don't you go
Look,
watch
the home
Viper
shopping-
Island? Just chill.
He really needed all 7 of his George Foreman drills. Come on, Lauren.
The Home
Yeah.
Shopping Network
One
was
in
the
every
gateway
color.
drug
Not
to Amazon, okay?
I
Larkin has
remember
a
back in
shitload
like
of
92,
ShamWow that he
93
used to clean up
watching
everything in
Home
his
Shopping
house.
Network when Mark Hamill was on there. And Mark Hamill trying to pretend like he wasn't embarrassed that he was stuck on the Home Shopping Network helping them show Star Wars stuff. It was epic. And he was like, and there was some
He is such a
tacky,
kind man.
crappy shit that was up there. And he goes, oh, wow, that's really cool. I want that. And then they sold out. And he goes, oh, God, I guess I won't get it. And they're like, oh, no, don't worry. We set some aside for you. And the look on his face when he realized they had set it aside for him was that was worth the price of.
You could just
Me
watch him
spending
dying a
6
little
hours.
inside on camera. That's
Yeah, it was just like it's just the look of like I'm gonna have to put that shit in my house. What?
Hey, put that back up there, man. Look at those eyes.
Kayla, again.
Oh, sorry.
It's always a little slow when I do it from the phone. So.
Scary.
She's got the heavy mascara going, but I like
right?
it.
She is dark on the eye makeup.
Yeah.
She looks like a girl I dated,
The hair's okay.
including the bun.
Very 60s.
Yeah, and that heavy eyeliner was very.
That's when it was on, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Shatner was what you expect him to be like. Zero surprises.
All right, guys. I will be back in a flash. Ed's in charge.
Oh
no.
Oh god. Wait, this one actually says Star Trek. That's cool.
Bill, how are you?
Muted.
You're muted. That's how he is.
Bill, you're
Oh
muted.
no.
That's a
You're
wonderful
muted.
conversation. Let's talk over them. I'm
Fucking
doing really
Lord.
good, Ed. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Lori.
Let's talk as Bill. I just finished doing a
There he goes.
There it
I'm
goes.
unmuted now. I had myself muted there for a minute, but yeah,
we know.
I'm doing all right. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
Wait, do you
We
have
were
us
going to
muted
dub
too?
in your
Like-
lines in, like old Japanese, kung fu movies or something.
Let's take some clips.
You have killed my
It was
master.
wrestling
Will you
with the
please pass the
seahorse.
prune petty?
Shut up.
My kung fu greater than your kung fu.
We
If
must
you
fight.
saw the hole and the ball, you would also think it wouldn't go in
I
there.
just crammed it in there as
Sorry,
hard as
your
I
noodle
could.
is soggy.
I had
Take it
to
back to
put
the
my
kitchen.
whole body weight on it. It was
That's what it takes
insane.
sometimes.
Girl, I've
I
been there
know.
before.
Yeah.
Be careful
The
because
whole
you can't
body
break
on
it.
top.
Same.
Press them.
And that's just
They don't
awkward
call
going
it
to the hospital
smash
for that
for,
one.
for no reason at all, you know.
Smash. Hulk
We were
smash.
impressed, though. You saw a problem, you found a way to solve it. It's very
Yeah.
very well done.
Your
you.
Vanilla Ice award is on the way in the mail.
Do you know who Vanilla Ice is even?
Everyone knows who Vanilla Ice is. He's that guy who does home makeovers badly.
He lives in my town that I live in now.
He was also in that Turtles movie,
He didn't
right?
do your house, did he, Terrence?
Yeah.
What's up?
I said he didn't rework your house, did he?
No. But he you do run into him occasionally, like in Starbucks and stuff like that.
The Bucks.
But everyone that meets him has it's like a mixed bag. People say he's either great or he's like miserable. So
Depends on
I
which
don't know.
side of the meth line.
Is
he's
he
on
driving
that
his
day, I
5-0?
assume.
What's up, everyone?
What's happening right now?
Howdy, howdy.
True story.
What
True
is
story. When
going
I worked
on,
at
random?
when I worked at the
no.
skate shop when I was younger, a buddy of mine was in there and he sees someone pull in and he's like, He goes, "That's Kid Rock," and this was before anyone knew who Kid Rock was.
Ew.
He just did really shitty rap.
Right.
Now he does
And
all
that's how
kinds of
everyone
music.
Has he done anything else
right?
except for shitty shit?
No. This one he did only shitty rap, and no one knew who he was. Now he does all
That's
kinds of
shitty
shitty
shit.
music. Shitty
I missed the
country,
days when
shitty
He had
rock.
tainted all the music genres.
But he pulled up and had some beat up white
Crap, country
5.0
rap.
that was convertible. So that was the thing, man.
So-
People love their 5.0s.
I used to
Kid
get
Rock-
totally stoned
my
listening to
first
Kid Rock
experience-
when I was like 19.
Wow, someone bought this for $4.
My
Were you listening to Sally? Yodeling in the Valley? You guys don't even know
You're
that
just saying
stuff.
words.
my first experience. No, those are legitimate lyrics.
Oh, I know.
He, my
quoted
first
Kid
Kid Rock
experience with
wakes up in the
Kid
morning.
Rock's
He's like,
wonderful
what
music.
can I ruin today?
Whoa, this has like a
Right.
stand.
He was on the soundtrack for Road Rash 3D, which was the PlayStation version of the Road Rash game from Sega Genesis.
Which is
And like
also
you could
on his
kind of
friend
customize your
Tuck.
soundtrack and think of who you were listening to. And he was on there, and I was like, "What the hell is this bullshit?" And then like a year later, or two, like I heard "Ball with a Ball," and I was like, "Oh."
It's actually I played Road Rash 1 and 2. I love those. I never played that 3D one.
Yeah, it was on PlayStation. It wasn't really that heard of, but it was pretty neat. You had like different bike gangs, and of course, depending on which gang you were in, depending on which style of bike you had. I really enjoyed it. It was a little bit more in depth, but apparently it was enough to kill the franchise because I haven't seen one since. So
yeah.
Well, if you put Kid Rock on the soundtrack, you're just begging to die.
Yeah. You're asking for it.
is the American badass.
Oz, it always throws me off when we start early for these Mythic Legions figure obscura specials. And I feel like we've been on forever.
Right?
I look at the clock, it's only 1 a.m. instead of like 4 a.m.
Right? It's not late. That's why the show's picking up again. Because, we've hit that other time bracket that we
How long
normally
are we
hit.
going? Almost 6 hours. Wow.
Yeah, almost 6 hours. And we've barely even
You got your
gotten
second
closer.
Are we gonna?
This is how we go.
break
We get the
record?
late night. We had the early night crew that comes on early with us, and then we had the late night crew that hangs out through the rest of the night. And that's part of what makes the show so much fun, because the longer it goes, definitely the crazier and more insane it gets.
The longer the better, baby.
But you're dead on, because I know like on Monday around 11:30 people start like flowing into mine, and next thing I know it's like now I'm going to 12:30. I think I went to I went to 12:40 a
It's
couple
because
weeks
you
ago.
got the West Coasters coming in.
Yeah,
Well,
it's so early over here when you leave. That's why I'm always like, "Are you
Yeah.
sure?" Like it's early, Lawrence. It's
Yeah, I
early.
know.
It's like 9:30,
I
and Lawrence is like, "It's so late. I'm going to bed." And I'm like, "Old man."
Old
but then
man.
I realize,
And then I
in
don't go to bed
Michigan-
until
And our
1.5
global
hours.
audience too.
in Michigan, it's always hell 30. So
Not always, just often.
I
Wait,
should
ever
take
request
advantage
for
of my
some solo
insomnia and
layout
do
rad
more
now?
things like this.
What's that? Oh.
Said we had a request to zoom in on Radnom
no.
here.
It's a little hover platform that I did last night. It's got some little crates and stuff that are going on. It's supposed to go with this dude, kind of.
Nice.
We decided that on the side, he is not only a prison warden, but clearly he's a upset shipping manager. He just looks like he would work in freight, like a warehouse manager or something.
He totally looks like
He's
one.
also in
Right?
HR.
Hilarious.
Yeah, HR too.
I saw that figure the other day, random. I saw that figure the other day. What is that from?
It's Cosmic
Legions. That's
Yeah.
Okay,
This is
I don't
big,
collect this stuff,
big
and
boy.
it's kind of out of my league, but it looks cool as hell.
Yeah, it's very
By this time
fancy.
next year, Bill will have like a whole shelf of cosmic and mythic legions.
And I might take Ed's suggestion and try to mold one of these in silicone, because I was thinking like this would be really cool, like repeating to have on maybe, you know, like on a vehicle or something, like over and over again.
Oh yeah,
These little cylinders.
that's cool.
Well, the Cosmic Legions, the most recent wave, just had that pre-order for like space cooler and like some old school looking, like not quite like the terminals that you're doing, but it had like some sci-fi paraphernalia, as best to say. That was really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a neat idea.
It had a beer cooler and a
lots
generator.
of different lines.
It was a Cosmic Legion redneck set.
Right. Just needed a fishing pole.
So,
All
hung banana
full
hammock.
of trash.
Some kid just fall down the stairs somewhere.
No, I did this to my
Alright.
bag of trash.
Oh, I thought the
Got
police
it.
were at Lawrence's door. Well, you know, Detroit.
They should be.
They're like,
Lawrence,
sir,
watch your back.
So now that Random is here, let's talk about the mean things he does. That being mean is a choice.
Go ahead, Lawrence. I'll hear you. Come on.
It's like racism.
Oh, wait,
Kids
let
are
me
not
go get
born
my popcorn.
racist. They're taught to be racist. Kids aren't born to be mean. You're taught to be mean. You choose. Why are you so mean to me?
Or you're
Why
allowed
do you?
to be mean.
I'm
You
nice to
obviously
you.
have
I
never
don't
met
even-
my ex-wife.
I don't even call you diarrhea anymore.
I am only mean to you, Lawrence, because I like you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's how it works.
I think I've used that
Yeah.
one before.
I only
Have
tease
you?
people I like.
And now they're divorced.
You know, when I was putting that up, I was like, in my head, I know this is a lot funnier than it actually is.
No,
and-
it was pretty funny.
It was
I will
hilarious.
say I laughed
Okay,
a lot.
I don't know.
I didn't publicly laugh because I didn't want to hurt Lawrence's feelings because I'm the one who dropped that thing where I put his head on a
Yeah, I
rock
saw
body
that.
a few weeks ago, so
funny
I
as
have to
hell.
like be
I mean-
cool for a while. But I laughed really
Wow.
hard. That was
Whoa, what is that?
That is Alithia, one of the most gorgeous figures ever created.
Wow.
That's really cool. That's one of the ones in the
Wait,
book,
who makes
right?
that?
Yes, that is
That's
Four
Mythic
Horsemen.
Legions,
That's out
yeah.
of Mythic Legions.
God damn it.
And that is the Horseman of Famine, hence why she is a vampire, that endless thirst.
Does it come with extra hands?
Yes,
It comes with 6
Wow.
total.
Okay, I hand it to you.
The more hands, the better.
So, and I love the detailing on like the headdress, how you see like the little mini skeleton with the scales, and
Oh yeah.
Damn.
she is phenomenal.
When people
But
talk
she is
about
Hold it
action
up
figures as a form of
below
art, you look at stuff like this, you're like,
your
yeah,
left.
it's
Yeah.
sculpture.
Oh, it definitely
That's
is.
what the Horsemen are doing. Like their whole career, they've been high-end sculptors that are from the days of working in McFarlane to making like those statuesque kind of figures with low articulation but high detail. Then seeing them evolve and go into working with the Masters Universe Classics. What's up, Sulu?
You know, those
And-
What did you say, though, about
pajama
the-
uniforms did not go over well, but they've kind of grown on me over the years when I revisit the motion picture.
I haven't watched it, so
Yeah, I can't agree with you. It
For another
reminds me.
year.
They remind me of the first uniforms for the next generation that just looked wrong. But
Yeah.
once they put the collar on and they loosened them up,
Oh, they were like a
Okay.
onesie almost.
they were
Yeah.
not even almost. They were a complete onesie.
But
The onesies with the cup in the crotch. Yeah.
But once
Yeah.
Riker
I
got
like
the beard and he was
it's
able
usually
to
how it
pull it
works.
down every time he sat down.
That's that. Yeah, Riker would not have been
I
able to
think
do the
specifically
over the chair Riker
Watch-
maneuver.
Riker.
Watch for the.
Do you know what that is? Only because of Strange New Worlds.
He's married to Laura. I believe it's Laura, like, and you know, like,
Riker.
she got taste.
Indeed.
She got taste. Oop. Something. I just
Yeah, the Horseman sculpts have just gotten better, and they keep fitting better and more articulation into their engineering. It's one of the reasons I'm such a huge fanboy, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
Yeah, just because of price and shelf space, I'm picky about what Mythic Legions I pick up, but I've been real happy with every one I've had. The Horseman was the last one I picked up, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Is
Hands
that part
down
of the
one of
All Stars line?
That was Swig.
I don't remember which wave he came in. He was on sale the other day, so I picked him up because I've been wanting a goblin for a while.
I like it.
Oh, if you want a goblin, I'll get you my ex's mother's address.
I saw that coming from
Knew it
a
was
mile
coming.
away.
Is that Carl's mom?
Yep.
Carl.
She's easy like Sunday morning and a whore. So anyway.
Carl.
Well, anytime I'm feeling bad for being a little mean, it's good to
Yeah.
have Allison here.
See,
I'm
once
not
again,
mean,
being
I'm
mean
not.
is a choice.
That's true.
If I were
Allison's
mean, I
a
would
good
talk about
barometer.
Calling it like
I would
it
talk
is.
about like her bad
Wow,
teeth or
this-
something, but I'm not mean, so I don't talk about her teeth.
Alice's ex's mom is just sitting there and just takes a stray bullet for no fucking reason.
Oh,
That's
no,
not
main
mean.
reason
She's
is
just
she takes a
truthful.
stray
That's all.
bullet. Like,
She tells it like it is.
Don't let her fool you with her, oh, woe is me, I'm the martyr. Ugh. She was always like, I like one time I was like, ma'am, you need to get down off the cross. Somebody needs the wood. And it's your son because never mind. I'm not going to finish that thought, but I'm just saying, get down off the cross. Somebody needs the wood. And she would just be like horrified. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, well, man,
Well, when
we're
that's the
playing
only
last
wood she's
so
been
much.
getting.
Oh. Okay.
So Swig
Should I
was
open-
All Stars 5.
Okay.
Which
okay.
Ghostbuster should I open next?
The one in
All
your
of
left
them.
hand.
This one. This one.
Oh, you go for glow in the dark. Go for glow in the dark.
Go for
Okay.
what?
It's Egon. Yeah.
The boss
Like,
says the
even
Well, I
the
have all
packaging
four.
is glow in the
I
dark.
have all four of them.
Yeah,
The
me too.
packaging
I've
is
got.
two.
Yeah, the packaging is glow in the dark too, so you don't want to get rid of it.
So Largo, was
I'm gonna have
the
to.
horseman your first horse for Mythic?
From Mythic, no. What was the other one I picked up?
You get
I'm
more
trying to remember now.
Boreas? I know
It was one
Boreas
of the
tends to
earlier
be one
ones
of the
they
more
did.
Okay.
Kind of a chestnut color. I can't remember the name of the
Oh.
figure.
Oh, that's from Xylona's flock. Hold on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I knew they did great stuff with their animals. I saw that one, and I knew they'd do a
Yeah.
great job with the Headless Horseman and the bear coming up,
Horse
man. It's
was,
like
Aethon.
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 Okay.
How
Which
much
is
was
a hell of a horse.
How much is the bear?
well, and it's so appropriate. They're literally going through all four horsemen. I mean, they've got the Horse
Yep.
of Death that came out with the vampires. You know, they're going to have them
Necronominus.
all. Yep.
The Bears are going for like 80 or 85 right now.
Now,
80.
but how much will they be when they hit the stores?
Oh, probably 130.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going to be like over 100 at that point.
Damn.
Well, because
It's a bit
it's
much.
already more expensive. It's already more expensive than a normal horse, right? Because a horse is about 60, 65.
A horse. Horse.
So with the bear being 80, that's more like that ogre/troll scale, and those all retail for over 100.
Yeah. Probably 110 to 120, I would say, is probably where it's going to fall.
Yep. And he's got to have extra.
Horse.
He's
Yeah, half
got
an extra
additional
body piece.
parts so that he could do the upright position. Like you can't
Yeah,
just stand
yeah,
him
I
up
saw
like
that.
that. That's additional pieces.
Yeah, I've
And
been going
that
for a
was
lot
one
of beasties. I don't know if you guys ever picked up any of these D20s that they did, these dire wolf
haven't
type
gotten
of
any.
Brick?
critters.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, these are so good.
Brick has been
I've got this
selling
one.
me on the D20s.
Yeah.
They're good.
I've got the Griffin on
Um,
pre-order though.
That looks really good. One thing I accidentally stumbled on as I've been putting together stuff for the 1/6 scale, he actually scales for 1/6 pretty good. If you just want a normal size,
kidding.
wolf. So he'll
Yeah.
end up in a AT-76 adventure at some point. But for
Oh, yeah.
1/12 scale as
I'm
a
thinking that.
mount, they're beautiful, and the articulation's not terrible. You know, it's
You could make a
That's a
1/6
some
scale
good
Brotherhood
poses
of the
with it.
Wolf thing with that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
looks
Should
a
I
lot
make
like
should I make
the
Egon
big
write
guy,
the
Timber.
Oh,
seahorse?
yeah, I've got timber over here if you want to see the difference in scale. Go grab it.
Definitely. I love Timber, by the way.
Rad Dom,
And
how are those glasses working for you?
Which ones?
The ones on your face.
They work okay. I bought this thing.
magnifier.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
funny. That's what
Nice.
my O-ring is on. Like the little O-ring camera that I have over here is actually attached to a magnifier because I bought it for painting fine detail, but now it just acts as my O-ring light so you can see this beauty.
It works okay, but the problem I have with it is in order to get to the right length, I have to close one eye. And then also my paintbrush keeps knocking it. So, but it is.
Well, tell your paintbrush not to do that.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't listen all the time.
You need to
All
get
right.
some of those magnifiers that attach to your glasses to get that nice steampunk look going.
Yeah.
Do that like the jeweler's glass or,
Yeah.
just get the bifocals going. We're all
Yeah,
that
so-
age now.
Oh my god!
Jeez.
You can see the scale.
I didn't realize
difference
that thing
with,
was that
timber.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh yeah,
Big boy.
Yeah,
he's awesome.
that's definitely a
I
one.
That
was
is
saying like
A
I was
dire
saying
wolf.
they look similar, like the paint. I didn't realize it was that size.
Oh yeah.
That is gigantic.
The pictures on their advertisement don't do it justice. But when you have it in hand, it's girthy. I love my doggos. They're cool.
Doggos.
Also makes a good mount for the dire wolf raiders from
Ooh.
the original Warcraft.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Look at this.
I hadn't thought of that. I originally picked her up for Red Sonja, which I'm
Oh,
still waiting for it to get here to Guatemala.
That's so cool.
Is that a Halloween
Oh,
decoration?
that's
Santa?
awesome.
Yeah, I picked it up clearance at Walgreens after Halloween.
Dude, Walgreens
Gotta
has
love
some
it.
good stuff sometimes.
probably like $5 too, right?
Yeah,
That's awesome. Nice pickup.
gotta love those.
super
Clearance
big. I mean,
deal.
like compared to like you put the orc on the back.
That'll be a sweet custom with a little bit of wash on it to bring out the detail.
Yeah, I was just thinking that a little brown wash would look really good on that.
Oh yeah.
Do the tea dye move where you use a tea bag to dye it and blotch it.
Never tried it.
It's an
but
idea.
I got a bunch of
That's
tea
how
over
you
here.
age.
How is this supposed to fit on him? Not again.
You got to warm it up a little.
Well, how are you
Here we
supposed
go
to
again.
put
On
this-
it.
There's no way to take this off.
Hey, don't stop her. That was exciting last time. Let her go. Turn off the camera and go get in the water.
Turn her camera off while she does it.
It doesn't have any kind of little nubbin or something that you can work out.
I'm looking. It looks like it should. Like here on the inside, it's kind of cut. Oh, I see on the side. Okay.
I
got it,
think.
got
Yeah,
it.
I was going to say on
I got it.
the first plasma series, I think there's a piece on the side so you can.
I found it.
adjust
It
it.
was over here.
There it is. Nice.
Thank you.
Phil, you've been quiet this whole evening, unless you talked while I was
Yes.
quickly coming inside here.
He talked a lot, but he was.
How
on
you
mute.
doing tonight?
No, I had my mic muted earlier when I was saying it.
You did.
Yes, I have been quiet because I've been quietly listening, and it's one of my better features. I like to listen a lot and hear what folks are saying. But yeah, I've just been hanging out over here. Just got through with my live stream a little bit ago. I did want to make a big shout out to Largo there. He and Will have been working really, really hard over there on his channel and Will's. And Will just got monetized here recently, and I was very, very proud of that. And I went over and joined their channel as a result of that to give them back a little bit of what they gave to me, because back in the early days of me starting to actually try to bring my YouTube channel up from obscurity, they were some of the first patrons of mine. And if it hadn't been for them, I probably would have been discouraged way long ago. So thank you so much, Largo, and convey that to Will as well.
That's right.
I will. It's been a long, strange trip this year, but it's nice to see some progress.
I think it's so cute, all you non-monetized people. I just thought everyone was monetized. It's been so long for me, so.
It's monetized now than it was.
Larry, it gets any deeper.
There's the guy going for Rookie of the Year.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and remove my vote for that nerdy Lawrence.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can.
You can't. Although if you refreshed, you can go back and vote again.
Okay.
I found that out after I did that this week.
Vote early and often.
Did he even say when it ends?
I didn't pay attention to it.
He did. I don't remember what
it said it ends. It's just he needs to reword it because like Rookie of the Year doesn't work because a lot
some
of
those channels been on there for a while.
I mean,
who is up there?
Me. That's all that matters.
It's Chad's been around for quite a few years. I mean, several years. So
no, it's Chad is new.
Articulated
Chad.
That's what I mean, right?
But there was one that I looked up. They have like 4.9 thousand subscribers. So I could only imagine how long they've been around. I have 3,100. Chad's at 2,700, I think. So I mean, there's a bunch that are well over, into the thousands. So
well, that was the thing I noticed. Like everybody that was on that list was at 1,000 subscribers or more. So
I don't think everyone.
I don't quite get the rookie part. Then it's a good point.
You know what? So the one thing that he said was that once you're nominated, he's not like you can't get nominated again. So they didn't want to do YouTuber of the Year again. He wanted to do Rookie of the Year. But yeah, I just think it's worded wrong. Like I think you need to remove Rookie and find just newcomers. Not even
YouTuber of the Year.
Yeah, but he doesn't want like people being nominated again and like one person constantly dominating it. He wants to promote like smaller channels.
Yeah, so, I would honestly say though, like one of the coolest or the best channels I've seen pop out in the last 6 months that's grown huge is Nostalgia Unboxed. John is just like
Jonathan's killing it.
Yeah, Jonathan's killing it. I mean, he's
on my live stream next not tomorrow but the week after.
Hella Dope is pretty cool too.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hella Dope is definitely
Hella Dope is hella dope.
But Hella Dope does nothing but the lives. So if you're talking about an actual like YouTube full channel, like Nostalgia Unboxed, right? He does full videos, shorts, lives, everything.
I get really annoyed. Allison knows me.
Buy everything. That sounds about right.
What are you getting annoyed by, Lawrence?
I don't know.
Life.
He just annoys me. I'm not saying he's a bad guy.
You don't like this self-deprecating humor?
I don't know. I watched enough. I mean, I watched him a few times, and like, it's just I don't know. It's
sounds like
he's not a good guy or anything, and people, I just.
I like Jonathan for the same reason I like you. You're not afraid to make an ass out of yourself.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
And he shouldn't. Like,
I feel like a big part of Jonathan's shtick is he is almost making fun of sort of a type of YouTuber who is very much the used car
he's very
salesman
self-aware.
type. Like it feels like a parody, but he's so good at it. I don't think everyone gets that.
Yeah,
so
I think people
say that, but that doesn't change that. Like some people aren't going to react well to the vibe of it. Like that's sort of the risk you run whenever you have sort of that intense, that strong of sort of like a character that you're presenting, that it's going to come across.
But see, that's what to me it comes off as a character, not a personality.
Well, is that kind of a satire thing, or is that just his personality?
I don't know. I just again like
no,
and I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying that he's a bad channel. I'm just saying I watched it a few times and I just found it annoying. And I believe me, I'm sure there's 100 people going, a million people, 1,000 people. Going, I can't stand your fucking show. I understand.
How many subscribers do you have, Lawrence? 3,000. So 3,100 people are going. This dude's fucking annoying.
Oh, believe me, I know they are.
What I will say on Lawrence's behalf, sort of here is what Lawrence looks for in, and if I'm wrong, certainly correct me, Lawrence, but you seem to gravitate toward people who are sort of 100% themselves and presenting authentically. And so I think because Jonathan is sort of doing a character, and there's a part of it that for him is, I don't want to call it like play acting, but it's a presentation. He sees it more of a overall, like it's an entertainment thing where he's not necessarily like Lawrence gets up every Monday and he's really open and authentic and honest and shares his life as much as any of us should share our lives on the internet. Whereas Jonathan is much more, you're getting the persona of it, you're only getting the character. Like Jonathan doesn't get online and actually talk about whatever's going on in his personal life. And I think there's some people who, like Lawrence, who like when they gravitate towards someone on YouTube, it tends to be someone who's really authentic and just themselves. But there are other people who prefer a persona, like the presentation of it. So I think it's just personal mileage will vary.
And my name is Jonathan, by the way, so this is funny listening to.
Authenticity, authenticity is very important, and when you can learn to fake that, then you got it made.
Yeah, what I like about YouTube is there's room for all of that. Like I can enjoy somebody like Jonathan who's giving us sort of a character and a parody almost. Whereas I
will say I've talked to him offline because we did a stream with him and Hatter, and yeah, I mean it's definitely like amped up, but
and that's exactly what Allison told me. Like exactly what
you said. He's different, and it's again, fine. Like that's
I have no issues, and it is kind of weird the way you just explained it. Really is how it is. Like I used to love Stephen Colbert when he did the Colbert.
Right.
He had his Colbert show. Like I love that satire that he was doing in his whole character. I don't know. Like I just there's just something
that's fine.
Again,
like
yeah.
Not ever, and this is one of the things I've sort of before I started doing stuff on YouTube, I sort of had to make the peace with the fact because as human beings, a lot of us really need people to like us, and I was like, I need to be okay that not everyone's gonna like me, and that's okay. I'm not everyone's vibe, and that's cool. But you have to make
people
peace
don't
with
like
that.
Allison. They're gonna have a problem with me.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, like I just have a certain personality. But you know, like the quote unquote mean thing. It's like obviously I'm not horrible.
Yeah, I think
you know, like
you're not actually mean.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not a good. I'm not a nice person. I'm a good person. But like, you know, it's different.
You enjoy being petty, and that's different. Petty
Lawrence
is fine.
isn't actually mean.
You attend Petty University.
Exactly. Like I can be petty and I can be shit.
The good thing about Allison though is she will tell you this is exactly who I am, and it's exactly what you're going to get.
I mean, like you know, like some of you know, like I mean, like if you were actually in my life, even if I'm mean to you, like sometimes Lawrence obviously knows I appreciate him and what he brings, and he's been super helpful. Like on Friday, I had some questions about YouTube stuff, and like Lawrence was one of my first go-tos to like bounce ideas off of because Lawrence studies this stuff. He knows his shit. Like, I mean, like you know, so I do sometimes. You know, like I stuck his head on an Ewok body and made a joke, but like. It's just unjust. Lawrence is
you keep blowing his head up, it's gonna look like a fucking guy underneath.
Well, if I didn't like Lawrence, I would
put a fucking Viper Island shirt on me like some other asshole did.
if I'm nice,
I knew that's the thing that bugged him the most.
Nice to you, and have never made a crack or a joke at you about you or to you. Like everyone on here, I've made fun of a little bit here and there. That means like you're cool because if I don't do that and I'm only nice to you, that means I'm afraid I'm going to be shitty to you, and it's true. So anyway.
Yep.
Random, just so
Let's
you know,
say-
I did take credit for pushing you to post that. So
I did run that by Ed before I posted it,
Yes.
but
Because
that is
Ed's
funny.
also mean.
It was really fun. It was so funny though. Like I cracked up so hard when I saw that, and I was like, Lawrence is gonna like have a moment where he's mad, and then he's just gonna laugh it off because that's it. That's the reason I did that Ewok thing, because I knew like I'm gonna send it. It's mean. He's gonna say it's mean, but he's also gonna laugh his ass off because Lawrence makes those jokes about himself, and
Right,
he
he
does it in
does-
a way where it's
He does self-deprecating humor.
yeah,
and
and he does it in a way where you know it's not. He's not covering up for an insecurity about it. It's funny. Like so.
it could have been worse, Lawrence. He could have put "I Love Ohio" T-shirt on you.
I don't, dude. Oh man, that's like that's not an option.
coming
Yeah.
next.
So anyway, like that was a long
That's
way of
coming
going
next.
about it. But
Happening.
I
Listen,
would say in our corner of collecting, we definitely in this group tend to gravitate towards people who are more just laid back, real about things. I cannot stand the shiny, happy people who put on their broadcasting voice. It's
Oh,
like, dude,
God.
stop, please.
yeah, there are a couple
don't
that
do that.
like
There's a couple.
Stop. Oz has a little
Not
bit of a
gonna-
radio
Not
voice.
gonna name.
A little bit of a radio voice, man.
Yeah.
Voice nothing. My face was made for radio.
Why is this going around?
listen, as much as I dish it out,
See, you know that again, yeah.
I better be able to take it. I mean, 'cause I have no problem.
You
dishing
heard it
out. I
here.
have no problem.
Lawrence
You
can
do, Lawrence.
take
You
it.
take your share of run of
yeah,
the
as much as you take.
I mean, I
Lawrence
like
can
to
take it
move.
like a McFarlane seahorse.
Yep.
There's a difference to me from
Shove it
someone
right in there.
someone making fun of me in like a way like that, and someone attacking me, which I've had happen online too.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a
yeah,
big
right.
difference.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
no,
was
there is a huge
moderating.
difference. But
I was moderating Hatter's stream, and he's talked about it before about being on the spectrum, but someone was literally making autistic comments in not a good way, and I was like, absolutely
Not
not.
cool.
You are removed.
yeah,
No,
And Hatter
Goodbye.
didn't know because he was like reading through them, and like even if I delete them or block them, like they still go through
whole
to
still
him.
can
see him.
You know,
It's so stupid.
but some people, and we haven't really had to do it. Like Matthew hasn't really had to block or delete anyone. We had one show, I think, but you know, I listen to Nick Nimmin and he talks about it, and you know, people have asked like, what are we supposed to do if someone says trolling? And he said, listen, I just delete them. I just delete them, block them. He goes, because it's not even that they're like attacking me or whatever. They're ruining the enjoyment for everyone else that's in the that's in the chat. Now, again, some people just kind of get out of line and you have to say something to them. Then there's other people that are just coming in. They're up. I mean, they're not there to do any good. You know, and he's like, I have no problem. You know, and you know, if you lose a subscriber, you lose a subscriber. It's not a big deal. They weren't going to bring anything, you know, to your chat anyway.
Some people are just freaking drunk.
They're not bringing any value.
Yeah, there's that too.
I mean,
and you know, a good chat has an organic flow, and it'll go from topic to topic, and then you'll have that one guy that just puts in a random thing like, "Hey, did you hear about this thing? And is it coming out?" And it's like, we're not even talking about that, dude. Where are you coming from?
Are we talking about Grand Theft Auto 6 again?
I was gonna say, did somebody just bring up GTA 6?
So
oh
when,
yeah, that guy.
So when I was doing one of my Thursday with a friend, you know, it's to talk about them, not really toys, but talk about them and everything. And one of the guy, some guy pops in and he starts asking like a bunch of toy questions. And Matthew's like, "Hey, that's not." He's like, "Hey, that's not what the show is about. This is what it said." He's like, "Okay, that's cool. I'm out." Like he wasn't mad. He just like, "All right, I'm out." And I was like,
right, yeah,
that was just awesome. Like he was just like, "Okay, cool, then I'm out." Like he announces it, boom, he was
Like,
gone.
how hard is that to do? Like, people that like hate watch or like troll, it's like, why? Just
I
like
don't have-
watch something else you enjoy.
I don't have time.
see.
You know, I'll watch.
That's one of the
people
funny
that I may not
things.
like if there's a topic that I want to hear about. I don't go looking for Viper Island and watch his shit. I don't go looking for things back to the max because, well, I couldn't understand anything that he has to say. But if someone, you know, even if I don't like their content, if they're talking about something or someone says, "Hey, did you catch what so and so was saying? They were talking about this." I might go check it out just to hear what they were saying, because even though I may not like certain channels or certain people, there may be something gets brought up that is knowledgeable, or maybe that someone is
and sometimes context is important.
Yes,
people will get into a controversy and not know the context of what was originally said, and sometimes it's immaterial. It's
just
like
happened to Lawrence.
Some people are just
Lawrence
knuckleheads.
mentioned something about Ken like 3 weeks ago. Next thing you know, Iron Ken's slaying all over Lawrence, trying to.
Yeah, and the funniest thing about that is
about him, other than the fact that the guy couldn't talk.
And I was the one that said I don't even want to mention his name.
Yeah,
but everyone else did, and then next thing I know, I'm at a banquet, for my daughter's golf. And I'm getting messages from people that he did a video about me, and I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? So
me being one of probably the younger channels here, well, actually, no, not really. With a lot of people on right now, but again, just being one of those smaller channels, I wouldn't think I was popular enough to have merited some trolling, but there was several months where I was getting trolled pretty hard by one person who would come in under different names and everything like that. And they would kind of think they were being slick, and I wouldn't recognize who they were, even though they were saying things that were said, in DMs, like in the chat, and saying it exactly the same way and stuff. And the truth is, like, honestly, they're still viewing my channel because clearly they're here. And that's that's more watch hours. That's another view. And I don't mind that. If they start to get to a point where they're stepping out of line, I gave several people, that beautiful little wrench. And these guys are, my deputies and my sheriffs. And if they decide they are booting you out or whatever because you're crossing a line or whatever, I trust that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that wrench.
It's sad that we have to have moderators.
Like the one that replied to himself last week. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the person that was replying to themselves and tagged themselves.
What?
That guy. That was a special
guy
kind
in the chat. Stupid. He was a troll, but he was under.
That was a special stupid.
And then he called himself the wrong name in the wrong.
Yep.
Under the wrong account.
I don't know. I argue it myself all the time.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
You only have to worry when you lose the argument with yourself.
Well, no,
yeah.
I lose something,
When you argue with yourself, you never lose an argument.
Hello, me. It's me again.
That's why I say it is a problem when you lose an argument with yourself.
Yeah, really.
You have hit a whole new level.
That's a new low.
But I have to say, when it comes to moderators, I mean, I see some channels that they'll have like 12 to 15 people watching, and you look and there's like 8 of them are moderators, and it's like that's too many. Like to me, like you want 1 or 2, depending on the size, and they have to really think like you, because you don't want to be like, hey, moderator, like on your stream, like take care of this guy here. Like Matthew just takes care of it, and when the channel started getting a little bit bigger, I talked to Matthew, and we were just like, Ed, Ed would probably be the next one because he thinks like us. He knows how to control the stuff. I told Tony, I'm like, you'd be a bad moderator.
I don't want to put it.
What are you talking about? I'm like, you start shit all the time, dude.
Right. You want somebody who's got a cool level head. I mean, there's been a couple of instances where I've got a list of people who are already banned from the channel. The funny part is it was all really one person who just had so many different multiple accounts, worked through them and eventually banned them from the channel.
That's crazy.
But I mean, that's the truth of it.
And Fat Red, the answer is no. You're fine with the Stargate stuff. You'll know if you piss me off too much.
I gotta go. My friend is almost here, so have a good evening, y'all.
Take
Thanks
care,
for having me
Kayla.
on.
Always a pleasure.
I got through a good chunk of my toys. Just have
Hey.
a few more left.
Spoon with that seahorse. Make it feel like you do
Indeed.
love it.
Yes, I will. I will.
It needs aftercare. Okay, that's important.
Yeah, it does. Aftercare is very important.
Whisper
All
sweet
right.
nothing in his ear.
It might
Kayla,
need
give us
plan
a
B.
shout out. Let us know what's coming on from Geek the F
Oh
Out.
boy. Okay. Wednesday, season 2, Stranger Things. Thursday, season 1 of TOS wrap up live with Thanos will be there. And then Allison, I forget, did you say you could join for sure?
Which one?
Thursday night for TOS season 1 wrap up. I forget if I've officially asked you or not.
You didn't officially ask me. Let me.
Okay.
Let's see.
I think I
The
need
7th?
to officially ask Brick too. Huh?
Thursday the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
I'm free. Okay. I'm on.
Beautiful.
Look,
Beautiful.
don't officially ask anybody. Pull an Oz and just drop them an invite, and they know what to expect. That's how it goes.
Yeah. And yeah, and then so Stranger Things will be every Wednesday for the rest of the month at 6, so we can end in time for Gotham City tonight. And then January we'll be talking about Revelation, I think also on Wednesdays. I can't remember what day we decided. In preparation for Revolution. So I haven't watched it, but Johnny's watched it. So yeah, look forward to that. Geek the F out. Yeah.
Excellent.
Night, y'all.
Night, Kayla.
Bye.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even looked into that. I saw it kind of pop up, Travis.
You know,
So
I need to
don't
look
know.
into it because if I can drop my bill to $10 a month.
Yeah, but if they're doing $10 a month, I'm looking at it right now, and it does have it does have monthly here, and I can. And if you do,
Well, is that the thing? Is it like a yearly thing or?
I don't know. I mean, unlimited
Shoot, what
streaming.
email do I even have that coming to?
So for those of you that have StreamYards, you can't do more than one camera at once, right?
No, you can. I just don't
No,
know.
you can.
It's tricky, but you can make it work.
There's a couple of
Yeah,
different
like-
ways.
Okay.
There's a couple of different ways. So one of those ways is like when you all see me go outside, and then I've got this one here where the camera shut off and the mic shut off, and then I'm on this device. So
Right.
logging in as another device can act as a secondary camera.
Well, I mean, for my setup now, I have 3 cameras here, and I'd like to be able to have them running at once. Now, I could do that with
Gotcha.
OBS, but I don't know if
do that.
The way
can
I've
do
been
that.
doing it is you have to.
do
I have
that.
2 different browsers open, and I use
You can do it that way.
Firefox for the phone, which is what shows my desk when I'm doing a live stream, and then I have Chrome, sadly, and that's what this is on. So,
okay.
So
you do
there
have
is
to
an
make sure you
additional
mute,
setting.
because if you don't mute your second and your other cameras properly, you'll get horrible, awful feedback.
So
Well, in one of the other settings, you can add additional, like you can do an additional camera. I'm trying to find which
It's in
setting it is.
the super expensive one.
Yeah, you have to have the highest monthly package, I
Yeah,
think.
to do it easily without issue.
But it's only one extra camera, I think, on stream.
Yeah, it's not. It's still not awesome. So, which is why I'm just like doing it my way.
You can do it with OBS. Use OBS as your virtual studio, and you can have 2 cameras. If you're running it by yourself through StreamYard, if you want to do it that way, it's just that your main cam is going to have the little U and the big U in it, however you want to do it. If you want to do it that way, if you want to run it in 2 browsers, you can have 2 browsers running. But if you want to run like a U inside of another picture or another shot, you can do it this way. I mean, Yeah, that's live right over there. That's my toy table.
I didn't understand. I
So,
mean, I didn't
you know,
realize you mentioned
you
mentioned
got
it
to
the
use
other night.
OBS Studio, and
Okay, we got lag, but I'll just talk
yeah,
for a
I
second.
mean, I've got
You mentioned
two
it the other
cameras
night.
going.
We're talking about taking basically OBS and running it through StreamYards. I didn't even know you could do that, but apparently you can.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Travis, I'm looking at the deal right now.
Yeah, it's virtual camera.
So if you go to this $10 plan per month or like lifetime thing, what you do lose, it depends on how much you live stream, you lose access to putting your own logo up. Like the StreamYard logo is always going to be on. So if you're doing it like I do,
Right.
twice a week.
So you will have
that.
Instead.
Does it limit how many people you can have in the stream as well? I know there's
everything is the
usually
same
a
as the
limit.
basic plan, except for the StreamYard
okay.
logo is always going to be there. And I think you can still put your logo on it, but StreamYard is always going to be there going, hey, I am supporting you.
So
Now-
OBS is
Yeah,
free,
that's their
and you can do like up to 30 people through it.
Yeah.
Why don't people use that?
Who wants to talk to 30 fucking people?
I'm just saying because people pay for extra
So-
for StreamYard. Like,
OBS is there's a lot of technicalities with it as well.
Yeah.
So Thanos, you said you were using it before. Have you ever done OBS and used guests and added bunches of people using it?
See, I've never done it as guests. I've used it like to overlay my face while I'm playing a video game, and that's what I use to record my episodes on. But
I had a hard time with guests. I was trying to use Video Ninja. Oh, is Bill out?
thought he was trying to.
I'm here.
speak
No,
on
I was trying to get everybody's attention. I was experimenting today. The way you add a guest that I can understand right now is you have to use another application that your guest will come into. You could be at StreamYard, which I don't recommend, or Google Meets or Zoom or something like that. Have that in one window. And then you share that window into your scene as one of your sources, and then you crop it down to that person, or get them as big as you can and crop it down to that person, and then you add that in as a source into your scene, and then you have you over here and them over here, and then you can interact with them. But then the problem I was having today was the audio. So I don't like to use headphones, as you can see, but and you see Largo over there with his professional looking headphones on his
I
head.
dislike them too.
So in order for there not to be a bunch of echo and crap going on, you have to put the headphones on at that point, because you have to, in OBS, you have to add your mic in, and then you have to add your desktop audio in. And so that the other person can be heard and you can hear them. And then they're sitting over there looking at whatever it is that they're seeing. Like in StreamYard, they're looking at themselves, or they're looking at Google Meets or whatever. And then you, of course, can see what's going on OBS. So you can have a guest on. It's hard. And like I said, I experimented with that today with Joneser. There's a private live stream for members only where we were trying that, and I wanted to do that for tonight's show, and it's not ready for prime time on my end yet. We have to work some more on that, but yes, it is possible, and you can do.
I thought there was a way to actually add guests directly into it. I haven't messed around with it, but
I don't think so, man.
No, not like that. Not like it. Not as easy as it is like this right here with StreamYard. It requires a little bit of work. You have to already have the scenes set up and everything, and it's a nightmare if you're trying to do it on the fly. Like StreamYard, you can do it right on the fly. OBS, you have to already have the scenes set up and have them all fixed up and everything, and it can be daunting.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it
it's
seems like you
possible.
could plan for 1 or 2 guests, but if you were going to have people jump in like this, you would almost need like a background producer that wasn't in the show handling that as they came in. It's how I felt when I was reading about it, anyway.
Well, and StreamYard is not the only way to do this. There are other streaming applications that will allow you to do the same things that StreamYard does, and apparently, I've heard easier or better. I don't know. I'm going to check out what Sir Clifton's talking about because he's going to start streaming with a whole new streaming partner instead of StreamYard on his
EV
channel
Mux?
over at, huh?
Is it EV Mux or Melon or?
I forget what he told me it was, but it works with this. He's got a Stream Deck now, and he's got a remote control where he can press buttons to make shit happen. So
yeah, nice.
He just got a big gaming computer, so he's fixing to go downtown with his stuff. While I'm still going to be floundering around with this Frankenstein monster that I'm dealing with over here. But eventually, I'd like to ditch StreamYard because StreamYard compresses things, and it's like a middleman. So I'm trying to stream, but I got to stream myself to StreamYard and then let StreamYard stream it back out, which can be bad depending on what connections are like. And I know Largo knows exactly what I'm talking about. And if at all you can eliminate that, then your streams become a lot more clearer. But you have to have the computing power behind it to make all that happen. And unfortunately, right now, I don't.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I should probably start tinkering with some other stuff, mainly because my internet here in Guatemala is ran by 2 hamsters hopped up on tequila most of the time. So you don't know what you're going to get.
Well,
it's
then
been
that
challenging.
damn rooster Eduardo goes over there and pecks the damn hamsters, and they get off the wheel.
Yeah. There is that. I do have a murderous rooster next door that has caused me nothing but grief. But honestly, it started as something that was really annoying when I was trying to record, and then it just became a running joke, and now it's just part of the show. So when I'm recording, if you hear a rooster in the background, that's a real rooster. He lives next door. We call him Eduardo. So
nice.
Because he just has his timbre of his crow just pierces through everything. So there's no filter for it.
Do you have Hulu?
And he doesn't know. He doesn't differentiate whether it's day or night either. If he's out there, he's running around crowing.
Yeah, he's
Mr. Wonderful says, "What tier are most using in StreamYard?" I cannot speak for most, but I can speak for me. The first tier, the one that allows me to put my own logo up there and get that duck off the screen.
Yeah, just a basic.
That's all I have because there wasn't enough benefit.
I don't have an actual green room. So, there is a one where when your guests get in there, they can see each other in the green room or whatever. I don't have that version.
So, Lawrence, why'd you want to know if Largo had Hulu? Is that relevant or?
Yeah. Do you have Hulu at all?
I don't, but
okay. There's a show called This Fool on there. It's hilarious. But there's an episode because they're in LA and a lot of Mexicans and everything, but there's one guy that has a rooster and it's keeping everyone up, and there's a whole episode about how the whole neighborhood wants to kill it. And when you brought that up, that's the first thing that I thought of was that episode. Yeah. But yeah,
it's part of it's one of the cultural things of coming here. It's like my neighbors are so weird. It's like my next door neighbor on one side, very modern. My next door neighbor on the other side, outhouse, rooster. I mean, it's like 2 different eras, but they're one on either side of my house. So it's bizarre.
So which camp are you in? The modern or the outhouse?
I do have indoor plumbing.
Oh, nice.
But he uses the outhouse when his
But I use the outhouse just to get that nostalgic feel.
Yeah.
So does the rooster come to your house to poop?
So when you have an actual magazine or a newspaper, you use the outhouse. When you have your phone and it's fully charged, you use indoor plumbing.
There you go.
I gotta have you on a Thursday because you seem to have an interesting story and
Yeah, many miles of bad road does make for a sarcastic bastard.
Very true.
You got to laugh at it, or otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Oh, if you don't laugh at yourself and shit, you're just gonna fucking drive yourself nuts, man. If I didn't laugh
Yeah.
about this car fucking dying in Ohio, like it just adds to the story I hit Ohio. I wasn't even a mile in. Hadn't even made it to the first service station on the turnpike when the whole car shook. Like it just adds to the story. If it was in
it's
Baltimore,
karma, Lawrence. You badmouth Ohio all the time. It said, "Screw you, Lawrence. We're going to get you right back."
What was the weather like on that day?
it was actually really nice.
Oh, you're lucky then.
Yeah. I mean, it was getting chilly out, but yeah, it was. Yeah.
Could have been a blizzard, man.
Well, again, the car didn't break down, so I didn't even
Oh,
hear I didn't even hear it till the next day when I left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like when I left to go grocery shopping and I wasn't driving fast, but I think being on the highway, doing 90 trying to get out of that. Well, I think you don't speed in Ohio with Michigan plates because they will pull you over because of U of M.
Especially when you drive a shipbox Dodge.
Ouch.
Do you drive a foreign car?
I told you before, I'm a Mopar guy myself. I just like busting your balls.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know you did. Yeah, I like my Dodges. Matter of fact, I've only bought one non-Dodge brand new, and that was a Chrysler. It's a Chrysler minivan. Well, my dad worked for Dodge Truck, so you get that discount.
The Mopar mechanic for his whole life. So.
Yeah, when you get a discount on one of the from one of the auto industries, and when you buy when I bought my second brand new car, I did on my own. Like the first one was my dad co-signing, and when the guy goes, "Yeah, this is the cheapest you're ever gonna get it," like I make this much on it, so it doesn't matter if you have all the bells and whistles or nothing. Whatever you want, that's what I'm gonna get. You're like, all right, well, this is what I want.
And what was it?
So the first car was a Dodge Neon, 95 Dodge Neon with crank windows. All my dad said was, "You need air conditioning." I'm like, "No, I don't." He's like, "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do." And then I found out, yep, he was right.
What,
I'm
the
glad I got the air
265
conditioning.
AC wasn't good enough for you?
And then the second car was a really expensive Dodge Dakota that I bought with. I made sure it wasn't the extended cab and that it had bucket seats because I didn't want to drive people. And then you find out, oh, I'm the only sober person. I have to drive everyone.
And now they have a pickup bed to jump in the back of.
Yeah. So, live and learn. By now I get this company fucking Ford piece of shit. And
yeah, that was the other fun thing about becoming an expat was learning how to deal with people who look at rules of the road as more of suggestions than rules. They make lanes. They kind of do what they want.
That's called
Detroit. Things,
sounds like Florida.
That is Detroit. That is Detroit.
The menace here is every other person has a little mini bike, and it's usually, I don't know what it is about Guatemalans. They buy the smallest bike that they can afford, but it's kind of like when you see those gals at Walmart that sometimes wear the spandex that's well beyond what its capacity and tensile strength can handle. So you get these people who go out, and it's like, if you've ever owned or ridden a motorcycle, you try to find one that fits you, your stature. And you'll see people who are, rather big,
rotund,
husky, even rotund, yes, on these little bikes that it's just like, how are you staying on the road and not blowing a tire? And they're the ones that are the worst drivers that will just weave in between traffic and make their lanes. We also have this menace here called.
Crash, it's okay.
Well, there is that. It's kind of like the Michelin Man kind of thing. But
right.
we have tooks. Do you know what a tuk is? You've probably seen them if you've ever seen,
it's like one of them little bikes with like a carriage on the back.
Exactly. It's a cheap man's 3-wheeled taxi, and they are a menace, and they're everywhere here. So, yeah, that was interesting getting used to that. And of course, being a foreigner, even though I'm married to a local, anytime there's a fender bender, if you're involved, it's your fault because you're not from here. So that's the de facto rule.
Well, you don't know the rules of the road over there, man.
That's it. Silly me thinking, there's certain things you should know before you actually get behind the wheel of a vehicle. But it's like here, it's like, nah. If you can reach the pedals, it's good. Go for it.
Nice.
Do they have driver's license in Guatemala?
They really do, and they do enforce having them. But the checkpoints are few and far between, and most of the time, it's one of those things. It's like we have our version of DMV here, and it's like you don't want to take the test, go talk to this guy and slip him a couple bills, and you'll get a license.
Yeah.
Don't know how to read? Haven't read the rules of the road? Haven't had a test? Doesn't matter. It's a thing.
That's how people get guns in Detroit. You don't want to do it by law?
Midnight special, baby.
For the record, I don't live in fucking Detroit, and I would never live in Detroit. All right.
Sure, Lawrence.
People with families do not live in Detroit. Well, I can't say people, but
yeah, I wouldn't call them people in Detroit either.
Yeah, I remember my dad saying how hard it was to get a handgun in New York, but at the same time, I remember a guy that used to sell them on the school bus when I was in high school in the back. I mean, I never, but he was back there.
It's still impossible in New York.
So what your dad was saying,
it's only hard if you go about it legally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's not going to go about it illegally.
Yes. It's
that
If you want to get a weapon legally, it's harder than illegally. Kind of like drugs.
Not exactly in Texas. It's pretty.
Well,
but
they hand them out like at your christening.
They hand them out at camp shop
for Halloween.
Yeah, it's like you
Texas have
like they fill out the birth certificate in Texas, like they're cleaning the afterbirth off you, and they're like, "Here, baby, here's your gun."
They have vending
and for all those
machines.
Californians moving in, it's like you guys,
guns now.
Yeah, you change your plates, you get a Stetson, and you get a gun rack for your.
Yeah, it used to be more ubiquitous when I first moved here. I'm near Dallas, and you would see literally guys in cowboy hats everywhere, and not so much anymore. But half the pickup trucks you saw had a gun rack in the back with like a rifle and a shotgun in it. Like they would just be in the parking lot. You don't really see that anymore. And every Walmart had, guns for sale, and it's not so much anymore.
In Texas, do people get pulled over if they have a pickup truck and don't have a gun rack in the back?
Yeah, they try to help you get one.
If they pull you over, is there a
give you some
reason?
recommendations.
Officer, I'm sorry, I just picked up this truck. I'm on my way to get the gun rack right now, but I have the guns in the back, so don't worry.
Yeah, good. You're all right then.
And they're loaded. I just.
Well, better a gun rack than those.
Lawrence, as soon as they pulled you
I'll
over,
be careful now. Don't give Ozzy a community strike. We're talking about the pew-pews, man.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Well, those aren't the things that harm people. It's those little hard things that come out the barrel. I learned that in school.
I also learned that UHF that guns don't kill people.
That's absolutely true.
Kill people.
It's true.
Well, my dad would always say, no one that's ever jumped out of an airplane has died from the fall. They've died from hitting the ground.
It's a sudden stop.
Yeah, it's a sudden stop. Yeah.
The fall never killed anyone. It was hitting the ground. Like, yes, Dad. And I know,
balance too.
And Dad, I know that's a cemetery, and people are dying to get in there.
Oh my God. My grandpa used to use that one.
Yeah. And then the moment I had kids that were at that age, I'm like, hey, people are dying to get in there.
It came full circle, Lawrence.
Oh, it is. Oh, it
That's
is.
the
Believe me,
glory of
all-
being a dad, Lawrence. You get to
Yeah.
use all the jokes you got disgusted by when you were a kid.
Yes, all the
right.
jokes you said I will never say.
Uh-huh.
You're like, oh my god, this is so good. My mom told the story that on one of the first dates, my dad's driving, and all of a sudden he jumps and he like lifts up out and grabs her head, and she's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" He says, "It says stop ahead."
Boom, boom.
And I'm like,
She
"You're
went on a
kidding me,
second
right?"
date.
It
And you
was
were
one of the.
still,
It was
you
one
were
of their
still
first dates.
procreated, huh?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Wow.
Thanks so much, Lawrence.
God.
Obviously, that head didn't stop very well.
No, no.
Ay, ay, ay.
So,
Quit
yeah.
grabbing my ears. I know what I'm doing.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. I've been
All
up
right,
since 6
Terrence.
a.m. I've been moving for the last 3 days, so I apologize if I've been yawning or looking like I'm
Oh, no,
nodding
you're
off,
fine.
but I'm just kind of exhausted. So
All good,
Good
man.
I will talk to you again soon.
Take
Good
care.
time.
Take care.
Take care.
Crack whores away from your son.
Send him over to Lawrence.
He's still here. There he goes.
You laugh, but it really happened. Multiple
I
people
believe it.
saw it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, you were in
Multiple people have sent
Columbus.
crack whores over to you? What?
What was that?
I said multiple people have sent crack whores over to you?
No one's doing that to me.
All right. Just checking.
Yeah.
You are in Detroit, so you know.
Did you guys try to feed her?
We gave her
Ooh.
money, and then she went in the restaurant. She never came out, so I'm assuming she went out the front because we were like in the back, so you couldn't go in the front. But yeah, we were still out there long enough that she should have come back. There's no way they let her stay in there.
She probably moved into the bathroom. And had
That's
a little
possible.
tent set up in
Was
there.
that one of the more odd things you've seen at a toy convention, or are there more weird but true stories that have emerged?
Well, for me, I mean, usually the ones I go to are just like little local ones. But this was at the restaurant, so it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Listen, let me tell you, like Travis, jump on here, Travis, and so Travis, myself. So before I met them there, Travis and Aaron and Ted and we went to the bar. And I didn't realize that there was another convention going on in the same place. I saw people there, and I thought they were part of PowerCon. And what was it?
It was the Fluffies.
Yes, it was.
It was an anime. It was some
Yeah.
kind of anime convention. I don't remember what it was called though.
Furries?
Furries. Yeah.
Yeah. So we went to the bar.
The fluffies.
And other than the wait staff, we were by far the most normal people. It was some good people watching. I'll just say that. Very good
Lots
people
of
watching.
hypoallergenic fur costumes.
So Lawrence and
about.
I went to the little restaurant at the actual convention place for lunch, and on the one side was like the restaurant, on the other side was a coffee shop, and I had gone to get a cup of coffee, and it was the oatmeal or oat milk, 17 description
Soy.
drizzles and drips
Yeah.
and all your it was like I get up to the counter, I'm like, can I have a black coffee? She's like, well, that's really easy. I'm like, yeah, I just
It's like, oh, you mean a venti? It's like, no, venti is 20. I want a large.
well, this girl was like so cool. She was like, thank you, that was so easy. I'm like, yeah, it's all good. Black coffee.
Yeah, I don't go for frou-frou. I just want it black and bitter like my soul. Give me my coffee the way I had it in the Navy.
I'm not going to say something.
Sometimes it's better.
That's a first.
Sometimes
You just put your chapstick on, Lawrence. Just keep rubbing those lips together.
Sometimes it's got to be quiet. Travis, you're one of the most normal people to begin with. All right. other than you like wrestling.
Travis is good.
That is straight up true. Lawrence is like, or Lawrence, Travis is like so normal. It's not even. It's like scary that he's so normal.
It's like Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when he gets kidnapped by the Saw puppet, and we all find out we're gonna be, but he was so normal, and then it'll come out he was not normal.
Yeah, right.
It's the quiet ones you got to worry about.
Yeah, he's like Dexter or something, probably.
Yeah.
Every single serial killer. He was such a good neighbor.
Yeah.
So tidy. Always cleaned up after
wasted
himself.
from the house on like windy days.
He always kept to himself.
Yeah.
And all the people that would go in at like 2 a.m. and never came out. But otherwise, he didn't try to cut my tree down that's on the property line like that bitch Helen next door. That's right, Helen.
Yeah, it's another nice thing. There are no homeowner associations around here, so I'm happy for that.
Oh my god,
Hate
that makes
those.
me want to move there.
How
Like,
close
I'm
are
on
your
my way.
neighbors?
Fairly close. I mean, I live in a pretty decent neighborhood where you've got some room between us.
Okay,
but-
so you're in a neighborhood, like
yeah.
Well, I hope there's not an HOA, considering you said one neighbor is really modern and the other one still has an outhouse. So.
Oh, dude. Yeah. You don't even get me started on the livestock and the other interesting things yeah.
The
How'd you end up in
HOA is like,
Guatemala?
we're concerned you have no cow in your front yard.
It has happened. Actually, it was a pig. No, there have been cattle around here occasionally, but usually it's a wild pig that will wander by that's just hanging out. To answer your question, Lawrence, it's that whole thing of I was kind of wandering, had a little wanderlust. I actually ended up in Belize, which is next door, because
Belize it or not.
Believe it or not, indeed. They speak English as their primary language. But I actually met a gal who was Guatemalan, and we went to the country next door and found out the property taxes are super cheap. The cost of living here is really good. The rum flows pretty easily, and people are nice. And as long as you at least try to speak some Spanish, they'll work with you. So a little bit more laid back.
What's the cost of an average home around there in USD?
I was going to say define average, because you can go anywhere from cinder block hut to modern American style dwelling. So I would say a decent house, fully full amenities and such, probably about 40 grand would get you what you want on a good piece of land.
40 grand.
Yeah,
40 grand.
We're all moving to Guatemala.
I'm thinking about it.
I think I'd sell my house, buy a house there, and not work for a few years.
Yeah, that was the other thing is, it allowed me to retire early because I can live here on the cheap. And that was very enticing because I did not like what I was doing for a living. So
define a nice piece of land.
Acre, 2 acres, if you want. I've got less than that. 40 acres and a mule. No, that's another story. But
an acre's enough. I'm on an acre. It's a lot of land to upkeep.
Yeah. What's like a grocery bill for you, Largo?
Oh, well, that's hard because I've gotten used to using quetzales, so converting. To give you an idea, the dollar to the quetzal, which is the standard unit here, is about 7 to 1. So 7 quetzales is about $1. That's your buying power. Now, if you're buying imported things like toys, then forget it because your budget's out the window. But things that are local, you can get by cheap. But yeah,
So what you're basically saying us toy collectors need to move there so we can afford our habit.
Your habit, yes, it does help. The downside is after the coof and everything just kind of went sideways with shipping, our shipping costs went up exponentially, and the tariffs went up. So anything I import now, which is pretty much anything plastic goodness, has gotten more expensive because of what I have to pay Guatemala for the privilege of bringing it to my house. yay for that.
So Travis is asking, what could you get for $250K? Sounds like you get the president's house.
You could get a really nice place. It depends on where you want to live too. There are some areas that are more.
He wants to live where the Lucha Libres are.
Well, there are always rich people, and they always have really expensive.
Yes,
$250K. Eduardo gets thrown in for free too.
Oh, I'd throw him in a heartbeat if I could.
Throw him in the cooking pot.
Indeed. If you get closer to the capital, where more of the modern shopping experiences are and stuff, there are some little private communities that are spendy. I live kind of more in the sticks. I didn't want to be near a big city. The downside is having, wonky internet and goats and chickens and whatnot, but it's a trade-off. So if you like your soy lattes and modern amenities, you'll pay a little more to live closer to the bigger city. If you don't care about that kind of frou-frou, then yeah, you get by.
So here's the real question. You haven't talked about this much that I've seen. Do you collect any like the local toys that are down there?
Not really. Most of the local stuff here is Chinese knockoff imports. That's the main thing you'll find if you're looking for local stuff. I have been meaning to do a video where I go out and about and just take some film of what's available on the shelves here, because some of it is just really bizarre, where you have like the knockoff Spider-Man and Batman in the same package with, the words where they've really badly translated Chinese to English. Fun ninja.
Those are fun, yeah.
Yeah, it's like some of the stuff, it's just so bizarre. It's funny, but nothing you'd ever want to bring home. But
you could finally get DC and Marvel in the same scale, is what you're saying.
Right.
That's true. In the same universe.
And Star Wars.
Yes,
always
and Star
the
Wars
same
and Power
scale.
Rangers.
Yeah.
No, well,
from what I've seen,
it's
those
relative.
multi-packs, it's not all the same scale. It can be close, but sometimes Spider-Man is apparently a midget and Batman is a giant because they got the Titan Hero series in with the old Toy Biz.
There are those too. Yeah, there's some weird ones.
I would love to see that video.
I'll work on that. On the flip side, there's some of it that's so well done, you almost have to do a double take, because you'll look at it, you're just passing by and it's like, oh, that looks legit. And then you look again and the wording's off, or it's like, that's not quite what it's supposed to be, but it's darn close. So,
right.
I bought a Dragoon Ball toy one time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'll definitely see
Dragoon
those kind
Ball.
of things.
Is there anything like Crab Ragoon?
It was an actual lizard testicle.
It looked like Frieza. It just said Dragoon Ball. Like,
That's awesome.
Some of those knockoffs are really, really close. You don't look good enough.
he was a little cross-eyed. I think is like really the only thing.
Justice,
like a lot of Hasbro stuff.
Justice Friends, and
yeah.
What is it?
Or Super Amigos.
Right. I used to have a whole collection of different ones that you could see, and they were just like also very terribly named, but hilarious packages.
Have you looked into getting any of like the South American or other like 12-inch Joe figures, like the Classicos Falcons?
The Brazilian Falcons are awesome. But that's not quite in my neck of the woods, and shipping from there is just as much as shipping from,
so they don't import them there either then.
Nah, they really don't.
No.
Wish they did, because they're pretty
great.
nice.
Those figures are nice.
Especially since they're using the original Hasbro style mold, so they're really good quality too.
I just want to open up a factory down there, because that seems to be where you really get it. And then you get the business discounts on the shipping too. So that's how we got to do it. Move down there and
That
we'll
would
start
be
a
the thing.
factory.
We'll start a consortium. We'll take over toy industry.
There it is.
Well, that's what that Fist guy's doing. The guy that's doing the Fist action figures, he's having those produced down in South America because he can get it just as cheap as he can getting it produced in China. It's local, and he's saving all sorts of funding by being right there, not having to travel to China and all that. So
it makes sense. There are factories here that do a lot of plastic work. Mexico has a lot that do, mostly like plastic for packaging or, like your plastic drink bottles and whatnot. So could they do the type of PLA or plastic we use for action figures? I don't know. Maybe. I am not a gatekeeper, sir.
Right? Dangerous words to be thrown around. That's why Lawrence calls you Fatrid.
I've been called a curmudgeon. I've been called many things, but never a gatekeeper.
The key master.
That's right.
A flight to Guatemala from here is actually would take less time than me driving back from Baltimore, and I wouldn't have to worry about my my rear end fucking going out.
You didn't have to drive through.
Well, it depends on where you land in Guatemala.
Well, that's true.
Well,
it actually could be safer too.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'm not going to promise anything, but it could be.
You got to make sure your flight doesn't fly over Ohio, though, on your way down.
Yeah, then it'll just fall out of the sky.
So if you were trying to start having toys made in Guatemala, I wonder how much of your budget would have to go to bribes.
A lot.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, that's kind of the whole point, right?
It is part of the economy. It's just a known given thing that's how things get done.
But that's not different than anywhere else either. Like, let's not be disillusioned by this. This really
we might call it something else, but that's
right.
What it boils down to.
Yeah.
Incentives, yes.
Taxes here.
Yeah.
I refuse to sugarcoat any of that crap.
We recently had some political shenanigans because I can't remember which office it was. I want to say Secretary of State or the equivalent here. Apparently their corruption was so bad that people wanted to oust them from their position and started rioting and getting in the streets and protesting. And it was like, wait, didn't you guys just vote them in not too long ago? And now it's like, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
This is why we don't talk politics on Monday Night Toy Ramblings.
There you go.
Yeah. Because it's all shenanigans.
It is shenanigans.
So I put it in the chat, but I'm going to say it. So Travis is now calling us the Plastic Moth Syndicate. He literally named us PMS.
Nice.
Thanks, Travis. I thought you were going to bed. Get the hell off here.
And point proven.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounded.
I was married for 24 years. I know exactly how it sounds. And I have 3 daughters.
That's why we had Ed on when we did our men's mental health special, because we know he's been through some trauma.
And here we give to you Exhibit A. Come on up here, Ed.
We had a lot of fun.
Have you ever wondered if you were batshit crazy? Well,
I just sit there and drool runs out the corner of my mouth.
Speaking of that, today is
that shit crazy for years.
Yep. Today is actually a very special day for me, I will say. Might as well talk about this at, almost 3 a.m. on my channel. So it was this day on 2019. I commonly refer to this day now as my rebirth day. It's been 4 years since my attempt, and I gotta say, I like to celebrate every continued year since. So happy rebirth day to me.
Indeed.
Is there a song for that, Oz?
There we go. Was that Thanos?
I said, is there a song for that? I've never heard like the rebirth day song.
It's sung to the same tune as Happy Unbirthday.
Yeah, a very merry unbirthday to you.
Very merry
From-
unbirthday. Okay.
There we go.
Rebirthday.
But rebirth. So
We're glad you're still here, Oz.
Yeah.
I am too. I'm really glad. You know, things were really dark and it was really bad, and I didn't think there was a way out, but I realized that there was a heck of a lot more to live for, and I'm in a place now where, you know, I really, really enjoy where I'm at. I mean, of course, we could always want for things to be better or things to be at a certain point, but the truth is like, you know, you just keep working at it day by day, and every day is an accomplishment, no matter how big or small it is. Honestly, even if I just get up out of bed and take my daily meds, I'm like, you know what? I did that today. And just try to be grateful for even that, you know, because there are some people that won't wake up today.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for focus on the small goals that you can get through in the day. If just getting out the door and going for a cup of coffee is a challenge, do that. Don't worry about trying to fix everything in your life. Fix the small stuff.
Nope.
I deal with a lovely thing called dysthymia. They have some other fancy name for it now, but it's basically long-term, low-grade depression, storm cloud over the head kind of. It's not enough to you know, put you at exit mode, but it's enough to cause you to just not be pleasant to be around sometimes. And that's kind of what inspired me to start doing some shows that were non-toy related. It's like there's a lot of guys here who either were taught don't talk about your feelers, or, you know, bottle them up. And so
Like
I
our
don't
whole
mind.
generation.
Yeah, pretty much. You're Gen X? Oh God, yeah. Oh, so I get a lot of it. But yeah, I found some coping skills. Some of them work. Some of them would work if I implemented them. And we just talk about those things. But that's the big thing is like, you know, do I get out of bed today? Are pants really necessary? Do I need to brush my teeth?
Sometimes.
I've always told people the hardest thing about coping skills is that you always think about how you should have used the coping skills after the fact.
After, yes,
always.
Yeah, hindsight.
You can have every tool you ever need in your toolbox, and when you get out that hammer to put in that screw, you know, you know what? I had a Phillips in there, and it always happens. And not all coping skills are going to work for everybody. Like what works for me may not work for Jim, may not work for Ed. It's just how it is. Like one of the things I do tell people to try though, and see how much of a difference it can make is, and I will stand by this every single day. It was one of the very first things we started doing in group in the hospital. And it is, you have a goal for the day. And now I tell people just write a list. And that goal for the day can be just, again, simply, I'm going to wake up and take my meds. Is it something that I'm going to do anyway? Damn right it is. It's something that I wake up and do every day. I'm going to still put it on that list. And other simple things like get up and brush your teeth today. Get up and take a shower today. Simple things like that. And you put it on your list every single day, and you do it every day. Or you don't do it every day. But you know what? That's okay, because you put it on the list for tomorrow too.
I have a list, and it is get up and insult Ohio at least once in the morning, afternoon, and afternoon.
Lawrence is one of those guys that gets up in the morning and does his morning affirmations in front of the mirror and is like, "You're awesome. I know you're awesome. You got this day, and Ohio still sucks."
I shadow box in the mirror.
Oh,
in my underwear, or just a towel.
That's listening to Survivor's Eye of the Tiger, right?
You ever see Mallrats?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where he's in the towel. That's me almost every morning. Sometimes my kids walk in and like, "What the fuck, Dad?" I'm like, "Hey, don't come in my room."
Right.
Yeah. Thanks for that visual, Lawrence. That's on my list of things I can't unsee mentally now.
Everybody, we brought that to you live.
My goal for when I wake up tomorrow is
girl that's ever
bleach my
slept with
eyes.
me.
With
Well,
his
this is
Viper
part of
Island
my
branded
coping.
toilet paper.
Ooh. Nice.
I don't mean to throw shade out there, but might as well.
Might as well.
Hey, why not?
It's earned. But
we're at
also
7 hours into a stream at 3 a.m. Fuck it, I don't care at this point.
What is it? It's 1:47, and I have work at 7:00 in the morning. It's all right.
I'm in the same time zone. But
supposedly I'm supposed to stream sometime in the morning, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
Well, look, if you don't sleep, you'll be extra grumpy, and it's good for you.
What's funny is that I'll be extra grumpy
and
with
Lawrence
Largo.
both
So
being grumpy.
I think if you cross the grumpiness streams, it cancels each other out. You get shiny happy. I don't know.
well, it depends if Will shows up super happy and he's like, "Why are you guys so fucking grumpy?"
Yeah, he tends to
Largo
be
won't
the
be-
good cop to my sarcastic cop, so it works.
Largo won't have his pants on. Lawrence will be in a towel, and we'll be going, "What the fuck did I watch?"
And then you could both just say, "See what you miss when you don't hang out at the clubhouse on Saturday nights."
That's it.
You guys are going to get banned off YouTube before I do.
I didn't realize it was a
Bare
competition,
minimum.
but challenge accepted.
So
I will beat you
on
all.
my members only stream that I did last Friday. I sent the link out to the members, and I can see again if you've ever streamed on using StreamYard, the host can see everyone that's on the bottom, and anyone that knows Shark Eyes, I can see him on. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does he have no fucking shirt on? He's in his fucking opening, going through his refrigerator, and I'm like, dude, I ain't fucking bring. I'm like, fuck it, bring him on. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Like, why do you not have a shirt on?
Yeah, I accidentally almost started my stream last night without a shirt on. I just was hooking stuff up and sat down, turned on OBS, and okay.
But you've got the luscious beard, so it's not like it's kind of like a modesty screen.
That covers up. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say.
Thank you for bringing that up, Largo. Thank you for bringing that up about that luscious beard of his. Question that I've always had. Question I've always had: how do you keep that from getting in your food when you're eating?
You don't.
Soup catcher.
You just have a snack for
It's
later.
a flavor
Yeah,
saver.
the savor the flavor for later. No, I mean the big thing is just keeping the mouth hole kind of trimmed up, and then knowing what foods are going to get you in trouble, like burritos and shit. It's not going to happen, man.
Soup.
You eat a lot.
Is
John McCabe's
doable.
probably out too.
Soup is doable as long as it's not really chunky.
Do you tuck it in your shirt? You tuck it in your shirt when you're eating soup?
It's all, man, this is going to sound like a lesson from Kayla, but it's all about the angle of your attack on that soup spoon. We're just going to leave it at that, all right? I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Again, it's 1:47 in the morning, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As
Not
having
just
the
entertaining,
second biggest
educational.
beard, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I'll just start parting mine, and I will go shirtless for the streams. I will totally part
No,
my
thank
beard
you.
like this in the middle and have it cover the nips. Just saying.
No, just get some black electrical tape. Do the X's. That's very anime.
You know what? That works, right? That totally.
very-
That's what
yeah,
the
it's
cool
trending.
kids are doing.
Little happy faces or something would be cool.
Hey,
There
Jim,
we
have you
go.
ever gone back and watched some of Jeff's older videos where he had his long beard and his curled mustache?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's epic.
Yeah.
I guess seltzer.
So, Travis is he's making us some little stuff here. Let's see if I get
I
it to
thought he
share
was
here.
leaving
Now.
to go to bed. What is that guy doing?
He was gonna leave.
He's doing
and
it
then
from
he heard
bed.
Poopy to move to Guatemala. and
Oh,
got
yeah,
all
that's right. He got excited about moving to Guatemala.
He's literally right now on Zillow for Guatemala, like looking at houses.
Yeah, he's finding a retailer, a real estate agent to sell his house right now.
So this is
What?
apparently how we will all look as our plastics.
Nice.
This is how we look as PMS.
Oh, wow. That was quick.
Where am
Right?
Yeah, I'm
Pick
trying
one.
to figure. I
Lawrence
know
has to
who
be the short
Allison
guy
is.
over on the right hand side with the white beard, right? That's got to be Lawrence.
I would need
He's
way more
short.
So this
silicone
one-
in my
Like
chest to make
Eldor.
that happen.
You need what, Allison?
I said I would need more silicone in my chest to make that happen.
I don't know who this. This has got to be Thanos or Ed with the lush hair here. This is Radnom as the longest hair and longest beard.
Yep.
And
fully
I'm
articulate.
guessing these domes here have to represent the Baldies.
One of them is definitely
Definitely one of them.
Lawrence.
Yeah, you guys are just so ugly. They didn't even want to do like a picture. They just put helmets on you.
Lawrence did used to have Boba Fett on his license plate. So
What was that? I used to have what?
Bob Fett on your
You mean
license
Boba
plate?
Fett?
No, it looks
No,
like Bob.
That
Bob
was
Fett.
one Bob
Bob.
Fett.
Of Fed.
There was only one T on that, right?
Because that's as many letters as you can do. That still doesn't change the Boba Fett.
Is that
No.
Roman, or it sounds like a smaller dog panting?
No, she's
That's
coloring.
coloring.
I think.
Oh, coloring. Got it.
Yeah.
Nope, he came in.
That
my
was
room
his
and
next
I
guest.
saw it.
Hmm.
Well,
Doing it.
Oh, yeah, Alice has a stream tomorrow.
Rick's attention. He said more silicone.
Well, we are going to be the plastic syndicate, so it kind of fits.
We are. It definitely fits. That's
Oh, I
for
can
sure.
just see us singing "Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?"
Right.
So is this another one he sent over? Because why is Headhunter from G.I. Joe in it?
He just sent these over. He's been generating them as he's chilling.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, he has a new rabbit hole to go down.
I'm digging it though. I'm digging it. I'm
You
liking
gotta
it.
love Travis. Every time he makes a toy group, like even when he did the toy lead, he always puts himself in the center, like he thinks he's something fucking special. That guy. I don't know.
You know who they typically shoot first, right? I'm okay with it.
Yeah. You know, no one's ever gone mutiny on the first officer. No one's ever overthrown the vice president. Well, I take that back. We did here in the U.S. try and do that, didn't we? So I guess that was false.
We've succeeded. We've had a Speaker of the House triumph. It's like, I actually made it here. I made it here.
Oh shit! Is it really 3:00 in the fucking morning?
It is 3:00 in the morning, guys. I'm thinking, what did we say the longest we've done yet has been?
Oh, we were at like 8.5 hours, dude. We'd have another hour. And...
Did we get 8.5 hours? All right.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I had that one night.
that's not
And
good.
This is when we did the last figure obscura, I think. Or no, it was after that, actually.
It was around that time. Well, we
Yeah.
might
So
kick
have
it a
you
little
guys-
bit longer. Why not?
Have you guys opened your Headless Horseman? The one that
I haven't
glows in the
got mine
dark?
yet.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, I thought you guys were
Mine-
waiting to open.
Well, we kind of were because, well, I mean, I asked the other guys if they would graciously wait and then we could unbox together because some have received them. Well, at least I thought Thanos his shipped to him, but then he.
I've still got 4 things that it says are like processing soon, so I'm waiting to
Right,
send them.
you're waiting for all that, and I totally get that. And at this point, I'm still waiting for mine to get sent out because basically I ordered from
You told
private
me.
retailer Sven Death by Collectible, added something extra to the order, so I was just waiting to get it all shipped at once. And he messaged me a couple days ago, so it's going to be shipping out and getting here soon. So I'm still waiting on that, and Thanos is still waiting on his. We might unbox by Christmas at this point. Who knows? I mean, I know I've already been given the go-ahead to go, but if I'm still waiting, let's see how long those orders process.
Well, you guys aren't allowed to open up your Bob Marley's this Saturday if I'm not on. So
They said it was going to take up to 3 weeks for that to come out. So
3 weeks? Is that what
Up
they said?
to 3 weeks.
Yeah, up to 3 weeks.
Up to 3 weeks.
Up
yeah.
to 3 weeks. And if we know anything from the Mask of the Red Death, no matter whether you ordered it first thing in the morning or late in the
Right.
evening, it'll show up anywhere between now and over a month.
Yep.
Because that
And
was
with
funny.
Christmas, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Well, I don't know. Some things seem to travel a little bit quicker once they.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
get
Like
out.
you don't know. Like it may come really quick, and it may.
Well, we're not going to end just yet, Brick. But if you would like a whole recap of the evening, we have discussed, of course, the amazing ghost that he is, Jacob Marley, his cousin Bob Marley. That was actually just brought up now. That was the first time we made that joke tonight. But that would explain why it was so hazy.
Marley.
That's right.
Did you realize you called him Bob Marley?
Yeah, I know what I
He
was doing.
definitely did.
Okay.
He did it on purpose. We talked about the actual Demogorgon here and critters of all kinds and various shapes and sizes. As a matter of fact, Jim was showing off his D20 wolf, which Brick, you have teased me with plenty of times. Yours.
Yeah.
It's just
Rick missed
freaking
the whole
phenomenal.
conversation about licking the wang.
The Curtis definitely went hard about putting his lips on Blade Master Wang.
Mm-hmm.
He really, really wants to get his lips on Wang.
Everybody's
That was
Wang
all.
Chung tonight.
I think one of the most important things we talked about, Oz, was the 2 charity events going on. We should bring
2
it
big
back up.
charity events we got going on, right? Right now you can still enter the Toys for Tots within the Cabal. If you guys are on Facebook and you are in the Mythic Legions Cabal, you can go ahead and what did Curtis say it was like $10 to enter.
$10 an enter, yeah.
Yeah, for that one, $10 to enter, and they're going to be all the money donated is going to go straight to getting Toys for Tots. But there's going to be different prizes. They're going to do a drawing tomorrow night, where you can win figures, custom parts, all kinds of different stuff. They even added the Jacob Marley into the giveaway now that is launched today. So that is really cool. As well as we talked about Damon's very awesome and amazing raffle that he is going to be running, where you can enter to win $5 per entry, no limit on how many times you enter. And everything's posted on his IG page, as well as the rest of us in the clubhouse. We're all going to be making the posts and sharing it as well with the email address. But you PayPal the money and enter your name to win a Blade Master Wang. So that's going to be coming up real soon. And well, it's actually already going on, and it's carrying on through till the end of the month. So we talked
Shit,
about
I'm out.
that. He's gonna get you up in that sharpshooter so you can't run.
You mean the other way around? Because don't you remember his little guy he loves so? Oh, I'm sorry. I would not have gone in on anything about Bret Hart had Ken not showed up.
Wow.
Hey Ken, how was your night?
This is me completely no-selling everything you just said, like completely just pulling an entire no-sell whatsoever,
so
like leaving the
just like Bret Hart
awkwardness
on a
in the
mic.
air.
Just like Bret Hart on a mic.
Lawrence, you're the only person I know that can piss off a Canadian. They're always so happy until you start talking to them.
In 0.5 seconds, too.
I actually told Ken that earlier, that they're just too nice.
I'm
still
I don't know.
no-selling,
Have
by
you
the
seen
way.
South
Like,
Park
this
the
is-
movie? They're kind of rowdy sometimes.
That's true.
Blame Canada.
I mean, Brian Adams alone.
I might have fanboyed over Brian Adams to Jim Largo directly earlier on. Said send a list of songs that you like, and there may have been a Brian Adams song in there. And no, Bret Hart's theme music wasn't one of the songs I sent on. As a
Ken's going to be on the Infinite
neither was
playlist, huh?
HBK's.
You did
Yeah,
remember to
he's
send
playing
over
his
some
own.
Sammy Hagar Van Halen, though, right?
Just one. The other, just one. Just one out of the 10.
Good enough.
It's a
Do
good.
you know
list.
which one, Jim?
It's
But
you know which one?
Brick,
Pretty
I gotta
good.
be.
All right.
I do.
Go ahead.
I was gonna
But
say,
yeah,
Brick,
we're
I gotta
getting
be honest to try and
playlists
recap
back
all of
running.
Well, sorry, Jim. Let's bring that up for
Oh, that's
full
fine.
screen because this is a show. This is a show that needs to be talked about more because music is a huge influence on everybody.
Yeah.
Jim, take it away.
Well, once upon a time. No. When I was hanging out with some of our friends from Hella Dope, we were looking for something thematic to do a show, and the Black Knight suggested we talk about some tunage, and it just kind of stuck, and it resonated with people because those of us who are toy collectors or whatnot, music is kind of a theme, whether it's Transformers the movie soundtrack that gets stuck in your head because you've got the touch, or
Woo!
that favorite jingle from whatever toy line you collected that you remember. Music's a part of what we do. So it's been fun to talk to people who are plastic crack addicts who don't want to talk about toys all the time, want to talk about something else. So we started doing the Infinite Playlist and talking about tunes that we like, things from yesteryear or whatever's hot, just whatever trips your trigger at the moment. Any genre. We've even done some grindcore, which was interesting.
Wow.
So that's it. We had to take a hiatus because of my internet being wiggy and whatnot, but we're bringing it back, and we have a punk with toys, I think, coming up, and a guy from Canada that we all know and love.
Yay! Boo the other guy, though.
The love connection that is the
You
toy
haven't highly articulated on?
I would like to. I haven't.
Orion Dole.
Viper Island.
So, no.
Hey, no cursing in the chat.
Well, I am putting invitations out. People have sent playlists. We'll get some more coming and cranking. So it's fun. We it's harder to hit a moving target, so we try to do different stuff other than just talk toys all the time.
No, and that's great. I mean, that was the whole reason why I said on my Thursday show was like, everyone talks to all these people, but all they talk about is toys, man. Like, I'd rather talk. I mean, I'd rather find out about someone else because that's all we do here. I always hear someone talking about toys. Maybe you have a dog that needs to go out at 3:00 in the morning.
Maybe you like to stand around an airbox in your towel in the morning, right?
And maybe Gargamel's waiting outside to capture you because he thinks you've escaped the Smurf village but can take him back.
Being mean is a choice.
Accurate.
As Aaron says, if you could be anything, be kind.
Or in Lawrence's case, it's just his gimmick. It's just his wrestling gimmick.
I don't know.
K-Fab
Being
all the
mean-spirited and sarcastic and having the skill to just lay it in there, I admire that.
Okay, that much I'll give Lawrence. That's when I break kayfabe just to give Lawrence credit. Then we go back into character 3 seconds later. So
I actually used to get praised on how condescendingly polite I could be while working at GameStop.
Retail
It's a skill.
teaches you that.
Oh yeah, you sit there and you're dealing with this asshole, and you are 100% polite, and the whole time completely calling them a fucking idiot, and they have no idea, and they're like, "Thank you," and I'm like, "You're fucking welcome."
Yeah, me and this other guy used to have an acronym when we were talking to a really annoying customer, and we would say, "Yeah, ma'am, that's very sad, and sad stood for suck a dick," and it was freaking hysterical when we would, because we were both overnight managers, and it was just like very serious. Someone would be extremely upset, telling we were like, "Yeah, that's sad, very very sad," and the other guy would have to try and keep a straight face, so it was fun.
When we would be at the gym, me and a buddy of mine, there'd always be those people that come over and start talking to you. And I just remember we were working out one day and this guy came over and he started talking to us. And it was probably about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes into him not shutting up that I just walked away and left my buddy there. And I just went through my workout.
You dropped your wingman?
Oh, dude, it was probably about 30 to 35 minutes later when he finally came over and he's like, dude, you're such a dick. And I'm like, you would have done the same thing to me. And
He
he's
just
like,
trips him and throws him on a grenade. It's like,
oh, dude. Oh, yeah, I threw him under
I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
I just walked away and left him there. And I'm like working out. I'm in between sets and I'm looking over at him. And he's just like, I'm like, hey, sorry. You should have hit the eject button when you could. You should have left me there, but
didn't pretend to have a phone call. I guess his cell would have been in the locker or something.
That's why you got to wear headphones at the gym, because you just
that.
go like this and walk away.
No. This is like 20 years ago.
Look, cell phone or not, I don't care. You know what's always a great way to defuse and walk away? Oh shit, I gotta take this and walk away talking to your hand.
Yep. Oh, hey, I have 3 rules for customer avoidance. I never taught this to anyone, so that's a lie.
Listen up, folks. Hold on. Here we go.
3 rules for customer avoidance. Rule number 1, be where the customer is not. There are plenty of places in a store that you can go to, in the back aisles, in the back room. You would want to be where the customer isn't. Rule number 2, do not make eye contact. You get like a 6th sense of when someone is looking around for help, don't make eye contact. And rule number 3, if all else fails, run. I have never had a customer stop me when I broke into a run. If you're like running, looking like something's on fire, no one will ask you for anything. You can go like hauling ass through a Black Friday crowd and be okay.
They teach this in all the Walmarts because I've never seen an employee. They've never made eye contact with me.
I used to train people at Walmart, Lawrence.
I've never seen any of them run because most of them are way too heavy to run.
I've never seen anybody in Walmart run though.
Oh no, that works. That's the special sauce right
Most
there.
of the people in the Walmart
As an unloader,
floor the little carts they got to ride because that's as fast as they can go.
Yeah.
As an unloader, I never once ran around the Walmart. I whipped that motherfucking pallet jack around and rode that shit like a scooter.
Yeah. So I figured out from a really kind of angry guy, because I noticed like you'd be pulling those pallets and people would just stop in front of you. But this guy looked pissed all the time and he would just stare at the ground and barrel ahead. And I realized if you just stare at the ground and go full out, everyone jumps out of your freaking way. And you just don't look at anyone. Just look like you're nuts. And it just works perfectly. Yeah.
My buddy one time at Home Depot was talking to a customer, and the customer was like telling him just a bunch of stuff about their life or whatever. So he's like, "Oh, I have a turtle named Christmas," and the guy just looks at him confused, and he's like, "Oh, I thought we were talking about shit that doesn't fucking matter." Like, oh my god, nice.
Yeah,
we're usually more kind in the deep south where I'm from. It's like, well, bless your heart. When we hear someone say "bless your heart," they're saying, "Fuck."
That doesn't mean.
Yeah, you're an
I was
idiot.
gonna say that is the ultimate fuck you.
Bitch, get out of my face before I smack you around.
We also used to have this. We had this lovely technique when people would ask us where stuff was in the store. Because again, we're the unloaders. We work in the back of the store. We do not want to be out on the floor, but somebody's got to pull the freight to the floor. It's what we have to do. Mind you, none of us wear the blue apron because at the time there was absolutely zero dress code if you were a unloader. If you worked in receiving, you did not have to wear the standard uniform, anything. Literally all you had was a name badge. Everything else was just plain street clothes. And we'd come out from the back and we'd be pulling stuff and people will stop and ask you where something is. Mind you, we 100% know where every damn thing in the store is because we have to know where all the damn departments are. We may not know the exact aisle it's in, but we at least know the department of where it would be located. My buddy Murphy taught me this, and I continue to tell people all the time. Most Walmarts at the time had that same basic layout where you had the McDonald's up front, and they have the action alleys, which was the cross section, like the two big aisle, the one that went from one side of the store to the other, and then you had the ones on the outsides, and then the one that went right down the middle. I used to tell people all the time, you go straight down this big alleyway right up here through the middle. You're going to come up to the men's clothes. You're going to make a left and go to the front. It's going to be on the right-hand side. It's where the McDonald's was. So no matter what they asked for, it did not matter what it was. Just simply directed every single one of them to McDonald's.
And what if someone
one of the
asked you
best.
where they get the McDonald's French fries? Would you send them elsewhere?
Nobody ever asked me where the McDonald's was.
You can smell it from across the store.
Them golden arches were a dead giveaway.
I don't think I've ever seen a McDonald's in Walmart.
Really? They were
Subway.
everywhere down here.
Subways, yes.
Okay, so see, you had the
I
more
remember when they
bougie
made that
Walmart.
shift up. It's a Yankee thing.
Yeah.
When I was in Texas, it was like everyone. Just a second. Sorry, you
Did
are
the
not coming
McDonald's
up here to
replace
bite?
the food court? The McDonald's
They used to have the radio grill back in the
radio
day.
grill. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
No, we always had McDonald's or the Auntie M's pretzel place, which was the best. I would go get Star Wars toys and get a pretzel.
We have a fancy Walmart over here. It's not so fancy anymore, but they sell like Dom Perignon, like Cristal, and expensive bottles and stuff.
Oh,
But
you're
they-
outside of Dallas, though. I was.
It was
over-
Highland Village, which is like it was their test upscale store. And yeah, anyway.
Well, it's because Grapevine, Texas. No, wait, am I getting places confused?
That's pretty close. That's pretty close. They border each other, I think.
Well, I was wondering. I'm thinking I'm getting it confused with GameStop. I think GameStop Corporates was Grapevine, Texas, not Walmart.
The DFW
Either way, I don't give a shit about
Metroplex
either.
is one of their biggest, like most condensed markets because it's the South where they
Yeah.
have a lot of Walmarts and there's everyone drives. It's a big test area for them, so they do a lot of crazy stuff here. But they had Dunkin' Donuts in that one, and they had two when they opened
Yep.
it. One was a normal Dunkin' Donuts, and on the other side of the store was like the breakfast leather lounge chair deluxe Dunkin' Donuts, which I never saw.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the kind of the crazy thing around here. Depending on which direction I go and where, I will either find a Walmart with either still a McDonald's,
Mhm.
or it will have a Dunkin' Donuts. There's like 2 or 3 of them that have Dunkin' Donuts, and then the newer Walmarts all have the Subways.
We had one over here with a La Madeleine in it for a while. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's kind of like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like an Applebee's, but French.
What the F? They're putting like a bar and grill in a wall. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Drinking at Walmart.
Can you say you're surprised that Walmart would put a bar and grill in there?
Not at all, because honestly, there were times through the summer where I thought about opening one myself out in Lawn and Garden. Heck, at Kmart, I almost did, man. People used to love watching me set up for my shifts when I was working Lawn and Garden at Kmart. I'd walk through the accessories, grab myself a nice big straw hat, walk over through HBA, go ahead and get that sunscreen, walk through electronics, grab the radio, grab my lawn chair on my way out the door, prop everything up in the back, put the hose out, start watering the flowers, and I'm just kicking back out there like it's nothing.
I used to know these guys that would they'd go out there and they'd smoke a joint in Lawn and Garden. And what they would do was, this is like 20 years ago, but they'd go out there and they used to have these zone sprinklers where the tropical plants were. So what he would do is he would turn them all on so this whole aisle would be blocked off with the sprinklers, and they'd stand on the other side and it would be on a timer. So they could go out there and customers couldn't get through that section to them, and they'd just like do their thing.
Well, we started working like a lot more of the later in the evening shifts. This is back when I was in high school. So like when school was actually in session, then I had to work evening shifts.
Yeah.
And we used to go out the back in Lawn and Garden because that's where I was all night. I was the only cashier in Lawn and Garden. And then after a certain time, we'd lock that door. So at that point, I didn't really need to stay back there. I needed to stay back there before that to make sure nobody actually walked out with product.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole back half of the store, there was this guy who used to work in sporting goods. And then there was a buddy of mine that worked over in electronics, which was like the next section over. And then there was me in lawn and garden, and I kind of manned like some hardware and automotive and toys. So like we had this whole back half of the store we had to cover. Well, there'd be a lot of nights where we'd go through and we'd zone everything and it would all be perfect. And there wouldn't be anybody in the store on a Wednesday at like 7 o'clock. Then we'd go out the back lawn and garden, climb up the fence because like there's that gated in area that they have with all the plants and stuff like that. Climb up on the fence, get onto the roof, and then we just light up. And then we come back down and go through the store. And, you know, there were so many different areas, like the back stock rooms all connected. And there was like a conveyor belt, and like we could ride the conveyor belt to the other sections as management tried to look for us and couldn't find us. And then sometimes, like when they made me work on 420, I would just go back in layaway where the helium was and suck helium and then page over the intercom. That was always one of my favorites. Now, see, the funny part is like where you do that broadcasting, like they know where the helium tank is. So they know now where I'm at because I suck the helium and I'm immediately making this page. So they start coming back that way. You go back up the steps to where they kept all the layaway stuff, and you rode the conveyor belt into the back receiving area and got out of there. And then by the time you're coming around, you're like, I know I heard somebody over the intercom with helium. I came back here to check because your voice is going back to normal by that point.
That's rare, though, to see one with a second story, though.
In the back areas, there's like a loft. And
you know what? I've seen
area.
old stores that like 20-something years ago that had something like that.
Oh, yeah. This definitely would have been that long ago. But yeah, like the back of the store, like you had your like ground floor, you had a loft area because that's where they put most of the soft goods was in the loft area because it was lighter. And then, like I said, our layaway section was upstairs, like not back where the customers were, but where the items were stored, their layaway items were put was back up in a loft area. And like I said, they had a conveyor belt that could run through each thing because on the other side of the layaway is where you had like your upper stock room for hardware. And then the lower section was like their automotive back stock room for all that stuff.
Some of those old buildings were just like hacked together because they just expanded them because the company grew a lot. And then we had one that had an employee crapper in the break room. So you had the break room, a little thin door with a gap underneath, and a shitter right there. And so you would be eating your lunch. And I don't have to go into detail, but it wasn't wonderful.
This is my stream. We're known for crap on this stream.
Our Kmart had a snack bar in it. And when I was 10, I got nachos there. And because my dad liked their nachos. And that was the first time I got diarrhea in a Kmart within like 10 minutes. And then in my 20s, they had just reopened it after remodeling. And I was going in there to like look for toys. And I'm like, I haven't had lunch. I should get the nachos.
Oh, boy.
Which is the second time I had diarrhea at a Kmart. But as an adult, it's far more. And I was wearing pantyhose that day. I'm just going to let you all know pantyhose and diarrhea do not mix. So I did not wear pantyhose out of the Kmart. They just went in they stayed behind.
Thank you for that.
Things you learn on Oz's stream.
It's what this stream's known for.
If Kmart were still open, I would say be cautious when having the snack bar nachos at Kmart because 2 for $2 is a bad, like, those are bad odds. So.
Yeah, I remember as a kid.
Trend.
They had the K Cafe when I was real young, and then like mid-90s when they started doing the remodels and started going by the Big K.
Yeah.
Then they started putting in like Little Caesars. And
speaking of diarrhea.
So then they switched out and went back to the K Cafe, but now with Little Caesars pizza and cheesy bread or the crazy bread. Because my mom used to work in the K Cafe. Hey, it's appropriate for the stream, right? It's what we're known for: prolapses and judgment.
It's a toss up. Which is worse, the old Kmart cafe food or which you'd get at the bowling alley? Because my parents
I
went
lived
frequent
for
bowling.
bowling alley pizza.
Bowling
Oof.
alley nachos and hot dogs and pizza. I've never gotten diarrhea from any of those, so I'm on the side of the bowling. And you can get some kick-ass Long Island iced teas at the
Yeah, I was
bowling.
going to say you're usually
Our
wasted.
bowling
at
alley had the
bowling alley,
best
so-
chicken wings and pizza. And pepper,
I spent my
French
40th
fries.
birthday at a bowling alley getting knocked off my feet on Long Island iced teas, and then they had a all-you-could-eat chili dog special that night. So it was pretty good. 40th.
All I see is bad decisions in that.
It was pretty bad, and I can't bowl.
Delicious
and
bad decisions.
But I tried, and it kind of skipped a few lanes and maybe hit a bitch, but whatever. She shouldn't have been standing over there. That was when they asked
It's
me.
all
to
good.
leave. But it's not, a birthday party unless you get asked to leave somewhere for hitting some bitch with a bowling ball.
What was her name?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I didn't really care. She looks like she deserves to get hit with a bowling ball, though. I feel like karma and the universe were working through me and the Long Islands that night. So, I mean, she was all like, "Oh my god, my ankle," and it did swell up pretty bad. But maybe she got to take some time off of work. Maybe she needed the downtime.
Back
And
then,
So
she was
if you
probably
get a
like
strike
Cindy
and
or
it's
a
on
Cynthia.
another lane, does it still count on your scorecard? I've never.
They asked me to
No.
leave, so I'm gonna I feel like it should count. Like that was probably the only
Yeah.
strike I got all night.
Yeah, if you get a strike by knocking a bitch into the pins, does that work or?
That's my preferred method.
My understanding of bowling is limited, but I'm gonna say yeah.
The
At least
dude
I got
abides.
like 6 chili dogs before that, and like 8 Long Islands before we got to that point.
How many Long Island iced teas?
8.
That's
That
a
must
lot
have
of
been-
Long Island teas.
There must have been some weak Long Island iced teas, but
They
bowling.
were not. No.
What?
I used to be able to put it
Ken, do
away.
you understand the concept of bowling, or is it just all curling up there in Canada?
Unmute myself before I answer. I don't have a snarky response, and so
You say only on the East Coast
So
of Canada,
you've put me somewhere in a yes or no answer, and I wasn't really in a yes or no mood. I was in a weird no sell mood. Lawrence isn't even here to like chair shot me to have me no sell something. I don't know. I'm literally packing Oz's Christmas gift box. So that's what I've been doing.
Aw.
That's what I've been doing all night here. So there's
That's
a
so sweet.
couple items in there that you're getting a good. Yeah. Just
Don't give away the gift, Santa. Why?
there's a couple of things in there you'll really like. Let's put it that way. Anyway. All right.
yeah.
All right. I'll leave it at that.
To be revealed on a future stream. Actually, that's what I really
Nice.
should do is hold back some of this stuff to open up for like Christmas, like it was a big Christmas thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll just wait till Christmas to open up the headless horseman.
Ah, humbug!
I said we were gonna have some bah humbuggers tonight. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
It's Mary Bah Humbug, though. It's not just Bah Humbug. Stop
It's
trying
the
to take
merriest
the
Bah
Mary out of
Humbugs around.
Christmas.
What's the old saying? The older I get, the more I realize why the Grinch wanted to live alone with his dog on a mountain.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been saying that since I was like 14. That ain't been nothing new. I didn't have to get old for that. It's been my
Yeah.
dream.
That sounds great. Your dog wants to go out at 3:30 in the fucking morning.
I've always found
Right?
other people disappointing in general, but whatever.
Yeah, but taking your dog out at 3:00 in the morning is a hell of a lot easier than arguing with your wife than having to go pick up your kid from work at 8:00 at night.
Yes.
Yes.
And Lawrence knows about
So
both
on
of
a
us.
serious note, if we're in a Christmassy mood, which
As
I
we
hope we
are.
are, I have a question.
We don't want to
down
see your
here.
Yule log.
Serious. Every year when my daughter was growing up, I've got this book back here on the shelf called The Little Big Book of Christmas. And I would read selected stories out of that to her the gospel is in there of Luke. We'd read that. Then we read Yes, Virginia, There Is a Santa Claus. We would read that. Then we would read oh God, now my brain farted. The story about the two people who gave each other the gifts, the gift of the Magi.
Oh, the gift of the Magi.
Yeah, and we would read that. And my
you get the
wife,
little match girl in there too.
That's too sad. I never read that one. But I think it may be in there. I don't know. I don't think that one's in that book. But anyway, I would always read these stories on Christmas Eve to my daughter before she went to bed, and it was a tradition. It had to be done. And my wife had me go on Amazon.com and find that same book so that we could give it to my daughter. Now, what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about doing a video and releasing it of me reading out of that book the way I did when she was growing up, so that maybe when I'm no longer on this physical plane here and my granddaughter or grandson is there, that we can have her play that video for him, because I'm going to do that with my grandchild when he comes every year. Read out of that book just like I did for my daughter when she was growing up. Would that be a good video for me to release on my channel, or should I just not do that? I mean, is that something that
Depends how many of those stories are fair use, or if you plan on monetizing it. Because again, you do got to remember, if any of those tend to be copyrighted, they can pull it. But if all of it's like fair use, public domain, hell yeah.
Even if
That's
it's
a cool
not,
idea.
you might be able to use it under fair use. Because
Fair
use.
what you're
Yeah,
doing
look
is
at Viper Island and his fair use works all the time, right? So
yeah, I mean, if you're reading it, so therefore you're doing a performance of it, which is about the same as people who will do cover songs, because they're singing it, they're not putting the original recording
People
up.
do all sorts of audio books without.
And the worst that happens is they demonetize it and won't let you monetize it, but they probably won't copyright strike it because it would fall under fair use.
they can copyright claim and do a takedown of the video.
They could, and then you just take it down, or you challenge it under fair use, because again, it's a transformative performance.
That's true. I've never tried challenging before.
So-
it seems extremely unlikely in that scenario, though.
It's especially since like biblical stuff is at this point, like going to be under fair use, and if it's not, I can't imagine. Well, never mind. The people in charge of like the money side of Bibles aren't always good people, but I would say that all of that is like details. At the end of the day, you should make content that you will enjoy and that is meaningful to you, and not worry about like say 10 of your viewers don't like it and think it's a bad idea, and the rest of them like it. Who cares? Is this content that you want to put on your channel that represents you in the way that you...
This is where I disagree with that. What do you want your channel to be? Is your channel about toys? Or is it just about everything? What do you want your channel? Do you want to be monetized?
Adventure.
Yeah, but do you want it to be? Are you monetized? Do you want it to be monetized? If you,
I am monetized, and I'm well on my way to 1,000. I'm not there yet. I'm about 130 short, but I'm going there, and I will get there. And to answer your question, my show is about my toys and their adventures for sure. But I do other things on here. If you ever watch a Saturday show, it's not necessarily toys on Saturday. And Largo can attest to that. There's a lot of pop culture on here as well. And I have never followed the freaking YouTube rules that they tell you to do to get the viewers. Would I love to have enough viewers to be able to do this full time and not have to go to freaking work every day? Sure, but I also, on the other hand, I want to have my channel be about what I like and what I want to do.
So it's not about not doing what you want to do, and this may take a whole different turn. a lot of times what you realize is when you're doing a channel that's a niche or whatever, something like that, you'd want to create a separate channel for, and not because not because it's biblical or anything, but because it has nothing about toys. So a lot of times, what would happen is, let's say even one of those one of those videos went berserk, right? All of a sudden, you get all these people that are subscribing, and then they realize like you're getting pushed into another algorithm where you're not getting pushed in front of toys, where those are the people that you want for that type of stuff. It's not saying you can't do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
If you just have a channel where you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to do whatever I want, and that's what I'm going to
variety stream, but it's much harder to grow as a variety stream, for sure. But
but there's nothing wrong with what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want your channel is basically about toys, obviously, like you said, it's in your name. That's kind of where you don't want that. I was throwing up some of my skateboarding video stuff, just because this was originally just my personal channel, but it became the toy channel, and then you realize, every now and then someone may want to like see what I can do skating, but no one really wants to watch lines of me doing skating.
Yeah,
I have another channel.
The Von Erich's history video that I did, I actually considered making a second channel for that. And I talked to Mega J about it. He's like, you should totally create a second channel. I didn't. I go and release it. You know, when you see your last 10 videos, it was 10th by a mega mile. It had like half the number of views of my 9th video. Now, because my subscribers did not click on it, they're like, what's Ken doing? He went off the beaten path. But the thing is, I was also taking advantage of the fact there's a movie coming out in a few weeks about the Von Erichs, and then maybe I would rank in search. After the 48-hour period that it shows to your subscribers and starts showing to new people in the algorithm and what's being searched for, what happens? It starts spiking. So it started with like 80 views overnight, right? Which relative to the size of my channel, that's not a good number anymore. Right now, all of a sudden, it's at like 26 or 2,700 views, and when I look, it's ranked like second out of my last 10 previous to that. So, to what Lawrence is saying there, right? Like, and that's me segueing to wrestling, which is much closer to toys than some of the other stuff, right? Compared to like say skateboarding. So, if you want to do what you want to do, I don't think anyone's gonna, stop you or put up a blockade. But just note that even something like that, you can run into problems, right?
Oh, Lawrence, have you?
I realize what you guys are saying, but go ahead, Largo.
Oh, I was just wondering if Lawrence had picked out a name for his new Ohio tourism channel.
For the love of Ohio.
Well, what I was going to say was
the love of Ohio.
You were talking about that 48-hour period where it gets sent out to everybody. That's exactly what happened on the Explore the Lore of the Lone Ranger. So I had 10 of 10 for 48 hours, and then suddenly my views shot way up. And maybe that's a good thing or maybe it's not, but Largo and I started that on Saturday nights. We would do these spotlights, and I'm still doing them. And maybe it's screwing me up in the algorithm, maybe it's not, but my channel continues to grow. And when I look at
my worry in my personal case. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'll say when I look at my growth, it's a line going up like this. It's not one of these deals here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my worry is that if people see the Von Erichs video, they're gonna come back hoping for like more wrestling stuff and be like, "What's all this GI Joe content?"
And that
right? So like my subscriber
thing,
count hasn't like if you look at like the history of Motu82 that Oz and I did, that's got maybe 1,300 views right now. But if you look at the number of subscribers that gained on the video, it's about the same as the 2,600 view video of the Von Erichs because those people probably clicked to the rest of my channel and said, "This guy doesn't do a lot of wrestling deep dives." You know what I mean? So that's, at the end of the day, though, it's hard because like you look at Toy Galaxy, right? Like he does like the 20-minute documentaries and anything else he puts on a second channel, right? But I think he got to a certain point before he did that. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us are at that point right now. That's assuming you're playing the algorithm game and you're not just doing the I'm going to do whatever the hell I want.
Right. Now, just imagine what would happen if you got this video that's these biblical based or, somewhat Christian or Christmas stories, and it goes mega viral and you get 2 million views on that sucker. And now you have 150,000 subscribers and woohoo, and none of them care about toys. And every time you want to do any kind of toy content, your channel is like, congratulations, you're not a toy channel anymore, kind of. It's, I don't know, just saying.
And the biggest thing is YouTube will stop pushing it out to the people you want, like those videos. Like, and again, like I can look at all my videos. G.I. Joe does wonderful. I do a Motu video, and it's like I can hear the tires screeching. I can hear it hitting the fucking car in front of it. And that's why I kind of cut back doing it, because of the time that I was putting into it, it's like it's not really worth it. But it's still toy based. So, I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to do that.
Have fun
in general. But if you're trying to build and grow that toy, the toy people watching, it might turn some of them off, and you might get, like what Random was saying, like you get all these views, these people clicking on it, and all of a sudden they're like, what the fuck is this? This guy's not doing stories anymore. I really liked what he was doing. And then
I think that's where we can also pay attention to comments too, right? What are the videos that get the most comments on, the most engagement? Because that's the kind of repeat content you're going to want to do anyway.
Right. I took a different approach. I didn't put toy in the name on purpose because I wanted to do something more eclectic. So I'm kind of more framed as a pop culture kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that gives me more room to
Freedom.
experiment. Yeah.
And there's absolutely there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And the one big thing here's the thing, and I think Ken will probably agree with this. Random probably will, because I know you guys are the other two larger channels. When you start off doing it, you think, I'm just going to throw whatever I want on. But then as you start to see it grow, you start to see where you're at. And at least for me, my idea of just doing a few reviews of G.I. Joe and my idea of what I want to do on YouTube did change. So where this was just fun. Now it's like, hey, I can actually do this. I'm growing. I can make, hopefully down the road, a second income. I'm never going to think that I'm going to be able to survive off this.
It's no fun when you put a lot of effort in and you get like Zippo views. It's really not fun. I mean, you can take a couple of those on the chin, and you have to sometimes. You just got to roll with it. But if you're doing it over and over again, it's really not fun.
When I did a 26-minute wrestling documentary-ish video there and spent all those hours on it to see 80 views in the first 24 hours with 4,000 something subscribers at the time, I'm sitting there thinking, I probably did something wrong, but I'm really stubborn on this one. And you know me, I'm not a really stubborn guy. That one, maybe I got a bit lucky because of the movie, and that's why I timed it. But if you're going to do that and there's nothing else to push it on the back end like that, like search results due to recency bias, it's going to be hard to do, right? So unfortunately, it's a lot of extra thinking to put into this when you want to come and have fun. And that's the problem, right? Because your hobby starts to become like, oh, what does the audience want? What's better for my revenue? And how do I do this without looking like a sellout? How do I do this without looking like I'm just chasing trends cheaply? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all this extra balancing act,
How long does it take the algorithm to recover from something like that, though? Like if he did get like a bunch of, like if you started getting pushed out to a different crowd?
Well, I've never got a video to go viral like that. But I mean, I've listened to, and I know Ken listens to a few of the same people that I do. And you'll hear people like write in and ask the question, where they'd be like, hey, I got this video, it got like 2 million views, but now all these people like who were interacting, now they're no longer doing it. If that video continues to go out and your other videos aren't doing that well, YouTube says every time you make a video, we're going to push it out to the people that did. We're going to push it out to the people that liked this one that did great, and not to the people you really want it to go to.
Yeah, and part of it in the beginning too is it shows it to your subscribers, although it's usually more other people, but that takes time, like they're saying, to ramp up. But if your subscribers that subscribe to you because of story video don't like the toy video, and it takes the basis off that pool, that you're not getting the retention, it's not as likely. It's like a voodoo, I mean, it doesn't really make sense most of the time, but not as likely for it to get blasted out as much. So for as long as those subscribers hang around with you from the viral video, depending on what proportion they are of your subscriber base, it could affect you for quite some time.
Right. I'm like one of those anomaly channels where I'm a relatively small channel. I'm just growing to over 350, but I have such a core dedicated viewership that are here each and every week. And
you're live though. You're a live channel mostly,
I don't do pre-recorded content. I just do these lives.
It's totally different.
It is. I've built up this core audience that comes and is dedicated each and every week. Each and every one of these live streams somehow gets over 200 views, and somehow like that has really built up this amazing community around the live streams. But again, you see like such an eclectic panel of people here, right? Like Radnom, he's not a toy collector. He likes building dios.
And he's mean.
And he's mean. He's so mean.
Shut up.
But he has some wonderfully chill live streams on Friday nights with jazzy music.
Very zen.
We just enjoy watching. It's very cathartic, very soothing. Allison is predominantly a color tubist, I guess, is she does the coloring and all like that, and it's amazing. And again, it's like this other cathartic thing. And then of course, like a lot of the others, here we're all centered more around the toy aspect of things. And again, Jim, you're very much more pop culture. Bill, you're very eclectic and do cover different topics in pop culture. So like these streams appeal to a wide variety of people and their likenesses, because again, like this stream started off as like shilling for Jacob Marley and the Four Horsemen, and it has evolved and covered topics that wouldn't, most other channels wouldn't dare to touch on a toy tube live stream. And it's one of these things that it's really grown and gives such a phenomenal bounce back within the community, and it's great. Like I feel very fortunate that I get what I get with these lives, because I don't know anybody else out there who's doing 8-hour live streams and getting people to stick around this long and watch.
So that's the thing that makes you the most unique there, Oz, is that like you're not going for the replay value. You're going for the hangout. So you've like doubled and tripled down on your core community. You know how long and how many subscribers I had to get just to get a comparable size community? I didn't have that at 350. I don't even think I had that at 1,000. I was maybe at 2,000 when I had the same size core community as you had, maybe even 3,000 when I got to that point. So you're set up in a way that I've never seen before, and you're finding a way that makes it work. Right. And I think at some point, if you start doing like 5-minute pre-produced content, that's going to grow. We've talked about that's going to grow your casual audience, and then your core audience still going to come here for your 8-hour live streams. Right.
Live streams do not grow audiences. You will not grow your subscriber base by doing live streams. It's all the it's all the pre-recorded stuff, reviews, different things like that.
Yes.
That people click on because they want to come back.
Yes.
When you're doing the live, most people don't want to tune in and listen. And that's why, again, I do not take for granted how many people I have on Monday nights. I tell people, I'm like, hey, you know what? We're averaging 60 to 70. I want to average 80. And people are like, hey, you know what? 60, 70 is good. I'm like, hey, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not taking it for granted, but I want to shoot, for the next 10. And I don't take it for granted. And you see the other streams that are pulling in, 100, 200, 300, 500 in our community,
Right.
Which is absolutely shocking, especially
lot-
when,
Yeah.
but they don't subscribe. I could go through my live streams and count my subscriber base or how many subscribers I've gained. I bet I've gained maybe 100 subscribers from the live streams.
There is a way to do live streams to make you gain an audience, but it's not that fast compared to like if you did exactly 1 hour live streams that were very topic focused. It doesn't just say, like it's not very general. Like, Lawrence, you'll do more like I'm gonna ramble and I kind of have a topic and it might go for 3 hours.
Well, that has
You know
replay
what I mean?
value, like you were saying before.
Yeah, like there might be more replay value in a 1 hour live stream, but then again, you're still building like partially core audience, partially casuals who want to listen to something on the transit on the way to work.
I mean, it amazes me that people rewatch my boring, barely speaking live stream. Like I'll get maybe like 80 or 90 views during the stream and it'll go over 200 or 300, which shocks me that anyone sits there for that long and watches that. But yeah, people just like to put things on in the background. I guess that's what I do too.
But plus,
I get well over 100 on rewatch after my streams are over with. It's like there's a lot of my audience that's not able to watch me because they're either across the globe at work or something like that. And when they come home, they go, well, Bill streamed last night. I'm going to watch, or Bill streamed yesterday. I'm going to watch his stream and rewatch his stream. Boba Hicks, that's him. Johnny Sorensen, same way. One's in Ireland, the other one's in Australia. Those guys, people like him. I have a core audience of them, and that core audience grows with my life.
You know what? You're right. Whenever I get Boba Hicks commenting on my premiere, I usually premiere at like 4:30 my time. That's after midnight his time, right? He may go to bed before midnight, unlike some of us here, right? But then he will.
Who does that?
Yeah, I know. But then I'll get a comment. I'll wake up in the morning and I'll get a comment from Boba Hicks almost right away, and it's just the way it is, right? But at the end of the day, if you are trying to do this as a pseudo career, even if it's a side income, you want to be able to know, like, what do you identify as first? Am I a colorist? Am I a podcast channel? I don't know, my history channel, right? Shameless plug right there, right? Whatever it is. Right? Or are you?
I tried identifying as an eggplant emoji. It didn't go over.
And when you start off, you do play around, and that's what like Nick Nimmin. If you want to do listen to Nick Nimmin, he gives great advice. But he says when you're starting it off, try a bunch of stuff, and when you find something that hits, stick with that. If you just want to do it for fun and you don't ever care about being monetized, then throw whatever you want on there. But if you are looking to grow, when you find something that sticks, do that. But
you can always. Sorry, go ahead.
But like for you, if you're doing toys, Ken, you do a lot of wrestling stuff. You should start a wrestling channel. But then it takes time to grow it, and I think you probably look at things the same way that I do. That it's well, why don't they like both? I like both. They should like both. And I've already worked so hard on this channel, and it is hard to create a second channel.
And if you create the second channel, how regularly can you put up content? One of the reasons it pushes. That's the thing, right? Like if you can do one video there and one video here every single week, more power to you. Guess what that's going to do? It's going to eat up all your bandwidth to do live streams if you're doing it like that. Or if they're both live stream channels, you know what that's going to do? That's going to eat up your bandwidth to go on other people's channels. You know what I mean? Like it was really hard to go. Yes.
How much is Geek Dad Life 2 really used?
It's very sparing. You know what I mean? Like he told me, you may want to start a second entertainment channel, and I'm like, I'm not sure that I can sustain it. That's the problem. Everyone will know it's the backup.
Doing one YouTube channel is more work than one person could do. You could just put out a new video every day, so you could be good at one thing or kind of mediocre at doing two or three at the same time. So
I knew Lawrence watched Nick Nimmin when I saw him start pointing to the end screens at the end exactly the same way I do it and exactly the same way Nick Nimmin does it. And I'm like, you watched the same guy I did, right? Because the end screen thing does get used. It's just the way he flows that end screen in. I'm like, I know where you got that. I got it in the same place.
It's also better for shorter videos.
Yes.
If you're stuck to 25, 30 minutes of a fucking review of mine, you're gonna watch my shit anyway. So
yeah.
What I did is I created different. I kind of looked at like a UHF channel where it's like, you know, public access or local. You'd have different segments or different shows on the one channel. So I have Beasties and Baddies. If you watch a Beasties and Baddies, you know it's going to be kind of content. If you watch Infinite Playlist, you know it's going to be this kind of thing. So I've got different shows with different titles, and they appeal to different audiences. Some of them cross over, and some of them only watch one and never touch the rest of it. So it works.
no, and like what you're saying, it totally makes sense because you have specific shows that are dedicated to certain things.
Right.
And I can tell you this, like, you know, Punks on Film. We wanted everyone to switch over when we do that to be on Punks on Film. I can't get people to fucking subscribe. And then the biggest problem is 2 or 3 people go over there, but everyone's chatting on the other one. So what we started doing was, you know, we simulcast it, and then a few days later or the next week, I put it private on the main channel, and people got to go there. But it's all live streams, and that's not something. A lot of that stuff people won't go and rewatch.
Right.
But I haven't really created content for it, you know. And I'm like, movies should really. I mean, we see these movie channels; they go crazy. But you also look at like Screen Crush, and you're like, that guy is putting a lot of time and effort into creating these videos. I don't have that time. You know,
I was
that's
going to
his
say,
job
it's
now.
some of these too, they have a staff. It's like you and I, I'm one guy with a laptop and a bad idea, but some of these guys have, you know, like one guy that does editing, one guy that does, you know, principal
Right.
photography. It's like, I'm not,
And that is one
I'm it.
thing. Yeah, that is one thing. Like when you see YouTube, like before,
Screen Crush
like
has
when
got
you
a
don't know
writer.
it,
He has a writer. He has a guy writing his script for him.
yeah, like when you start, you just think like, oh my god, Screen Crush does everything on his own, and then you realize, no, it's a whole operation. But either way, it is work. But you're right. Like here we are creating, and again, I know how long it takes me to do my unedited or low edited reviews. It takes time though. So the people that put in a lot of time, like you said, are doing it themselves. They're going to be there for quite some time doing it.
And heaven forbid you put in all that time and you make a stupid mistake and you only catch it after it goes up or after somebody points it out. Yeah. I have like wanted to beat my head against the wall for certain mistakes that I made.
Like finding out that your O-ring buzzer has the wrong crotch and it gets pointed out right away, only to go downstairs and find out the 4 original dreadnoughts. Sometime as a kid, you swapped them and didn't realize it.
Did I do that?
You didn't. Mr. Popinski said
didn't.
it, like told me right away. And then numerous people started pointing it out.
I had
There
one
are some
person.
people that will put an error purposely in the video so that people will engage and correct them. It's all about.
That's a good point.
I mean,
well.
Oz knows this, that my 84 Spirit was holding Raptor's bird and not his actual bird. And I think I told Ed this as well. I remember getting really pissed off at that. And I was like, why don't you just pin a correction to the top of the feed? Anyone who wants to comment, that's the first comment.
Doesn't matter.
Like, I should still have caught that, is what I tell myself. The number of hours I put in. So I'm sitting there like, oh, do I overlay the right images on and put it up again in a couple of years? What do I do? Right.
So I've on some of them I've pinned where I got something wrong and I pinned it to the top. It doesn't matter.
All right, guys. Look, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and I am not tired at all. But it is 3:00, and I have to be up at 5:45. So,
okay. You better.
Good night, everyone.
It's been great hanging with you.
Good night. No,
I really
yeah,
want to
like I
take his
said,
advice and go to bed myself and glutton for punishment.
Well, I say that you put it up, Bill, but I don't know anything about YouTube. But I think it's a good video for you to do that will mean something to you, and be here forever. Well, as long as the internet.
Right.
Yeah, my
That's what I'm
advice-
looking for.
my
I've gotten to
advice-
the point where I hate YouTube. It's broke. It doesn't work right. Half the time, even my own subscribers say that the things weren't even put out to them, and it's supposed to go to them first. So there's problems with YouTube, and
the
there's
algorithm
always
might change
going
at some point too. So.
Yes, okay. So it's funny. It's funny you say stuff like that, but and Ken will probably agree with most of this. We think it's broke when in actuality it's working exactly the way they want it to. So I may be subscribed to people's channels, but if I have been watching their videos, YouTube says you don't want to watch it, so I'm not going to send it. But let's say I've been watching Viper Island. I looked at 2 of his videos because Chaz goes, "Oh my god, this is what this idiot says." Well, guess what? YouTube says, "Oh, you like this content," and next thing I know, I'm littered with Viper Island stuff. But then I'm going like, how come Ken hasn't done a video in 4 months? And then I look and I go, oh well, I haven't been watching his stuff because YouTube says you haven't been watching it. So technically, the algorithm does work the way it wants it to. It doesn't work the way we want it to.
It's true. I thought I was subscribed to Punk for about 6 months before I realized
found
I just
myself
watched
on
videos.
numerous occasions not paying attention to what YouTube tells me I want to watch. I have a core group of channels that I watch, and I don't really rely upon YouTube to tell me when they're on and when they're not. I go to their channel and see what they've got on their video list and choose what I want to watch from that.
Well, that's the good thing about the notification bell. You hit that, and you know when the channel you want to watch puts something out. Please.
Yeah, and I mean, there are issues because YouTube will just unsubscribe. I mean, they do just
That's
unsubscribe
happened.
you.
Yeah.
And they turn off that
Yep.
notification bell a lot.
Yeah. You know, Lawrence, for two people who are very,
All the
very
time.
different, you and I see YouTube in a very similar way. Like, we see it almost identical.
Well,
Well,
because
we've
I see it
all-
right and you're on the right side. That's why.
I mean,
Oh my
we've
God, there was no
all
punchline after that. That's awesome.
Bill, I'll tell you this: whether you post that video or not, make it for your granddaughters, your grandson,
either
whatever it
way.
is. Because
That's
I'll tell
where
you,
I fall.
my great grandma made a cassette of her singing and reading some stories that she used to read to me before she passed away, and I listened to that thing after she passed away till the tape didn't work anymore. So,
wow.
Well, that's why I say upload it though, because then
it's there, right? It's there.
Yeah.
Always there.
And again, I mean, this turned into more about like, where do you want your YouTube channel to go? Because the last thing you would want that, like, hey, I'm working really hard to make this toy channel, and I made these videos that probably mean more to me than any toy tube, any toy video that I made, but it completely ruined my algorithm. And because we can make channel after channel after channel, and it doesn't cost anything, it may be just something that works better. And it could be something like you find out like people love that you do this stuff, and then you just have a channel just dedicated to doing something like that, and it doesn't take away from your toys channel, and it adds to this other channel that you might have. But I'm looking at it from a like, hey, where do you want this to go? Not from a, is it a good idea or not? I mean, hey, it's not like you're saying anything awful. You want to do something that is.
Reality is, Bill, Lawrence just likes to hear himself talk and make himself feel like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So, don't worry about what he's doing over there.
One thing.
I thought that's why we all started YouTube
Tiny.
channels.
I'm
isn't it?
still tiny. I can make. I can make mistakes. Place though. I'm like I've got less than 900 subscribers, and but I'm still growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't know anything about YouTube, right? But like on my Instagram, I have a certain set of shots that get way more engagement than anything else, and I
It may not be safe for work.
But I lose a ton of followers, but I get like triple the likes and ton of comments. Like, well, not a ton, but for me, a lot of comments. Like,
yeah.
I'm in a weird place now where it's like I'm considering making a second Instagram account, but I like that I post daily, and I don't want to switch in between because then I'm not posting daily on one, and like it's a weird situation.
I had that same problem though, because I had an Instagram that was all of my like nature pics and things like that, you know. And then I had my toy one, and I was posting my nature pics on there. Then I separated the nature pics off, and I hardly ever post to the nature one now because it's just a pain in the ass to switch back and forth and post the pictures. And
I like completely forget that I have a personal one. I'm always on my toy one.
Yeah.
I switched over what started as a personal IG so that I could follow, like, you know, I'd be watching people like Geek Dad Life. And he's like, you can find me on Instagram. So like I started an Instagram and I started following certain people. And then when Skelly and I started doing Toy Frenzy, I was under my regular name and posting about Toy Frenzy. And then I eventually decided I wanted to do more of my own stuff. And that's when I switched that what started as a personal IG that I didn't post like anything but the Toy Frenzy stuff to, because that's all I was really using it for. That's when it just, my IG is my toy channel now. I don't have a personal one. But that's also why if you find me on Facebook, like it's under my personal name. Now, mind you, I never post on Facebook. The only time you see posts go up on Facebook is when I post to IG and it also posts to Facebook. So it's the same exact thing.
Yeah. That's what my Instagram and my YouTube is they were like, I just followed stuff. Like my Instagram was just following artists for a long time.
Mhm.
And then Oz said, post stuff. I was like, okay.
You know what, Oz? The day that you hit 100 subscribers on YouTube, I'll never forget because you thanked a whole bunch of people. And I remember the list was, and I just want to thank Pixel Dan and Toy Galaxy and Geek Dad Life. And you listed a whole bunch of big channels and Toy Connections. And I was just like, you love me in with them. Yes. You like totally made like my week, my month when you did that. And I'm just like, victory for Ken.
You know, you guys were all the channels that I watched like when I was starting, and it was just, yeah, these are all these channels that I look up to, and you know, now I'm interacting with in a different way than what I was originally. And that was a big thing for me. Like you guys were all very big inspirations to me doing my content. And then we got this motherfucker over here. What's up, Tony?
What's up? What's up, you late night motherfuckers, you beautiful legends? What's going on?
Keeping you company in the wee hours in the morning.
So did you decide that you're gonna break your record? Because you're at 8:30.
8 hours, 30 minutes is what I say.
You know, it was funny. I was actually thinking about wrapping it, and then Ken said, joining in soon. I was like, well, if Ken's joining in, I don't see why we can't squeeze more out of this.
I would as soon as Ken showed up, like right before I was about to say I'm gonna get out, but then I knew like Ken would think that I fucking left because he showed up, and I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna think I'm being rude. And you may not know this, Ken.
I'm not running
a lot. So
what?
We actually talk a lot.
I thought I was out, and Ken pulled me back in.
That's
well, you took a dig at me on one of Payne's streams, and I was like, I thought I was cool with Punk. And then I realized like later, I think I asked Oz about it. He's like, no, Ken, Lawrence wouldn't say that if he didn't actually like you. Didn't he say that to you once? I'm like, yeah, he did. And then we became friends ever since.
Yeah,
it's just how it rolls.
Ken is my favorite Canadian
there we go.
YouTuber.
There we go. Sorry, Mega J.
Or is he my favorite?
Larry used to ask me, I don't think Ken likes me.
I don't think I said that.
That's funny.
Did you say that to Tony? You thought I didn't like you?
I don't think so.
I'm outing him. Yeah,
I might have.
I don't think he likes me.
So wait a minute. Does this
I don't ever say I don't think I usually tell people.
Or maybe it wasn't. If it wasn't Ken, it was somebody else or something. Like maybe Bobby or something. I don't know.
I am.
Oh no,
Ken's
I know Bobby.
Tony Lawrence.
Huh? What Oz?
I said I am Ken's Tony to Lawrence.
Sorry, Adam. Dole kicked me out. Said I was being too loud. I'm actually
shit.
just, I'm actually just labeling some wrestling figures. So, you know, Mr. Brody Lee here. There's a Bret Hart here somewhere.
Aren't they already labeled?
Your dog. No, I mean like for like toy show pricing. So
For what?
toy show pricing. That's where I was
Like,
at.
aren't they already labeled?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that how you know what you buy?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Do you have a
All right.
toy show coming up, Ken, that you're going to be doing sometime in the near future?
No, but somebody said you want to buy all these wrestlers for cheap, and when I said how much, and he's like, "Well, yeah, there's this much, and I want them." Yeah, sure. Of course, I went there and bought a rare, expensive Transformer as well. I'm like, that's why you got me here. So, you know, I'm like, you made your money on that.
Drew you in with the cheapy wrestlers so he could sell you the really expensive rare thing.
Yeah, we haven't segued into that Transformer yet. God damn it! Another Diaclone.
Oh,
Ken is a
very
scalper.
nice.
I do love those Japanese toys, man, but those prices on some of the vintage stuff. It's like, no, I can't go there.
Yeah.
You know what I
try
came
not
across
to.
today?
Yeah.
I didn't go out and do like a major toy hunt, but so when Lawrence and I went to Random Treasures not too long ago, they had gotten in quite a few of the newer Motu stuff. And last weekend during their Black Friday sale, for some reason they didn't say why online, but they had to close the store and they were like, we'll reopen Wednesday and continue the sale. Then they put out a message on Wednesday saying, yeah, we've got to stay closed a little bit longer, but we'll continue the sale through this weekend. So they never said why they had to close down or what was going on. And I certainly hope everything has worked out all right, but they were open again today. So we went. And I was looking at some of that stuff because they were still running that 50% deal that they were running last time, Lawrence, with over 30 days in stock, 50% off, which is great.
It was a great fucking deal.
Yeah, it really was. And they're really trying to empty it out. Well, because they had emptied out so much, I did find, you guys have seen the Japanese released Masters of the Universe figures, like the original vintage figures, but in those Japanese boxes. They had a couple of the He-Man, and I was like really tempted to be like, I kind of want that fully complete vintage He-Man mint condition.
And Billy Gunn for you, Lawrence.
Oh, the DX Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
I almost collected all the
wrestling.
Yeah, sorry.
I almost collected the entire DX army when they were doing the re-releases 2 years ago.
I've got Nash and Billy Gunn here, and China and Triple H. Shawn Michaels is too popular, so he doesn't stay.
You got X-Pac?
They haven't released as many of him, so whenever I get him in, people just like sell. Sorry, I'm talking like I'm a store. I'm not a store. I'm just a makeshift dude pretending to be a store.
You buy lots.
You got to do the merchandising.
Yeah.
Merchandising.
I do buy a bunch of lots, and then I go and I go and sell at toy shows. But of course, I never really make money because then I go and buy a bunch of stuff for myself. Right? It's always like, so you sold how much stuff, and you came back with that one little rare toy? Happens all the time. So
costs that money, but it's hard to find complete, and that's how you got it.
Yeah, I know.
So I also kind of went back.
I gotta go. I'm fixing to edit a video, and that's gonna screw me up completely. So I got to run. Enjoyed it, Oz. Thank you for this opportunity to hang out with you guys. It's been fun.
Always a pleasure, Bill.
Later, Bill.
Night.
Take care.
See y'all later.
Later,
Take care, brother. So
if we're gonna keep on trucking for a minute, I'm gonna go grab a tasty beverage. I'll be right back.
Go for it, brother.
Grab me one.
Did the
I'm full of tasty beverages tonight.
Ultimate Edition Hogan.
I just got on.
Take over.
Nice.
Tony,
I'm full of old fashions.
Tony, did you get your pictures printed?
Yes, I finally did. I got my shit to work, but it came in kind of, I don't know, substandard. So I was like, I turned into Banky from Chasing Amy, and I started inking just so I can have, all the line art. So when I'm ready for Allison's stream tomorrow, I have something. But then,
did you do what I said, or was it something else?
No, it was after I had I gotten the cartridges out and got hot water and put a little damp towel and wiped those little things on the cartridges. it started to work. But then the rollers didn't want to grab the paper just to feed, and it wouldn't do it no matter what I would do. So I said, okay, screw it. So I went to my buddy Jimmy's house and printed them out on his laser jet, and damn, they came out perfect. I'm like, shit. And he hadn't changed, cartridges and stuff in a while. I'm like, that either laser jet is where it's at or office jet. I'm like, man, jet sucks.
I feel like someone told you that.
It was this guy. And who called him? And what the first thing he said, I'm not the guy you need to talk to. And he ended up fixing it. Sold yourself short, bro. I don't know why you did that.
Another short joke.
It definitely was. And
But
I've had it about up
now,
to here.
now I'm prepared for Allison, even though it was last minute.
Excellent.
I don't know which one you want to pick, though. You gonna wait till tomorrow, or are you gonna tell me now?
I haven't picked yet. I'm
Oh,
fluctuating between the superpowers and the GI Joe one. So
okay, I'm good with the.
The mask is great. It's a lot. I like to pick something that I have the chance of finishing on the stream.
Yeah, that's what I
just
thought
because
too.
the 8 to 15 people who stick around for the whole streams, I've noticed, seem to have more fun if I actually finish it on stream. So
yeah,
and you're using crayons, right?
Not me.
No, not I.
I told her I was getting the Prismacolors, and I got them. Oh yeah.
Which set did you get?
Oh my God! Let me see. Hope they're right here. Hold on. Just these for now.
Oh, that's a good set though. It's a 24, right? No.
This is a 12, and I got another 12. I got another 24, but they're Artist Loft. Artist Loft.
Okay. Cool. Now, the 12 should have everything you need.
Yeah, especially if you want to do the Super Friends. That's a lot of color.
It is, but it's also like red and yellow and
black and blue and
all the
I
basics.
vote for
You've
the
got all
Super
the
Friends.
basics there.
What's that? What's
And the
that?
only
Ed?
thing
I said I vote for the Super Friends.
I think the only thing you don't have do you have the 12 set doesn't have a gray in it? Do you have?
I have a gray.
You have a, okay, cool, perfect. Because Batman, you'll want gray for his outfit.
Mm-hmm. I got him
Yeah,
covered.
you're set then. You're good. Have you ever used Prismacolor before? No.
Oh yeah.
I'll ask you all this tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
It's part of the opening. But yeah,
I remember the Repeatograph
we go outside the
pens.
How do you like when you're coloring? What makes you happiest when you're coloring? Yeah, that's whenever I have people on to color and everyone's like, I don't know if I can stay in the lines. It's like, I don't care if you stay in the lines. I don't make any of my guests put their page on camera other than sort of hold it up to show it if they don't want to.
Yeah.
The only people
I
that can't stay in the
I get
lines.
out of the lines all the time. It's like I just know how to cover it with like other colors and stuff. Like, I'm not like hardcore about like people. I'm not. If I were like sort of doing a color tube channel where I was having people who do this as like like seriously all the time, like then it would be like, bitch, stay in the lines. But I'm trying to do that thing where I straddle the line between color tube and toy tube, and like my content so far is like I've been posting all the old Kenner booklets, and I've been getting really good views on those for my like regular content. My coloring videos do well. I'm hitting a certain type of nostalgia, so
Oh man.
I have to be really careful about it, but I'm doing pretty well with it. It's all about figuring out how you want to package your shit so that it seems more consistent than it is. But as far as coloring, like, like Tony does like amazing custom work. So I am expecting a little bit more artistry from Tony than I did, say, from Lawrence, because Lawrence doesn't have a huge art background. He doesn't do a lot of arty things. When Lawrence does customs, it's a lot of like part swapping. So he's got some like basic creative.
Now we know how Allison feels about Lawrence's talents.
What? Lawrence did really well. He did outline. Lawrence did great. Lawrence is coming back probably in January if we can make it work. To like
that was amazing at coloring.
I got these ones, Allison. I got these ones with Artist Loft.
Yeah.
You know, Allison, you should have Michael J. Fox on and see how well he stays in the lines when he colors.
I would, if I could get Michael J. Fox, I would 100% ask Michael J. Fox on, and I would see if I could find a shitty old Teen Wolf coloring book to color that.
That Super Friends coloring book was awesome. It had so many It had so many.
It was that weird time in the 70s where Super Friends, they couldn't really have people fighting.
Yeah, all they were was just messing around.
So it was like it's a fun color. At some point, that's one of the ones like I've got so many that I want to do the whole book of.
Yeah, that one's really cool.
That one also would be pretty easy to finish because if I do it Super Friends style, like that's a lot easier to color than.
Oh
I mean, like right now I'm working on all of the old kid stuff books for Masters of the Universe. Do you remember? I'm not sure who all remembers them, but like the first 3 books that came out through kid stuff didn't have. They were all in black and white. So I found some nice copies, scanned them in, put them together, and I'm coloring them up.
Crazy on the shading.
Matt
on
has been re-recording all of the old dialogue because he used to do radio.
Yeah.
He used he and his college people when he was in Alaska in college had a radio drama, like a zombie radio drama. So he can do like the radio voice. So I had him listen to the dude who used to read. This is how I'm getting around copyright. But it's cool. Like Matt isn't really into any of the toy stuff, but he liked doing the voiceover. So he like came and sat over here and we recorded him and he did like the ridiculous excited voice, the kid stuff guy. It was funny. And he was like, how do you say this? It's like Eternia, right? But he also isn't, I mean, like as a kid, he collected G.I. Joe. So, you know, like he kind of knows G.I. Joe stuff, but he doesn't, and he remembers He-Man and stuff because he's only a couple months older than, he actually just had his 50th birthday yesterday. So,
yeah.
So, but he's a little older than me. So,
are there any particular publishers that you find make better quality books, or you just kind of go for a certain theme? Or
I go for, my main goal is 80s properties and toy properties. So a lot of He-Man, a lot of She-Ra, and the quality for vintage coloring books is all over the place. There are some of the He-Man books that are really good and have great art, and some of them have shit art. And they're all pretty much out of like golden books at the time. And they just, but I mean, they had like an entire staff of artists. So it's like, it's sort of like with comic books in the 80s, like Spider-Man some months would be really good and have really amazing art. And the next month it would be like some shit artist with like Vince Colletta ruining it even more with his shit inks. So like there's some coloring books I have that like I don't really do anything with because the art is so bad. And there's some that are just so nice. Like a couple of the She-Ra books I have, which are amazing. There's like, I've got, when it arrives next week, I have all of the vintage Kenner Empire Strikes Back coloring books. And the art in those are really good. The Return of the Jedi are really good. But some of them, not as much. Like I don't have any of the vintage Star Wars coloring books from like, quote unquote, A New Hope. But the art in those is notorious bad. Because Kenner was cranking out all of the Star Wars stuff as quickly as they could because of how late in the game they got that license. So they had Canadian art students basically tracing. Some of the pictures are nice, and then some of the ones I've seen look like, you know, like I could do better with where my current drawing skills are.
I was really surprised by how many adult coloring books are out there on the market now. I hadn't really noticed.
Like you know, I'm not necessarily doing that because, I mean, like I do all right, but like there's some people who do really amazing art and they all have coloring channels. But that's also like when I do adult the adult coloring books, it's often because I didn't want to make that what I'm doing on the internet, because that's really like when I'm working on adult coloring, the really fancy like books and stuff. I mean, that stuff will show up on my Instagram, but that's really like me trying to like improve and get better. With the coloring books, it's a lot of these old books have stories that you don't see anywhere else. And like for Masters of the Universe, some of the original stories are really before Filmation, and a few of them are after Filmation. So you're getting this really interesting period of stories that not a lot of people know about. So the goal with those is to, like the kid stuff, people know those, but the books are kind of crap. But I want to go in and make the pictures nicer and sort of elevate them a little bit, and then of course make them into videos for people to watch. So
do you ever run into vintage books where it's like it's obvious whoever put this story together never saw whatever the original IP was when they were putting this thing?
I would assume a lot of the artists don't. Like a lot of the Motu is a perfect example. There are a couple where it's like it's really clear that they are just looking at pictures, like the media package that you would get. Like I've got the first one is here, and I'm in the process of scanning it and cleaning it up, and the second one's on the way. But the Gremlins coloring books from 1984 has a really interesting art style. Like it's not, there's some interest to it. So like, and it's Christmas time, so a few of my Christmas shorts I'm doing will have that. But like, all of the She-Ra stuff, it's clear that they were given the French, the marketing kits and the press stuff, and just told like, right, this is what because they all look like Filmation. None of them look like the toys. But like the original Star Wars stuff I've seen, it's clear they were just looking at pictures. They were given various materials by Lucasfilm, and Kinder gave that to their art team. They're like, we need 3 coloring books. Get us what you can get. The Supergirl movie coloring books are pretty bad. So, it's kind of like comic books in the 80s, where sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's really bad. And you can tell, at least at this point, I can tell when like the company doing the coloring books like knew like this movie is not very good, or like the Mask book I have, like some of the art, and it's really clearly like the GoBots coloring book I have. There's some good pictures in it, and then a lot of it's just not good.
Right.
But it all looks like they drew it directly from the toys themselves, so it has that. But it's just, I don't know, it's really interesting, like, and it's sort of not the same, obviously. When a movie comes out, you don't get coloring books the way we did in the 80s, but it's also because they don't, it was a big part of the marketing, especially before all of the regulations changed in the 80s, where like, because before, He-Man, like, obviously had a cartoon, but it wasn't until around that time you could do a cartoon to sell toys. So there's a lot of stuff from the very late 70s, very early 80s where it's really clear this is a big part of the marketing. All of the Barbie coloring books are really interesting because it's like it will have like all the clothes that came out each year for Barbie, and like the new Barbies, they fit it all into the coloring book, and it's pretty much the same 4 stories. Like Barbie gets up, goes to school. She's running for class president. She and Ken go on some dates. Somebody says, "Barbie, you're the best singer ever," and she sings. And then Ken drives her home, and they say goodnight.
Does she rollerblades and she?
Yeah, I mean, like it's really interesting watching how like they pretty much recycle. Like I've got some Barbie books that go back to the 1960s, and it's like every 3rd book is that same gets up, or it's the last day of school, and like they're going to the beach, or. Like the Barbie and the Rockers coloring books that I have are really interesting because it's Barbie and the Rocker. Well, one, Barbie just goes to the record store and runs into her friend Diva, who was brand new, and like Diva's like, "We're starting a band, you should join, you'd be a great singer." And then they go on tour and they're the best band ever.
ever.
And then in the next coloring book, Ken gets invited because he's the best singer ever. And then they do a bunch of charities, and Barbie writes some songs, and then then they give up that concept, and then she's like cooking with Barbie. So it's really, like as a kid, I hated Barbie. I was always, sort of Charlie's Angels, Strawberry Shortcake, Princess Leia, G.I. Joe, She-Ra. Like those were Barbie. I was always sus, and then I went and saw the movie, and I was interested in Barbie and the Rockers because I remember I liked Jem, and Jem was really cool, and it was really clear Mattel was like, we can't have somebody else sell these, sell dolls. Let's put Barbie in a rock band, which is actually what happened. But so I was interested in that.
Jem is underrated.
But yeah, Jem is super underrated, and that horrible movie they put her in is a travesty. But whatever. I blame Kevin Feige. But because you just randomly blame people in Hollywood for like things blowing up. That's how it works in this day and age. But anyway, it's just interesting. Like I went and saw the Barbie movie, and then I did a couple Barbie pages and just put them up because right now, like for my shorts, I'm just doing the different toy lines and the different pop culture stuff just to keep myself entertained while I work on all the longer content. And the Barbie stuff consistently does pretty well. Like people fucking love Barbie, and it's weird because I don't necessarily have that connection. So in a lot of ways, I'm getting to sort of discover Barbie for the first time while people like it. Like, so,
Are you going to do Christmas during this time of the year? You should do shorts on Christmas.
I'm doing a Christmas short every day right now, in addition to my normal daily shorts. So like this morning, She-Ra went up, and then I did a second Smurf Christmas. Tomorrow, my normal Barbie will go up. And I can't decide if I'm going to do one of the Barbie Christmas ones for the midday thing, or if I'm going to do my third and final Smurf Christmas thing.
Can you find a Die Hard one for Christmas? Can you find a Die Hard coloring book?
I could not find one. So sadly, no, I don't have. I couldn't find anything with Bruce Willis to cover
Rudolph.
To color, so.
I did. Rudolph is the best animated movie.
Yep. Well, I did look at Rudolph. I looked for Charlie Brown, and I looked for the Grinch. And there was stuff on eBay, but I couldn't tell because none of the assholes selling them had any pictures of the interior, so I couldn't tell what it looks like. And they all appear to be coloring books made within the last 10 years, which I'm not against, even though it's like retro toy princess, I'm okay with like sometimes, like some of the Wonder Woman stuff I do is from modern coloring books. It's just 80s and older pictures. But the problem is I can't see what any of the pictures look like. So I don't know if there's actually anything in those books that I'm going to enjoy coloring. And that's the one thing. If I don't like any of the pictures and I'm not going to have fun coloring them, I'm not going to do it. I don't care like how many views I could get doing Grinch or Charlie Brown or whatever. If I'm not having a good time, I'm not going to. There are a couple of books I got, and then I'm like, I'm not having fun with this. So I guess I'm just never going to do more pages from this book. So, Well,
as a child of the 70s, that was totally the go-to. It's like we're going on a road trip, or we're going to XYZ. It's like you get a brand new box of crayons or color pencils, and you get one or two either activity book or coloring book or combo. And it's like
and
there's some weird properties out
bag
there.
of Whitman comic books, and
I love when you go to the restaurant and they're like, "Oh, do you want to? Would you like some crayons?" "Oh, sure." And they give you like 3 crayons, or they give you that little pack of 3, and you're like,
what am I gonna do with this?
And then they were
They're
the
just
super,
nubbins.
and it was a super greasy Kmart ones.
Oh, they're terrible.
It would bleed through the pages of my vintage strawberry shortcake color. Well, it wasn't vintage at the time, but I made the mistake of coloring raspberry tart with that stupid Kmart purple, and it bled through and ruined the picture on the literally whenever I bought that on eBay in 1999, which I just finished scanning the other day. So that tells you how good I am about staying on top of my workload.
Damn.
I literally was scanning that picture of raspberry tart and I kept looking on the back like I didn't get to color this picture as a child because of fucking Kmart. And like between that and the 2 times they gave me diarrhea and I've got some Kmart issues I need to work through. I need to go back on Aaron's toy therapy channel and talk out my Kmart issues.
That's probably why they're closed.
Maybe
now.
we can get Aaron to have a blue light special.
When I first moved to Oregon, though, like that was the only place I could find Attack of the Clone toys because nobody went to Kmart, and I got like that big play set and all of the figures and the coloring books and because coloring, I mean, it's sort of always been part of my toy experience. It's like, you know, like long trip. Here you go. Here's the She-Ra coloring book and a She-Ra paint by number. Or here's He-Man or that amazing summer of 1982 where I was given Masters of the Universe and like 3 Annie coloring books. That's a good year. And there were
Annie
no
from the
Goonie
movie?
coloring. Yep, Annie movie color. Well, I mean, in the coloring books, they made her look like the comic book without the eyes, which was weird. So I did go in and give her pupils and eyes in every page because I can't deal with the eyeless orphan Annie thing. It's creepy.
Too haunting, yes.
It's like she's got the silver dollars in her eyes to give to Sharon so that she can safely travel through the to hell or whatever.
The river
and then you're like, what's really going on with Daddy Warbucks, right? So anyway. It's like
all right, I think I'm bowing out because I think Ed and I are trying to figure out which one of us is going to fall asleep first.
Oh, I'm fine.
Go to bed.
Yeah, Ed's like this.
I didn't want to leave before Lawrence because he stayed because I was I jumped on.
Well, you never hear the end of it anyway, Ken, because he'd cry about how much
he'll be like, Ken couldn't outlast me.
You guys all waited for me to jump on. I know.
You know what? It's better than the same Bret Hart chair shot, no sell, sharpshooter like skills.
Okay, here we go with the wrestling shit.
All right.
Which one is Bret Hart?
Hey, we just set an all-time new high record of a 9-hour stream, folks.
9 hours, you guys are.
Which means I'd say it's a good point to call it quits. And I was looking up just to see if we hit that point yet. We hit 9 hours. So since everybody's getting ready to hop off, let's do our round table, and then we'll all hit the sack. Thanos, you're up.
Tomorrow I'll drop a new episode of my Instagram retrospective. Sometime this week will be the look back at Naughty November. Might be banned off YouTube after that. Thursday I'll be on the GTF O channel with Kayla and Johnny.
Nice.
I think that's all I have going on. Oh, the end of the month I'll be getting therapized by pain, so that should be interesting.
Therapized.
Oh, that's going to be a tough session.
I don't know why
you won't want to miss it. That's for sure. We love you. That's all there is to it.
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good ones, especially on Wednesdays.
You done, Thanos? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. So tomorrow night, Hella Dope Toys, 9:00. Got Rocco the Great. And other than that, I will be out all next week because I will be in Beaver Town.
You'll be in some beaver, huh?
Staying in a cabin that's 3 times the size of the house I used to live in.
Sounds like fun.
It's gonna be knee deep in
lots
beaver
of drinking,
town.
a lot
knee deep in the beaver.
Yeah. There's gonna be me and my 3 best friends. There's 8 bedrooms, 3 hot tubs, 2 kitchens, a full game room. So, and lots of drinking.
Sounds like
nice.
Sounds like fun.
Nice.
I agree. Lawrence, you're up.
Larry.
Let's see. Monday Night Toy Ramblings. 9 till whenever. Obviously, one of my moderators, I just was informed, is calling in.
I'll be there to Monday, Tuesday.
Okay.
Even Tuesday.
I believe Largo and I are going to be doing an infinite playlist.
Indeed.
He said possibly in the AM, we're coming closer and closer to the PM. as we
Yeah,
continue to go.
might as well just stay up at this point. But I'll get with Wilhelm and we'll get it recorded.
Go wake Will up. Go, listen, motherfucker. We've been up. When we fall asleep, we ain't waking back up.
Man. He got a pass because it was his wife's birthday yesterday, today, whenever time zones. So
yeah, so Monday night, you guys all know, and then Thursday, Brick will be on Thursday with a friend.
Cool.
Nice.
And then Largo can tell you when we'll be airing my episode.
Hopefully, we'll be doing that Monday prior to your show, somewhere in between Toy Grinds and when A Punk with Toys starts.
Nice.
So it's gonna be a whole night.
That's what I like to hear.
Fuck.
Oh yeah,
Monday.
All
he
at
ain't
once, all the
stopped
time.
yet.
Ain't no stopping us.
All
Allison's
right,
up.
Tony. What you got coming? No, Tony, it's you. We're
it's me,
spiraling
bro.
around town.
You're going around town. Oh no. Tomorrow at 1 my time, 12 noon Allison's time, I'll be on Allison coloring either G.I. Joe or Super Friends. It's up to her. I'm down for whatever. And then not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday, the 13th, the Toy Kind of Mood will be doing they'll bring back the Terrordrome for some cool action and I'll bring up some customizers. I'll do the community spotlight. That's my whole thing, and then the other guys will do their thing. But I'm responsible for talking to the customizers like always, and maybe Spec will do the photography guys. And
What channel is that again? I've never heard of it.
The Toy Kind of Crazy, the Toy Kind of Nerds, the Toy Kind of Jerks, the Toy Kind of Fools. You know,
How come a second-rate customizer like you gets to interview all the customizers?
Yep, second rate, average, decent, all that kind of bullshit. Fun times.
I'm feeling the love.
Yep, always.
Right. Ken, what we got coming up?
So I don't know if a video will ever come on this, but this is the Diaclone Italy gig release of the Brontosaurus sludge that I picked up tonight. So,
Takara.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, Takara did the original, but then because it's got the gig logo, it was released. This is an Italian box.
Yeah.
So they just put the Takara because Takara did the mold and the tooling. It's very similar to the actual G1. There's only a couple ways you can really tell, and part of it's literally just the pattern, like the pattern on the legs of the figure is really the only way you can tell that it's a Diaclone release. But otherwise,
is it Fragile because it's Italian?
Not sure.
It's Fragile.
Maybe
it's got that vac metal gold. That whole thing is Fragile.
Well, that's the other thing is the sword is actually a gold. Is actually a gold color.
Sweet.
On the figure itself, and the missiles are completely different for the Italian releases. So pre-Transformer, this is before the actual creation of Transformer. So that's why I'm so fascinated by this thing. Otherwise, speaking of pre-Transformers, it's a good segue because next Friday I will be premiering. It'll be a 10-minute premiere called Toy Origins Megatron, and I will be featuring the Micro Change Gun Robo Megatron, which is on display up here behind me. You can see right there.
Ooh,
that will be Oz and Allison. You should have that in your emails. Your early access will come to you probably sometime tomorrow.
Excellent.
Yep, and then so that's kind of just going through the origin of how Megatron became Megatron and the history of his micro change and how it started. You'll see it. It's a whole thing. I don't need to repeat it all here. And then at some point, I'm going on the Infinite playlist. I've given Largo a proposed time that's sooner than later. I don't know if it's going to happen. I know you got to talk to Will. So Yeah.
We'll figure
Largo,
it
you
out.
still there? You'll figure it out. Okay.
Why don't you just stand too? We'll do them all back to back.
Yeah.
We just gotta wake Will up now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do marathons. Do you want me to wake
Yeah,
Will up? I'll be the bad guy. I'll do the call on Instagram that we all are familiar with. How annoying those are from Tony's ass.
The butt dial, yeah. Yeah. Largo, do you think the time's gonna work, or do you have you not talked to Will
I
yet?
think so.
Okay.
I haven't talked to Will yet, but he's he's pretty easy to bully, so we'll just make it happen.
Yeah,
And,
he's kind of a big softy, like a gentle giant type.
Yeah.
Gentle giant.
We have the Guatemalan version of Red Bull we
Yeah.
call Raptor. It's probably
Will's
banned
a
in
really
most other countries,
Will's a
so
really
we'll
big
be
guy in
amped.
real life, but
He is.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I want to hear more about this Guatemalan Red Bull called Raptor. Has it got cocaine in it?
It might. It's probably banned in most civilized places, but I find on those days when my brain is not really functioning and I need to get content done, these are awesome. So Raptor,
get
I
yourself.
love the land adventure behind you there. That's freaking cool.
Man, it's one of my favorites. It's the good time buddy I had as a kid, and one of my buddies, Jimmy Salzberg, got me the replica version that they did a few years ago, and I was like, man, that's so cool.
I like the mystery machine.
Thanks. Yeah, I try to change up these two shelves to do random stuff and see who spots what. It's a little weird stuff on there. But new AF3 will be coming out.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was gonna say I like the fact that Largo and I are probably like the only guys that I know who have prominent mystery machines behind them.
Yeah, I see that.
Gotta represent.
Shaggy and Scooby getting high.
On Scooby Snacks.
Like, whoa, Scoob, we're the two trippinest bees in the pod.
I like to have the Scooby and Shaggy from the Scoob movie. They just kind of randomly show up on other people's shelves because they're just like, hey, we want to do a mystery with you guys. So,
oh yeah, always welcome on Batman around.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those shows they used to do where they just kind of randomly put them together with what other franchise they had the rights to at the time. It's like, yeah, sure, that totally works.
Drop them in with the Globetrotters.
Yeah. So yeah, Infinite Playlist we're bringing back due to popular demand, and two of these beautiful people on screen will be my victims in the near future, along with many other. Hopefully, we'll get Oz on there someday because I definitely want to see what kind of music he's jamming out to. The Action Force Explore. No, he's not a Bieber. He's a Swiftie. No. The Exploring the Lore of Action Force continues. We'll be doing Trigger this week. We'll get into some more of the Series 3s guys very soon, or gals. What else we got coming up? All kinds of stuff. Some more AT-76. I'm doing some more of the 6-inch guys. I'm working on a video with them. And another Unheimlich is in the works for those who like baking their noodle, doing one on mirrors in folklore and all the,
Loving that
cool
series, Jim.
Thanks. I'm having fun with it. I like interesting mythologies and, creepypastas and psychology. Throw it all in there. Have fun with it. See what comes out. So that's where we're at.
Nice.
Oh, and 1/18 tomorrow. Can't forget that. Will and I will be talking about the 1/18th scale, God's scale, for those who like vehicles and playsets, as I've been told.
Hey, you know what? That's what I heard too. If you want to have proper play sets and vehicles, you got to go 1/18.
It's true.
All right, that brings us to Allison.
Yeah. In the morning, Tony and I, 11 a.m. Pacific time, Tony.
Mm.
So yeah,
Noon my time.
yeah, noon your time. So yeah, 11 a.m. with Tony. At I believe 2:05 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I'll be on Highly Articulated, so I can trash talk Todd McFarlane. I mean, discuss Todd McFarlane's recent interview. Monday, I have at 5:30 p.m. PST premiere of the third and final for now Evelyn coloring page, where I discuss more about Evelyn. And apparently Thursday I'll be on Geek the F Out talking Star Trek. And then next Sunday, not tomorrow Sunday, but the one after, Nostalgia Unboxed. Jonathan will be joining me to color. So that's the next week.
Is he busy?
Yep.
Cool. Well, folks, as you all know, you catch me every Thursday night on Toy Friends. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate you.
I thought you fell asleep.
But yeah,
on
Thursday nights at Toy Frenzy. Now I'm editing a picture as we speak, but yep, I will be on Toy Frenzy Thursday nights. No, this is for a Christmas present, so it's actually safe for work and all that good stuff. And then, of course, next Saturday you'll catch me here hanging out with everybody like we always do. And honestly, you have no idea, because I have no idea where the hell else I'll end up on YouTube this week. You know, who knows? I might even show up on some zoo show. I guarantee I'll make an appearance on some cryptid channel one day, because some sap's going to confuse me with Sasquatch out there.
Ed, you hear that?
I got my eye out for him when I go to Baltimore.
Coming to the
He'll
crib.
be watching. He'll be watching. All right, folks. Have a good night, morning, whatever fuck time it is where you are. See you later.
Later.